This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
This is the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we are absolutely tickled to have you all back with us for another massive year of Brawl Esports. I'm over here joined by Kenny and Reddy. Kenny, it's been a while, man. How have you been? Lots going on in the off-season and a lot to look forward to this year, starting off, of course, with APAC.
Lots of exciting stuff. I miss you guys, miss being on the mic. It is good to be back, and I think 2024 might just be the best year we've had yet.
Ready? Just a pinball off that. I mean, we are definitely excited about seeing some of these regions come back together once more, really heat up the competition in our top 8 brackets.
Yeah, after things split up, it's all coming back together, all playing on a brand new server too, which will be a new interesting X factor in the competition this year.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about what we should expect to see today here in our APAC region. We'll be playing the power match format, something you should be quite well acquainted with by now. It is an 8-team single elimination bracket, but this year the change is that all of our matches will be best of 5s, all the way from the quarterfinals to the grand finals. That's right, maximum brawl for all you fans out there. And this APAC region is definitely a great way to whet our appetite for a year to come. First game will be Revenant Esports going up against Gohan Oishi. We've got Hao versus Angelic, Never Back Down, Team S1, fully South Korean roster, and then Crazy Raccoon, a name I'm sure many of you are familiar with, going up against Octopus Primes. Kenny, couple names standing out to me here. How are you feeling about the top of the field in APAC this month?
I think there's 2 teams, and the only 2 with logos, Uber. It's Revenant and Crazy Raccoon. One of the biggest absentees this month is going to be Navi, who couldn't quite make it through in the qualifiers, which I think goes to show how strong this region has become since meshing everything together for one giant APAC. But I will say, I think Crazy Raccoon and Revenant, the 2 teams from Worlds last year, are definitely going to be the favorites on their side of the bracket.
Now, we are running the Hao and Angelic and Never Back Down S1 games on our B stream. You can head over and watch that one without commentary. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Now, ready, let's get into some predictions here. It's time to start talking a little bit more about teams that have made it through not only the Championship Challenge, but also the monthly qualifier. Couple of these games I felt were a little easier to predict. Quite often at the start of a year, we look through for the known names, the known teams, the known quantities, and we make our picks. Ready, talk us through your selections here.
Yeah, I feel like, well, never mind. I felt like we were all playing it safe here. It's just me and Kenny with the same predictions. Looks like you went with some different ones, but usually the safe way to go, I mean, if you're back at home and you want to win some rewards, then what you got to do is you got to always predict the upper bracket qualifying team, which is what I've gone for here. Revenant, Hao, of course, Never Back Down, and Crazy Raccoon are the teams I expect to win. These are the teams with more tenure in the Brawl Stars competitive space compared to their opponents.
Kenny, look, talking about Revenant and Crazy Raccoon especially, I think everyone is really expecting them to face off in this month's monthly final. Anything can happen, of course, but those 2 teams are ferocious.
I agree. I mean, I do think they are at the top for a reason, and both those teams made Worlds last year, and the fact that you bet against a team named Never Back Down, I don't know what to tell you, man. I think the people at home, you're not going safe. I just feel like a team name like that deserves that. I don't know. Anything can happen, but that's a team name I'm never betting against.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look like the guy too, if I'm honest with you. There's a striking
2024, same team. That's crazy.
Great to be back, buddy. All right, we'll catch up with you, Kenny, in just a little bit. We jump into our first matchup here. And very quickly, event.brawlstars.com. That's where you can head to get involved, make your predictions, and get yourself some sweet, sweet star drops if you manage to get it right. Let's start with this one. Ready, set. Kenji, Sergeant Clash, Menmi. Revenant got a big level up on the offseason. Still led, of course, by the charismatic Sergeant Clash.
Yeah, I think we look at Sergeant Clash as just like the star of the Revenant roster, and now we see Kenji and Minmi at his side. Of course, Kenji, if you remember from last year, making some waves with CMG EA, they fell just short at LCQ, so they didn't make it to Worlds. But Kenji is still a player that has been on the big stage before. He's been at the World Finals, making #2 in 2022. Minmi, of course, here on cam is former reject from last year, which was a very fierce competitor, also making it to LCQ in yesteryear's season.
Let's have a look at their opponents here. A lesser-known roster, but still one that definitely has a lot to prove. I mean, Gohan Oishi, not the most imaginative name, if I'm honest with you, but hey, that's fine. Snapdragon, Mira, and Sunny Kama. Now, I asked you a little bit before the show. I'll get you to share it with our viewers here as well already. You've got a little bit of intel on this team. They've actually sort of been around somewhat, but we're definitely impressed to see them make it to this top 8.
Yes, top 8 is usually where you would find a team like this. Snapdragon, he's a tier 2 player, mostly had made it to a top 8 just last year by defeating Team Flash. We're looking at Sunny Kama as well as part of this roster, being part of Sunny 10 last year, where he played with IC and Shoot, who you also might recognize as some names that have made it pretty far in this region. Miran Dudus, also part of this team. You can see Mir here on cam. Did make some monthly finals in 2022, which is a couple years ago by now, but it's nothing to sneeze at.
Tell you what, the Sunnies over the glasses is an absolute vibe here. On the other side, this looks like it could be an album cover for like a solo artist. Never look at the camera. Make sure the fringe is obscuring the eye line. Yeah, I mean, again, Revenant are really here to make some waves. This team, I'm pretty sure Sergeant Clash left Revenant and then they sort of formed a free agent team. And then got picked back up by Revenant basically straight after. So Revenant definitely had an idea of where they wanted to go once we saw a consolidation in the APAC region. Because again, like last year, these players couldn't have played with each other regionally, right? We have East Asian players, we have Indian players. So it's kind of fun to see them have a crack this year at building a bit of a super team.
Yeah, and I think also just sort of the middle ground, like the nature of the competition changing. And this is something we won't really touch on too much, but the server being moved to Hong Kong. Now it's more of a even middle ground for the players from Japan and those from other parts of the APAC region. So that is another thing that is able to unite a team such as this.
Great to be able to see them come together in such a way. And remember, today, they will be challenging, presumably, Crazy Raccoon at the other end of the bracket, who are the same team they were last year. They almost went all the way through our World Finals, right? Only falling to that Zeta Division squad, beaten by their own previous namesake, but that's a whole nother story. Funnily enough, I would love to see Revenant get to international competition, and I mean, it would have been nice if they could play against STMN, but we'll get to that, as that situation has changed quite drastically. But both, Sergeant Clash and Mendy were knocked out by that sort of team, so I'm sure they'd love an opportunity to get a rematch against some of those players and sort of throw it back a little bit more here. But again, to make it clear to everybody at home, this is definitely an underdog scenario for Gohan Oishi. They're going to have to show us some firecrackers straight out of the gates here. We're headed to Hideout up first. It's going to be Bounty, and the predictions here are pretty clear. 91% of you at home on event.brawlstars.com favor Revenant.
Can't blame you. I mean, this is the roster that I predicted as well. You just have such a star-studded roster, and across the way, a team that is new on the block. Hello, Mr. Friend. I love seeing friends up here. The snake is just one of my favorites. When we talk Hideout, though, this is also one of the new maps that is in rotation, so we can expect to see some of the new and the old making waves here.
Now, we will have an opportunity here to discuss some of the bans as we sort of wait on the draft. We'll talk about them now, I think. Well, and that'll allow us at least to focus on the picks here. If you were watching the BSC last year and you sort of hopped off the train and, maybe still playing a little bit casually, but wondering what the pros are thinking, Larry and Laurie, after how many nerfs? 3 more than? Still being banned out here by Revenant. They just don't want to deal with it. That is even after, Laurie's shotgun damage being cut in half, the heal, of course, the heal gadget being reduced quite drastically. Charlie also still being banned. Charlie was perma-banned. Basically every single game at the World Finals and leading up to it. And Revenant have also taken Angelo, of course, one of the newer brawlers, just prior to Melody, out of rotation.
Yeah, it takes a really special kind of thrower to be banned. especially it was a valuable first pick. So we'll see what Revenant Esports are able to cook up here. We have our selections in. Kenji now running up mid. We'll see also a more defensive strategy here taken by Gohan Oishi. Going for the Meg, the Jean, and the Piper. Piper a very strong bro right now. Meg possessing a lot of health, and Sanikama kind of taking this approach right outside, looking to scout out opponents that are in those bushes, vision gear equipped. Interesting use of the Vengeful Spirits there. Typically it's used for a kill confirm, but Menmi was on pretty high health.
Kenji getting blown up there. Of course, the Gray, the Lola, and the Leon in this particular composition. So you've got that all-in potential when you want to dive. But the Meg makes it pretty hard to do that, especially when she's got super available. She'll just backhand you with the Saber and you'll be struggling. So Gohan Oishi got a pretty solid composition that can, again, pick off those star leaders and really eliminate them quickly. Menmi's having zero luck, and there it is. The magic hand. Kenji once again explodes.
Very well-placed pull there. Sergeant just running it down. What is he hoping for? He's going down completely solo, not attacking enemies. Kind of an interesting situation here as Gohan Oishi continue to compound their lead. Still leading by 9 stars and possessing the blue star. They can afford to play very defensively with Meg possessing so much health. Nice snipe there. Oh, a double kill for Kenji. Now he's just got to make the slow approach out of there with only a 2-star deficit. Now, what a play for Kenji.
Snapdragon out of mech as well. That is big. Now, obviously, Meg not hitting nearly as hard, unless it's quick fire, but that's another story. Revenant Esports in a position here to equalize or maybe even get into the lead, but we're down to 17 seconds left in the round. Here it is. Menmi makes the dive. Oh, it goes wrong. Mira blowing him up. Sergeant wants to push up on the left while Kenji is there on the right. He's sitting on another dimensional door here, but he misses the gadget. Not able to yank anyone out of formation here. Sanikama able to stay safe, and the magic puffs are keeping Gohan Oishi healthy, but Menmi wants to pinch them. They still fall behind by just the 1 star, though. Gohan Oishi off to a great start.
Wow, what a dicey ending there as well. I mean, what a stronghold by Gohan Oishi there towards the beginning, and a finish that looked really slow sort of approach here from Revenant Esports. They got exactly what they were looking for. It was a hard-fought victory for Gohan Oishi. It was so close to falling in Revenant Esports' favor.
Yeah, I mean, Menmi just getting blown up randomly a couple of times for no good reason. Sanikama there as well, finding that first elimination. They go very low. Again, no connection on Kenji's cane there. And now Magic Hand is available for the Gene.
Just gonna wait on this one, it looks like. Ooh, missed pull on the Sergeant. That was a fat prediction right there. And he's gonna pay the prices. Now Revenant Esports can afford to play more aggressively without risk of getting pulled. Plenty of counterplay available also, presuming that Sergeant is running the lollipop drop gadget, which he is. He's gonna plop it down right there. But if he's running extra gadget gear, he's only got 4 of these, so he cannot be wasting them too quickly. He wants to avoid the Gene pull. Everyone from Revenant has counterplay for the Gene pull. Vengeful Spirits out, no kill just yet. Clone getting a lot of damage in. And Revenant Esports have backed Gohan Oishi into a corner.
They're really relying on the Magic Puffs here. Snapdragon almost gets demeched there, but the Magic Puffs again keeps them topped up. Mira holding the blue star, needs to be careful, but has that super available. Another lollipop drop picked off pretty darn quickly here as Menmi's ego eats a lot of that damage with freeze frame. Sergeant pressuring now. Sanikama eventually falls, but the blue star still held by Gohan Oishi until now. Mira will drop.
Great jukes there from Snapdragon. That was one tap for Kenji. He managed to dodge a shot that would have been crucial for putting Revenant Esports even more in the lead. Menmi's got the next clone, though. No kill on a Snapdragon, but he's got Mira pretty low. No one from Revenant Esports is in range to take advantage of this, though. And Sanikama looks very eager to get his next pull. He must be very close, but also the clock's ticking down. He needs to make a major play within the next 15 seconds.
So much damage being denied here. Sanikama can't actually build that magic hand. It is a super that's harder to build in general, especially if only one of those split bolts are actually hitting your opponents. Here it is, though. We built the magic hand. Poppin being used now for Mira to try and reposition. Okay, hypercharge from Sergeant. Mira's in trouble. Bowled over by the Leon, and Revenant have a much more comfortable showing here in this second round.
1-to-1. They managed to force Gohan Oishi back in the right-hand corner, and while they were relying on the Magic Puffs a lot for the healing, that's about all it came out to, was reliance and not being able to make a play. We also saw some good kills in there from Minmi, from Kenji, being able to teleport in and pick up some kills on low health opponents. We see Sargent also playing a decent amount at long range. He's actually going to take the opposite approach, getting in close range and already demeching Snapdragon. What a great start to the game for Revenant.
That max range Leon damage been nerfed, but still Sargent's quite happy to play from that distance. And I tell you what, that 100 HP that Piper recently lost with those changes could have helped Mira a lot there. Not a great start for Gohan Oishi. Blue Star, yes. Well, they are behind by 1. Another lollipop drop here will obscure Revenant's movements.
Gohan just playing this one safe. Ideally, they would have Revenant Esports play into them, but Revenant have the lead. They're going to be playing on defense. Nice pull onto Sanikama. No kill just yet. The final projectile from Minmi hits its mark. And he got picked up quite a bit of damage as well. No kill just yet, though. So a little bit of wall break here for Mira as well. It's going to diminish the value that Kenji has because he's lacking in range compared to his opponents across the way. And he's also relying on the use of the walls to yank an enemy through it and catch them by surprise.
We got to be careful, though. Opening up the walls means Piper has a clear shot. Kenji, beautiful super engagement, but Sanikama is able to respond, yanking that Grey back before he could get to safety. Sargent has super available, can sneak on in there and find a pick, but they're just delivering themselves on a silver platter here. Gohan Oishi again losing players just in the trade of damage.
Kenji's putting on a Grey masterclass. It's not super flashy, but he's getting good assists with his teammates and getting the crucial teleports in. Now they're going to have to look for an escape, though, as Gohan Oishi look to leverage their health to keep pushing Revenant back. Minmi needs to heal up. Kenji can offer a little bit of DPS, and now Sargent has the super plus the hyper, but he could not afford to use that hyper. He might have to just pop it without a super. Revenant Esports are still in the lead by only 2 stars. He's got to run. Hypercharge active. No contact from Mira. He's in a bad situation. There's the kill for Gohan Oishi. Response from Revenant and the teleport back to safety.
So clean. Kenji trading that elimination just before the end of the round to keep them ahead by 1 single star. And after a horrendous start, Revenant are back to business. They'll take Bounty away pretty comfortably in the end. These compositions are interesting. We didn't have much of a chance to talk about them, right? But it feels like, you know, that Meg setup with the Gene, they're more than happy to have the fight come to them, but they kind of can't respond when Grey just TPs in, finds a kill, and is able to get out.
Yeah, I think one of the areas where Grey struggles the most is just DPS. He doesn't really have that great of damage. He has good kill confirm when he gets a teleport in, but Meg is one of those opponents that is going to be healing health all the time. Combine that with the magic puffs from Jean, she's going to be alive and healthy very often, and then once she's back in her mech, I mean, she basically heals 7,000 health with the use of a single super. Just a really irritating opponent to fight against if you don't have good damage. And I think where really we saw Revenant struggle was in that very first game where they were playing really safe, especially Sargent playing at max range with the Leon, who just did get a nerf with his max range projectiles.
Yeah, from like, what, 40% to 30%, I think. So, yeah, not hitting quite as hard. Obviously, having the hypercharge to really even just boost your base stats is huge. This is the moment, yeah, in that first round where, like, you know, Sargent pushes up that left side, gets picked off a couple times. I guess it's easy to underestimate sometimes just the raw damage Meg can put out on you, and, ooh, yeah, that's pretty slick.
That was a very awesome play from Kenji there. This is the final moments of the round as well. Kenji just looking for the kill confirm, and we saw Gohan Oishi respond just in that split-second finish. This is where also they forced Gohan Oishi back. Snapdragon got some good dodges. It didn't keep them in the lead, but it kept Revenant from amassing an even greater lead.
And there you have it. Revenant Esports get the start they were looking for here. Again, sometimes that Lola damage can also come out from absolutely nowhere, especially if you have the star power that boosts your last shot. Sometimes you just get absolutely clapped and have no idea where it came from here. I like the idea from Sergeant Clutch there. Again, the raw base stats you get from using a hypercharge give you a little bit of speed, make it easier to dodge some of those projectiles. That is a big difference maker in moments like that, but it got a little bit tight. And maybe not as convincing a game from Revenant as we kind of expect from a team of this caliber.
Well, what I will say is a lot of this just comes down to preparation, the difference in maps between quarterfinals to semifinals to grand finals. And if you're a team like Revenant that has their eyes on the prize, they want that grand finals finish in first place, they're probably scrimming the maps they'll play in the semifinals and the grand finals. I would say Hideout is probably a lower priority when it came to practice, and that might be an angle where Gohan Oishi can take advantage. Of course, they did manage to catch them off balance with a Game 1 victory that set the pace for the set a little bit, but what isn't enough to catch them an entire set victory?
So if Hideout is like lower priority in practice, then where on this tier list does Minecart Madness fall? Just out of curiosity, like, you know, are we really scrimming that map hard, or maybe not so much?
Yeah, it really just comes down to, you know, the opponents that you think are going to be the most fierce, you're going to be scrimming those maps most. At least that's what the pros say, and that's what the pros put into practice, is their toughest matches, they're going to be scrimming those maps the hardest. And for a team like Revenant, where their hardest opponent will likely be Crazy Raccoon in the Grand Finals, they're probably putting emphasis on those Grand Finals maps.
Thinking about the next round a little bit more, on Minecart Madness, the only brawlers with above an 80% win rate, which is significant, are Buster, Sprout, and BB. We got some bans coming in already. We can relay them to you now as they're being discussed. Looks like, yeah, we'll wait for those to come through here. Bo is probably the most popular brawler here, but only has a 46% win rate. Thanks, Nighttime Clasher. Keep the stats coming, baby.
We love it. We love Monkey Knight. Once on the casting desk, now helping us with his stats in the background, bringing his knowledge and giving us some good stats from the analyst desk. But Minecart Madness, when it comes to bans, you're looking at the sharpshooter meta here, especially mid. Like Angelo is an insanely good mid. You have a jump, you have a super that allows you to one-shot most brawlers in the game, dealing somewhere around, like somewhere in the realm of 8,000 damage when you add in the tick damage that he gets from a fully charged shot. So I expect to see Angelo banned 100%. Larry and Laurie, also something that we can expect to see banned. It doesn't matter how many nerfs the dude gets, he's still viable as a thrower first pick.
He's very, very, very good. I like the Leon pick, you know, going back a little bit, obviously being able to just blow people up while being completely invisible. Here, of course, it's a little bit more treacherous. We talk about Sprout being such a popular pick because you can cut off some of those key lanes, right? We have some of our picks coming through here. And looks like Revenant going to be starting here with the Bell. Pay no heed to the map graphic in the middle. It is Minecart Madness. We have a Stu, and yep, there's that Angelo that you mentioned. Why, again, a newer brawler to the game. Why is Angelo so coveted here?
Angelo just has it all. I mean, first of all, he's a sharpshooter that has fast speed, which just doesn't exist anywhere else. Also, you have that jump because as a gem carrier that's going to be incredibly valuable, you just have a get out of jail free card. If you use the gear, you can get it 4 times a game. And then additionally, you can contend at long range with Bell incredibly effectively. I honestly think this was a mistake for Revenant Esports to pick the Bell instead of the Angela. I feel like that would be a much better brawler to be played here. I'm going to go contrary to what this incredibly stacked roster thinks and say Angelo was the math here, and Menmi's going to have to skill diff the lane.
All right, let's see. Menmi really wants, obviously, some grouping, being able to take control, put those nest eggs down in advance. But look at that mirror with the fadeaway. Menmi has to respect this Angelo damage, of course, hits harder the longer those shots are charged, but he doesn't slow down at all while doing so. It's scary. Kenji swinging for the fence, though, and able to create some space now. Healing up, of course, damage gadget active in that swing of the scimitar. Claims Sanikama's Sergeant's the one that completes the elimination. Super used there by Mira, but can't benefit from the healing whatsoever. And there's the Spitball. Snapdragon explodes.
Great start here for Revenant. They managed to push up very quickly, but now you can start to see Sanikama's plan start to fall in place. The deal with Minecart Madness tanks is they'll try and press themselves up against this obstacle and get their dominance from there. Stardragon and Sanikama know what's up, though. Sanikama brings in the wall break with Stu, and then you have Ems as the sort of counter to these really aggro picks. We see the gems dropped by Revenant Esports on the backlines where they're going to be super safe from the clutches of Gohan Oishi, but Gohan Oishi are gathering the control at mid. We see the slow on Kenji and Mira now firing some shots away as Angelo.
Yeah, that Cosmic Charisma slow actually making it hard for Kenji to dodge Mira's shots. Eventually getting picked off by Stardragon, but all the gems are sat on Menmi here. Bell Hypercharge available. Sandstorm now used. Menmi not really trying to use that to get more aggressively, and Stardragon can clear that pretty comfortably. Mira's down though, Sergeant makes the dive, beautiful stuff. And now Sanikama is in trouble. Sergeant, he wants none of it, getting out of there with 6 gems. We're at 13 on the countdown.
Mira's got to get a lot of damage in here, but I think this one's already chalked. There's just no push in. Minecart blocking everything. Stardragon with no positioning. And Revenant Esports are going to take this one back. That one should not have happened at all. Angelo, I mean, you got to be relying on some superior reaction time here if you're to jump away from someone that's about to gank you from the Sandstorm, but also, I mean, there's obviously an enemy in the Sandstorm. I think that Icarus flew a little bit too close to the sun on this one.
Oh, man. I do like how we saw Kenji take that control, right? You mentioned using obstacles to not take any of those shots. There's no throwers here for, for either team, to be fair. Oh, that's a shot. Beautifully done, Memi down. Kenji wanting to collapse on Sanikama, but Stu has so much mobility and a hell of a lot of damage as well. Kenji very quickly trying to heal up here, but he'll be able to get that elimination on the Stu and stay alive. That is pretty dirty.
Mir's looking for some damage. Gets a tick damage on Kenji, looking for something on Menmi, but he's not able to line up these shots. Sanikama's decided to switch lanes with Snapdragon. Snapdragon's going to try and take care of BB on the right. Might cause her to rotate over to the left. In fact, Kenji is going to move over to the left side primarily. It does move over to contest Snapdragon. Nice use of the map obstacles to deal with that. The minecart is always the fun part of this map, and it's fun if you have knockback in your arsenal.
Yeah, sure. Not if you're getting knocked back there. 2,000 damage on contact with the card is extreme. Snapdragon now pushed into a corner. Friend zoner, but Kenji won't be denied. He'll push on in. Hypercharge now available for them. Sanikama got hit with that Bell Super, so they were already getting damage amped.
Just one more gem required. Revenant Esports get to run this one back. Sargent's an absolute menace when it comes to these walls. Sanikama opted to either not break open these walls or he hasn't been able to get a super off of his enemy, which is even more disastrous. He's slowed down. Sargent looks for the freeze. Just a free kill for the guy. Snapdragon's trying to make a major play. The Caustic Charisma popped, but it's no good. Revenant Esports with a 2-0 finish in set number 2.
We've seen why BB is so good. I thought the Ems pick and the Sandy picks were both quite interesting, right? Sandy, of course, with the Sweet Dreams gadget, can get a stun, try and secure that easy elimination. Maybe outranging the Sandy a little bit was the Ems, but didn't find a lot of value there. I'm fine to see the disengage gadget in friend zoner knocking the BB back, but it's pretty hard to keep her off you. Even if she doesn't have the star power that increases her speed, she obviously has the shield. It is pretty scary to deal with that BB. And of course, yes, the terrain was very well used in that round to get that extra damage with the knockback into the cart.
I would still say that Gohan Oishi had a chance in game number 1. I really think that it came down to a fumble when we saw Angelo move way too close to the sandstorm against an enemy that they were shooting at and just decided to give up on looking for. It was, in my opinion, a big mistake that cost him the game, and then momentum-wise, we saw Stu just not being able to get those supers, break open the walls. It led to BB domination. There are picks here that you're going to see in practice work really well, and sometimes it's just good enough to look at the stats and not argue with those. We already touched on this. BB has an above 80% win rate on this map.
And you can see why. That vitamin booster as well to provide you heals in a pinch was pretty huge with Menmi. That, of course, combined with the batting stance, meaning you could shrug off so much of this damage. I can see now, Angelo, such a safe mid option, right? Healing through your super, you have some evasiveness in your gadget selection, you hit very hard as well. But Mira eventually got run down. See Sargent there as well, using a gadget. Mira able to fly away for a time, but Kenji's able to get in there, pick up those gems here. And we saw Snapdragon try to go for the play, right? Pop that gadget in, try and you go for the BB, but keep her at arm's length. Make sure she took max damage from your shots here. But yeah, Revenant very comfortable out of that draft. We can see why BB is just so powerful.
Yeah, I think that Bell here, maybe they just didn't want their tank to get marked, so they decided to go for Bell. Her hypercharge is nice because you just get a free mark on someone, so can never really argue with that. We move into knockout, though. This is another mode where the snipers are going to be fantastic. New Horizons is a great example of a map where Angelo will prevail once again. But what we did see was Menmi completely diffing that lane. I think Angelo had a lot of speed to work with, and yet he was still getting tapped up, so maybe they decided to go for something gutsy once again. Mind you, we are on New Horizons and not Minecart Madness. But Gene is also a great way to start off a draft here. You got that pull. You're able to run some funny comps if you want to utilize the healing as well. So they have the 4-5 ready to go. Gohan Oishi have the 2-3. Let's see what they go with.
That's just so powerful for knockout, right? We've already seen it so far in this series in that first set with the Magic Pass being very effective on Bounty. No different here. Having that healing in a pinch is extremely important. Pearl getting bound out, even though she received a slight nerf recently. Charlie still absolutely taken off the map. And again, like knockout, being able to create a 3v2 or even worse, that's something that teams do not want to deal with. Larry and Laurie also taken away. Just very powerful. It's very good.
Mm-hmm.
After all of this, Gene is the second most picked brawler on this map.
Yeah, Jean is just one of those brawlers that oftentimes you'll just straight up ban. We're looking at Jean, Nanny, Angelo, Larry as sort of the brawlers that you want to ban here if your enemy has first pick. Piper, I think, is also a viable one, but she did receive a recent nerf that makes her one-shot by a Nanny, so if you want to run her, then you better make sure you have picked Nanny or you have banned her out entirely.
Just at 100 HP makes a huge difference because there's a break point, I guess, yeah, going up against Nani. Fascinating. For those wondering, Leon is the most popular brawler to pick on this map here, so we're waiting to see some of these selections locked in just a moment. We have Jean, Belle, and Shelly for Revenant here. Shelly getting picked up. I've got to hear about this one.
No, I mean, here over on the analyst desk, I got nothing. It's not like she has very fast speed like she did in the middle of last year, which was completely absurd. What a meta that was.
Yeah.
But no, I think maybe they're just trolling a little bit, or maybe they decide they want to run it down with tanks. We'll see. Sarge has picked up the Shelly. And Revenant Esports have gone for the Sprout, Buster, and Max. And yep, this is a troll strat. You sit in the corner. That is what you do. Sometimes it's facilitated by a Kit. You have Kit on top of the Buster, but their entire strat here is going to be have Max just run in circles to passively build her super, and then have Star Dragon run it down and Sprout build walls for them.
Okay. We're playing a different game right now. Gohan Oishi are taking their sweet time. Revenant split out on the map. Really hard for Kenji to build super here, though. That's something that you don't have to worry too much about if you are Gohan Oishi. Sergeant also, yeah, he realizes there's a large number of cacti just sat in those bushes waiting to be sat on.
Pretty much. It's not going to be a fun experience trying to push in here. The other thing is that Revenant Esports, they didn't bring any wall break to this map, which enables the Sprout in a huge way. It's really going to be game time once we move into the later stages. Completely blocked off on the right. Kenji Minmi forced to take damage from the poison. Star Dragon blocking off a lot of damage. On the Sergeant. God! Locked in the poison to suffer slowly as Sanikama gets a little bit more charge on his super. Now Revenant Esports need to figure out how they're going to force things out of here. They might as well just throw themselves at Gohan Oishi. Doesn't seem like they have other options because they lose an OT.
That's so dirty. Exactly. The slow-mo replay from Buster. He walks up with super, then just yanks someone in. They get instantly annihilated. You build these supers for that basically inevitable endgame. And Revenant don't really have an option here. I guess they could try and all in this setup, but that would be a lot of damage just to sort of face tank, especially if Buster is on super. You're just going to get a face full of your own shots coming straight back at you. And obviously Buster builds super by sitting with his teammates. So go ahead, Oishi. I got to figure it out. They're doing the Rashford for us right now.
Oh, yeah. I think, honestly, like, maybe some counterplay for Minmi. He could try to, like, clip a wall, but then it's easily blocked by Sanikama. It's easily blocked by Star Dragon. Maybe Minmi, the math is the super once he gets people in range. The wall break for Sergeant looked good, though. Kill onto Sanikama.
The mark.
Star Dragon marked. Mira just looking for his next super. Star Dragon gets the kill, but Sergeant's on high health, waiting to use his super for the next round. Could be a free super from Minmi. Mira just decides to deny any super charge to Minmi. Next round is coming in, but Gohan Oishi's plan has almost failed. You see, there are plenty of corners for them to hide behind. They're just going to run it down this time.
Go out in style, baby. Magic Hand available here for Kenji, though. Keep an eye out for that. A Magic Puffs are going to stave off most of that early damage here. And Gohan Oishi, they will back up.
Okay, Gohan Oishi, they're playing it more out in the open this time. Kenji has a pull available. Star Dragon can block it. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer to get it charged up, though. There it is, available. Sanikama also has the wall to use. Big pull, and it couldn't be blocked. 3v2 as Star Dragon tries to push in. He has good damage, maybe versus Sergeant, but he's still taken down. It's Mira versus the world, and we know how this one goes.
Yeah, Mira is absolutely chalked here. Phase Shifter used in an attempt to try and evade pursuit, but eventually Revenant unravel the cheesiest of cheese straight out of the gates here from Oishi Gohan, and they will be knocked out. That is a tough way to go, I think, knockout definitely didn't feel particularly close. I enjoyed that first round, gave us a bit of insight into what could be done, but let's see if they can bounce back here in this next set. They've still got a chance to stay alive in the series.
Looks like Sergeant has basically solved the game here. Sergeant still denied a super wow and an early takedown for Gohan Oishi. Snapdragon has to stay alive. Kenji's dangerously low on health. Easy pickup for Sanikama. And it's Minmi versus 3. Best thing that Minmi can do here is get a super. And best thing that Gohan Oishi can do is deny the super and get one on max. So it looks like it'll be Sanikama squaring off versus Minmi trying to pick up the kill here. But this is already a 1 round. There's no way that you lose the 3v1.
Yeah, this is Operation Deny Bell Super. Yeah, big footballers logo. Okay. Big Foot Esports throwback. Big fan. Yeah, we are waiting for the gas here to start to encroach, folks. That is what Minmi is hoping to do. Well, they might be starting to feed this super here for Mira. There's no one target that Minmi can really tap down. Not without a full clip either, so eventually they're brought down. Mira does build super there. Good start for Gohan Oishi.
They're going to have to look for a different corner here if they decide they want to hide inside. Sergeant already figured out he can just pop play pigeons to clip him around the corner. Okay, looks like a miscommunication as Sanikama blocked off the max speed and the push down the left side. Will still recover that super to use at a later time, but Sergeant has a super. He has exactly what he wants. He's able to deny the max speed push in from Buster.
Now Gohan Oishi know if they get too close to the Shelly, they are going to get blown to smithereens. Kenji, obviously a very difficult situation to try and build super for both he and Minmi. But Sergeant seems to be the insurance policy against a push like that from Gohan Oishi. So again, we will wait until that gas starts to turn up. But they're trying to isolate Sergeant and maybe thought about making a push there, but hey, they lost that max super early in the round already.
Right now, Revenant, they're also looking for whatever angles they can get. Ooh, Sanikama also has the Sprout Hypercharge. The Hypercharge itself is not really good here, but he'll still use it, get some extra damage on Sergeant, because why not? Ooh, through the wall, but there's still an entire AoE on the ground. This could be the win. Slow-mo replay, everyone's blocked off, and in the poison, and the kill from Sanikama to get them a game win. What is this sign?
I just can't read that, sorry. I mean, you guys are gonna think this through if you try and send us a message. But I tell you what, Oishi Gohan sending a message to Revenant here. It is a composition that is very powerful. If they can play together, they can run it up, and of course multiple people can be caught in that slow-mo replay. Revenant Esports had nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go except perhaps to another set. Or just finish it out right now. Early takedown on a Kenji. That's disastrous. Sergeant's blocked off on the bottom left. He got a super at least. That's pretty money for the next round. But now it's the same game. Sanikama, isolate Minmi, get a super for free. Mira might also look to get it, but an easy takedown to Sergeant would be valuable. It's 3v2, still winnable for Revenant Esports, but it's very unlikely.
I know it sounds crazy. I think Sergeant was trying to sneak into the bush, but undetected. I'm not sure. Okay, wall blown up. There might be something here. Immediately the montage comes out of Snapdragon. Hedges well from Sanikama, forces Sergeant away to lick his wounds.
Okay, Sergeant now approaching once again. Now from the bottom side, Sanikama has the Hypercharge. Ideally saving it for next round and just going ahead and winning this one. Snapdragon's also looking for cover. Sanikama makes some artificial cover out of Moon Rocks. And Mira's just trying to dodge the shot from Minmi, who has his Hypercharge blocked off on the top right. Sanikama needs to stay alive so he can recover the wall. Sergeant has the super. He's just going to run into the poison, and same goes for Minmi. They have abilities on abilities stacked for the next round, but they are just 1 round loss away from going to a set 4.
We have that Bell Hypercharge up, so the super will be tracking targets a little more anyway. That could be crucial. Land that on the Buster and you're in good shape. We saw that happen a couple of times. And yeah, decent time to start to lay some nest eggs here. There it is, wall broken open once more. Immediately forced the super out of Gohan Oishi. This is dangerous. Sanikama's down already.
Starcraft has just got to go for it. Maybe get a super, maybe get some damage is all he can go for. He's completely split off from his teammate on the top side fighting the 1v2. Sergeant also has some thoughts of going down for Snapdragon. Mira is equipped with the super to use in the next round. He just wants to deny that to Sergeant if he can. Sergeant's actually quite close to dying. It's an easy kill for Minmi. Snapdragon's the only one that remains. If anything, he'd like to not feed that super to Kenji. He's looking for poison, and thankfully for him, it has spawned just now. Kenji gets no hits. Still a round victory for Revenant Esports. So now we're seriously tied up. 1 more round victory for Revenant Esports, and they go on to the semis.
No walls to hide behind anymore, though. Outside of these ones, I suppose, at the time. There's always more walls to hide behind. Who am I kidding? Remember, that Hypercharge means that Shelly Super is a bit wider. That's a scary prospect here, especially if you're grouped up together. All getting knocked back for that time and taking a ton of damage if Sergeant can time it right. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Once more. We are little golems in the bushes, waiting for our precious to come close enough to snatch up.
Question is really, who is the precious? I feel like Minmi might be the easiest target for them to take down. Kenji is just going to play this at long range so he can get an easy super. Perhaps onto Sanikama is the lowest health target on the opposing team. Doesn't really have much counterplay versus his pull, besides maybe using a super to push him out of the way. Snapdragon's going to go for it down the bottom side. Hypercharge popped. And Sanikama's looking for the kill. No kills just yet. Hypercharge is popped all over the place. First to go down looks to be Sanikama, but in fact it's Snapdragon, then Sanikama,
this is so
Mira.
good.
They fall like dominoes in a chain, and Revenant Esports close it out.
Man, they really, over multiple rounds, Revenant had to plan this out. They basically give up the first round entirely. They say, we're just going to build super for our for our Shelly and just knock some of these walls out. Like, let's just get this set up for the next couple of rounds. So they take a fat L there, come back in the second round. It is quite close, but eventually not so close at all. That hypercharge, that double barrel from the Shelly is pretty devastating. It really interrupts your all-in attempts, and it comes with a ton of damage. I think they were trying to isolate Kenji down there at the bottom of the map, but he was able to stay safe and return a little later on with that bouncing damage against a clumped up ball of death in the form of Gohan Oishi.
This is one of those moments where I'll also go back and correct myself. Yeah, there was wall break. I said there was no wall break because Shelly's such an unorthodox brawler to bring into a map like this. Usually it's something like Colt, Brock, you know, like something normal, but leave it to Sergeant to be able to clutch out the Shelly. This is a good moment from Gohan Oishi, though. We got to see what happens with his comp on a good day, but see, that's why it's a cheese comp. It works versus people that don't know what to do against it, and Revenant Esports, I think they had a stroke of brilliance in putting Sergeant on this Shelly. Sergeant, it took him a while to warm up, and by a while, I mean literally just one game for him to figure out, okay, so while they go to that corner, I'm just going to pop clay pigeons and get my super for free. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that, man. Break open your walls, and what are you going to do from there?
The draft is really interesting because there are lots of other brawlers that have wall break, right? You can play Brock on a map like this, yeah? You can knock some of those walls out, of course. You can do it with a gadget. You can, throw that super down. But you also have the ability in Shelly to deny the all-in with that super. And I don't think it's ever been picked before. Yeah, 0% pick rate coming into this game. But it kind of does a lot of what you need against this death ball, this grouped up, rather tanky composition of Gohan Oishi. So looks kind of weird to us, but looking back, as hindsight is always 20/20, it looked pretty potent in that scenario.
This is why the winners stay winning, is because they're able to think laterally like this. They're not just adhering to the tier list and looking at what everyone else is doing. They have a stroke of brilliance like this in picking Shelly as a last pick, which seems so unusual and in most places is not a very good brawler anymore. But here was pretty much the special sauce that they needed to counter this entire comp.
Now, if you follow the masses over on event.brawlstars.com, you'd be very happy right now. You would have a correct prediction. Get your predictions in, follow along with the show and with us to win yourself some great in-game swag. We'll be back, of course, with our quarterfinal number 4, actually, after a quick word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're bringing Kenny back after a short break there as we got to see Revenant show us some unorthodox compositions to overcome a very plucky opponent in Oishi Gohan. What have you been up to, Kenny? What's the street saying? You know what I mean? Have you seen the B stream at all? Seen what's happening in the other games? Where you been?
Yeah, How and Angelic actually was turning out to be a great match. Last I checked, it was 1-2 in favor of Angelic, the lower bracket team. I was really impressed with them, especially in their third set. It was gym grab, some really nasty Jesse turret plays. Leon being a menace, like you guys mentioned multiple times. He's showing up a ton in the band stage right now. I think he's one of the better brawlers in the game, especially with that hypercharge. So might see a little bit of an upset there with Angelic.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Of course, you can check that out over on our B stream. And of course, that semi-final number 3 will also be occurring there. We have to reset ourselves, though, and focus on this next quarter-final. Crazy Raccoon versus Optimus Primes. Ready, set. Again, this is another situation. We often have them in our monthly finals. We have a very known name, and we have a plucky upstart team looking to make an impact.
Pretty much. I mean, tell it like it is. Crazy Raccoon, they don't need much of an introduction, but okay, like formality, we'll talk about him. Tensai, Moya.
It's our job, Simon.
So, you know, Coach Rely in the back end, they placed to top 4 at Worlds. I mean, this is a fantastic looking team. They weren't able to bring home the consecutive trophy that they were looking to. Tensai wasn't able to do it for a 3rd time in a row and pull off the absolute crazy move, but they no doubt have their eyes set on the prize. And of course, it all starts here.
Absolutely. I mean, Moya, Shitampo, Tensai. I think it was pretty shocking to see them fall against that Zeta Division team in Jönköping last year. Kenny, I don't think anybody doubted that they were a top contender in the world, but I think people were surprised to see how Europe was able to rise up and maybe that East Asian region not quite as dominant as they were before. Now with APAC coming together, this team has a chance to re-establish its dominance and re-establish its claim to the throne of Kings of Brawl.
There's a real tone setter to be set this month for these guys. They can really prove to themselves no matter what the situation, and all things considered, they lost 3-2 in the semifinals last year, so I still consider them to be true blue bloods of Brawl Stars. It's hard to beat these guys, the history they have, the accolades that they have, and I think grabbing another monthly final is not out of the realm of possibility. The other team's going to have a ton of work here in the monthly finals. I think these guys have a lot to prove this year.
Let's have a look at their opponents. Optimus Primes, Tenmazuha, Troya, and Vex turning up here, able to make their way through, of course, not only the Championship Challenge, but the monthly qualifiers to stand amongst the top 8 teams in the APAC region. Now, ready, tough to sometimes gain information about these teams in advance. To what degree do you think this roster could challenge a juggernaut like Crazy Raccoon?
Oof, I mean, look, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but we're looking at Crazy Raccoon versus Octopus Primes. Now, these are not unfamiliar names in the region. We've seen Tenma, Troy, Vex around, especially Tenma in Troy. It should be some better-known names if you are avid Brawl Stars watchers in general, not just APAC watchers. But versus a team like Crazy Raccoon, it's going to take some crazy drafts. And as we saw in our first quarterfinal, sometimes good drafts simply aren't enough. You have to outskill your opponent in a big way, too.
It's a great point. We kind of saw that a little bit, right? A strong composition picked up in our first game by Gohan Oishi, and they managed to take a couple rounds as a result of that. But that sort of experience, a veterancy of their opponents won out. We might expect to see that be the case here. I feel like Crazy Raccoon definitely favored as a roster, and again, probably pretty hungry to get back to the top of the game, get back to the top of the table here. Ready, we'll catch up with you on the other side of this game. But Kenny, I'm going to ask you anyway, but I kind of expect you to echo Reddy's sentiments here. This is absolutely yet another David and Goliath game.
For sure. And I mean, like Reddy said, these guys aren't new around the block. When APAC joined together, these guys, some of the names you'll know from Rising Sun SCA, which is a very successful team last year. It just wasn't to the level, say, of some of these other teams, you know, not one of the world-renowned teams. And, you know, none of those guys, unfortunately, have 1 to 2 world championships. That's just the level of pedigree that Crazy Raccoon has. So I think calling them a David and Goliath situation is so perfect. It's not like Octopus Primes, also great name, by the way. It's hard to let yourself down with a name like that.
So based.
hard to let yourself down with a name like that, but I get where the community's coming from here. 94 to 6. I don't know if I've seen that big a vote in a long time, and I think in fairness, if there's one team that deserves it in their quarterfinal matchup this month, it's probably these guys.
Again, everybody mostly expecting Crazy Raccoon to make it all the way through. This is actually not the first time that these two teams have played against each other. Octopus Prime were beaten by Crazy Raccoons in the monthly qualifiers, so they have a bit of a read here, and as an underdog team, it's pretty easy to get information and access, you know, VODs and, you know, streams, of course, of this Crazy Raccoon team. If your coaches, if you have them, have an opportunity to start to look at tendencies and maybe ways to unravel them. But they got beaten pretty badly. It was a 2-0, a bit of a sweep here. Crazy Raccoon looking to put them away for good for this month. Doesn't mean they can't come back next month. You know what I mean. Put them away
Exactly. I mean, there is familiarity, but the same goes for Crazy Raccoon as well. So I think it's going to take a lot here for the side of Octopus Primes to come out on top on this one. But we do see some very familiar bans here. Get used to seeing Angelo in the ban stage. I expect him to be the most banned possibly this entire month globally. And on this map specifically, Nani's in a great spot in the game right now. We just saw what Sprout can do and how much of a nuisance Sprout could be in that last match that you all had the privilege of casting. So I'm okay with seeing him miss this one. I could take one off from Sprout after that performance.
Miko was the other ban for Crazy Raccoon. For those that are wondering, of course, the fact that he can chill in a bush and then explode and basically annihilate you, take your ammunition away, take your faith away, take your confidence, take everything, your wallet, keys, you name it. And we won't be seeing that one here on Knockout. Now, these two teams, again, very reasonable bans, I think, from Octopus Prime as well. Seeing the gene go away, we just know that there's like almost a sense of inevitability about a good gene towards the end game, whether it's in a critical round or in any round, really, if he's able to build that super. Magic Hand is just not the kind of variance you want to deal with.
Yeah, I think there's a few good shouts there too. And Miko, one of the ones we couldn't see the image of, but Miko can be really frustrating to play against on this map. I think Miko is somebody that is definitely not going to be the easiest for casuals like myself or anybody that's just picking up on a daily basis, but I think Miko can really shine into some of the squishier brawlers. He's calculated. If you play him right, he can be really good. And he jumps out of frame with his super. There's nothing you can do. He's just going to land right on top of you and go for the follow-up kills. So I think Miko can bring a lot of value. It makes sense why at a professional level, why we might see him banned versus maybe somebody like me who's just showing in Mythic.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on teams that let that through. We kind of saw what it was able to do in that previous round. I mean, Magic Puffs is just... it is very, very good here. So we're squaring up now in this first quarterfinal. Octopus Prime, based gods themselves, going up against Crazy Raccoon, real-life gods of Brawl. That team again, who I would say top 4 is not nearly good enough for them. You can see it on their faces last year as they left the stage in Yonshaping. Absolutely furious, I think, with that result. Let's jump in here as our first round. Let's kick off Bell's Rock.
A little Brock action on the bottom left-hand side. Sharpshooter and Piper, and on the other end, of course, we're going to see Bonnie and Byron. This is actually a combination when watching scrims that I've seen APAC whip out quite a few times here. Byron and Bonnie, of course, a couple brawlers that got touched in the balance changes for the better, so it makes sense that a region that historically has played this brawler so much now adds it with a tanky Bonnie, has the sharpshooter capabilities. I actually really like this combo.
Yeah, I mean, Bonnie's now hitting harder with that main attack, and also the supercharge rate has increased, so those all-in moments more available to you here, but Vex is getting collapsed on Chitampo. Feel like he's playing with his food here. Poppin available. We're going to blow up that little triangular section of wall and really open up the map for Tensai. Yeah, Vex immediately feels the burn.
A strong start here. 3 brawlers standing tall, and it's just Meg with a pea shooter, not even a robot to show for. We're just going to go into the fog. Troy can see the writing on the wall. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon with an opening round, but I do think there was a lot to task there. I think Vex is really going to have to start hitting some shots. Whoever Byron is powering up with heals really has to pop off for this combination to work, because Byron himself just isn't going to do that lethal damage you're looking for.
No, and Bonnie has a 25% win rate on this particular map. She has struggled over the last few weeks to really have an impact, so Vex needs to hope they can buck that trend. Moya's taking a lot of space aggressively here, Kenny, so much so that even the Meg can't get involved.
Yeah, this is a difficult spot to be in. Moya, Satampo, and Tensai just hunkering down by this healing station. They can just take their time, hit their shots, and make sure they're staying plenty healthy as a result. Byron's just kind of the source of that for the other side. Does have a super in hand, is powering up the teammates, but if you're not getting the damage necessary or charging up those supers, it's not going to matter too much. It's all hands on deck right now for Octopus Primes, though. They do have 3 supers, so if they want to make a turnaround here, this fog closing in is going to be their opportunity.
Those bricks that Octopus Primes are hiding behind are unbreakable, so Chitampo can't walk up there and pop in a way to take them out. Tensai can't remove them with a gadget either. Here they come, though! Oh my goodness! Vex trying to get away, has to use the super to escape, but Troy's in trouble, and the gas eventually creeps in to claim the last of the Octopus Primes. A very strong showing in that particular round here from Crazy Raccoon, and we are not surprised. They had the map control, they had the positioning, they had the pressure, they had it all.
They can simply do no wrong. It's interesting, too. Qualifiers data shows that this combination of Byron and Bonnie, not necessarily the best. So this is a little bit of a bold call, but I think those are the kind of bold calls you kind of have to do when you're an underdog going against Crazy Raccoon, going against such a tenured team. And already, Satapo showing off some mechanics here. A big pop-off from Piper on that right-hand din, looking for one more on Vex, who's just going to have to back away from now. And without their valuable healer, this just got significantly harder for the red roster.
Again, having Byron against a healer like Pam can be helpful, right? Valet's cutting the healing effects can give you windows, but it's a little marginal at this point, I think, especially if you can't hold your own when it comes to shooting. Troya is in deep trouble. They are now wielding a Pew shooter and will be brought to heal awfully quick.
Yeah, it's just a tough look here for Octopus Primes. Not a lot to be done, not really fragging out whatsoever. In a game mode where kills are quite literally everything, they got to put some on the board here. They got to put CR in an awkward spot, but CR are unfortunately just some mechanical gods. They are not missing shots. They're going to be taking these long-range looks and going to be connecting here. We've seen Satapo pop off quite a few times, and already this open right-hand side is going to allow them to put some pressure. Piper is going to be absolutely lethal from this long distance.
Oh, what a beautiful sideline to have available to you, Vex. Not a fast brawler by any stretch. Doesn't hit particularly hard either. It's the consistency that you want from Bonnie. But my goodness, the homemade recipe takes Vex awfully low. Tenma has to just give direct healing to the Bonnie to keep her in the fight.
This is such an interesting perspective here, too. It's going to be one of the most popular comps versus something on OP that need to stand out and be different in a positive way. Vex with a perfectly timed jump, though, going to make that connection. And a big turnaround here, too. It's just a lone Moya here. One healing station and one brawler. And just going to go into the fog for now. Doesn't want to charge up any additional supers. So all of a sudden, a little life here from a red roster.
Do we like to see that from Octopus Prime's supers, though? Not to hand right now. Moira again will just deploy another healing turret, meaning the 10 side can play just that little more aggressively. Satapo also going to play around that. It's an unbreakable L-shaped wall, so that healing turret is going absolutely bloody nowhere unless there's what? A Byron super? Yeah, forget about it.
Yeah, that thing's staying up for a long time. I mean, they got a Bonnie dive in. They're going to have to swing a baseball bat with Meg. It's going to take something special, so that's a huge advantage, especially with that indestructible wall as well. That's going to be sticking around for a long, long time. Not to mention, too, Satapo has a way to get in and out of Harry's situation, so if he wants to get a little aggressive like you see there, going to be hitting a couple taps. Vex forced to charge up and now back off as well. CR with this healing station with connected shots are going to have such great positioning when this storm starts to close in.
At some point, there has to be an all-in from Octopus Primes, but doing that on top of a healing turret sounds absolutely unhinged. They need to find some pressure. You see that's what's happening now. Troy is giving up a lot of their HP in order to get closer to Moya, but they missed the super swing. Vex has the super out of there. Oh, Octopus Primes are cooked. Here it is, Moya coming forward now. Scrap Sucker, I think that was. Troya absolutely stuck there looking on, and eventually the mini-meg will be taken down, and Crazy Raccoon get the job done.
I was hoping the best for Mini Meg there, but once that healing station went to a more aggressive state, once they put in that top left one instead, and Bonnie was forced to use a super to jump away, you knew it was a nightmare. It was over at that moment. Crazy Raccoon just staying disciplined, taking care of business, just doing the things that we expect them to do, right? These guys are veterans. They know what they're doing. And not to mention, too, they drafted a very safe, solid, and winning-proven comp. And on the other end, they went for something a little more out there, which I respect, which I've seen in practices across APAC scrims, but at the end of the day, sometimes you just gotta go with what you know, and Crazy Raccoon didn't have to reinvent the wheel there at all.
It definitely feels like Byron can't interact, or at least like hamper the healing of Pam nearly enough for it to be justified here, right? I like the fact you can provide that direct healing, but that's using up your ammunition on a teammate and not a foe.
Yeah, it's hard. I go back and forth because I want to see new brawlers. I want to see new strategies incorporated. But at the end of the day, if they're not successful, it's not going to work out. So I think Octopus Primes went for it, didn't go their way that time. And also in a mode that promotes so much aggression, that forces you to get up close to your enemies, to hit shots. Byron is somebody that I think is fine. Good state right now. Definitely somebody that I feel is a little more balanced after these balance changes. But at the same time, when you're going into the likes of somebody like Piper, who's just going to be so heavy hitting, I just don't know if you can keep up with that firepower.
Is it Troya? They're trying to go for a super swing in Meg. It does good damage in fairness, but just not nearly enough. Combine that, I guess, with Byron Super, and all of a sudden you're starting to cook a little bit more, but you have to go all in. You have to get awfully close. Bonnie is just a head scratcher for me. I think I understand the premise of it there, but you never have enough health to dive. You're getting poked down, and you're often just getting blown up as soon as you turn up, especially if, God forbid, you get scrap sucked as you try and actually go in with that close range damage. She does hit harder now, and she does build that super a little bit easier, but more often than not, I saw the Bonnie jumping out and not in.
Yeah, that's part of it though, right? If you're not using your supers for aggression and you're using them for defense, you're not getting kills. It all kind of adds up. It's these little plays that go a long ways. And even in the moments where they finally charged up those supers, they got punished by Crazy Raccoon. I just think I really liked the combination of that Piper and Pam just working together, the healing going down. Somebody who's a little squishier now, Piper, like Reddy mentioned earlier, can really be taken down with really heavy hitting shots. I mean, that little HP difference is a big deal. So I think having the extra heals, having the safety mechanism in that healing station really added up. I just think it resulted in a safe, easy, Crazy Raccoon victory. Not to mention too, these guys are not going to miss shots. It's just the way the world works. Crazy Raccoon hit their shots. They're mechanical gods. They're going to have to keep doing something special, I think, on the other end. So I respect that they went for it. That just wasn't the one.
We're off to a bit of an all-star map here on Hot Zone. It's going to be Dueling Beetles. Again, a map characterized again by that singular hot zone on the two enclosed areas at north and south that teams often basically spam throwers if they possibly can. Again, with your most popular brawlers here being Larry and Laurie, of course, Lou with that hypercharged star power, basically just locking people in place instantly. And Tick is so good for that consistent damage. And again, Tick Super is very good against throwers, right? So pretty effective if you're expecting your opponents to follow that same line of thinking. Pam going to be locked in here. You'll expect Tensai to try and deploy the healing turret at the bottom of that hot zone here. Try and keep it protected from throwers and push them off and out of range of it.
Here comes the Byron again, too. This is actually one of the maps I saw Byron practice most, surprisingly. And as a result, really good brawler for the other side in Crazy Raccoon. They're going to grab Miko as well, though. Okay, a little back and forth here. Miko is somebody that I haven't seen a ton on this map, so I'm interested to see in how they use it. I feel like Tensai is going to have to be an aggressor here, and they're going to be using Satampo and Moya to kind of hunker down, drop a healing station, and similar to what we saw in the game mode before, but this time it's going to help them stay in the mid on point. And already, just like that, 12% being charged up for Crazy Raccoon. So once Moya gets a healing station, that's going to help him out. But as a result, Jesse has that bounce shot too. So I do think there's a few counter abilities here coming in for Octopus Primes that I actually do kind of like.
Oh, the threat of the Miko is real. Tensai gets caught out. Vex able to get the self-heal there even after the slow came in for the Miko. Troya now able to move up. Constant pressure from Shitampo here. And again, if they have the sort of spider gadget, which is possible, that's very good at sort of forcing people away and out of position. Tensai got blown up again. Tenma's getting a lot of value here when they can move up. Eventually, though, they get caught by Shitampo. 29% though for Octopus Primes are in the lead, and those spiders were short-lived.
Shut down immediately too. I love Amber just for the consistent tapping that she can do, but now they've got this healing station in perfect position. They need some positioning as well on the side for the red roster. If they can get strong lead, get the middle of the map, and have a Jesse turret down with a future hypercharge, if they can hopefully get there, that's the opportunity for them. But right now, it's the Tampo's the one with the hypercharge. It's Moya with positioning. They shut down any signs of Octopus Primes taking over, and now Miko's just cycling in supers. This is getting out of hand quick.
A lot of damage. The Byron's looking much better here with that sort of hybrid thrower element of his super can come into play a bit more. Still not much you can do about the healing turret behind the unbreakable wall as per usual. And Tensai again emerges from the bushes. Look out for that hypercharge here from Shitampo. Not only, of course, you're going to get the cocoon, but 3 spiderlings that spawn off of it. Still, though, against this composition, Amber especially, it's very hard to keep those little pets alive or get them close enough to do the damage. Vex is diving. I love this strat against anyone, really. The Pam or the Miko. Just throw super down, get that healing and damage, give yourself a big HP lead, but that turret is hitting hard. Shitampo is going to be forced off the point. CR, though, are up to 82%.
And now they've got a very healthy turret on the left-hand din, and Troya can keep healing it up a little bit too, so the boosted HP is going to make that thing stick around. Essentially, they have a 4th brawler here, and now they're getting neck and neck in terms of percentage on this hot zone as well. This might actually come down to the wire, and if anything, might be in favor of the red roster.
Octopus Prime's getting out into the lead now. This Byron is so oppressive. Once more, Shitampo falling here. Tenma throwing the super down. Oil covering the map. Moya steps up, and Octopus Primes with a really impressive composition take away this first round.
Much more evenly matched, and I think not nearly as out there of a composition. There's actually some things that work out in their favor. The second we see Pam on that draft, immediately, I think Jesse, if they can get in positioning and have Scrappy in a solid state pressed up against enemy walls, or just in a spot there where they have that hypercharge and a 9,000 some odd HP turret, it adds a fourth brawler. Not to mention they get Vex in here, as Byron didn't work out in that last one. This time around, it seems to be working a little bit better. Amber going to be able to pierce through those spiders. Jesse able to pierce through those spiders. I think those little things add up to give Octopus Primes a little bit of a favor in that sense. At the end of the day, though, it only gave them about a 14% win, so they're definitely going to be fighting for another game here.
Miko, so risky, and also gets absolutely trolled by Byron just throwing super at the ground with the right timing. That last part, though, is important. It'll be very, very hard to actually hit Miko when he's jumping at you, and catch him when he's got his feet on the ground and is actually vulnerable. Again, Tensai tries for the gadget slow. Gets absolutely nuked by Tenma.
Oh. And now they're in this position that I was referencing earlier. We've got Scrappy on the right-hand side with 9,900 HP, can be healed with Jesse. Again! On to Satampo, and now they have 50+%, and Amber Gadget going down, and CR are stuffed in the back of their spawn.
Tensai can't get anything done. There's no sustain on the actual zone for the Miko if there's not a healing turret in play, and often Tensai's playing away from that anyway. Look at this. Jumping in, and Provex has the timing once more, turns around and blows the mischievous monkey up. Finally, Shitapo able to find something, but we're already at 88 and counting, Kenny.
And this is looking worse and worse. I mean, finally CR starting to expand a little bit, but Tensai shut down by the Amber Gadget. Vex there to heal, and the red roster standing firm in mid. A dominant game number 2, and after heavy criticism from me in game number 1, that draft was a significant step up from Octopus Primes. I'm really impressed with that one.
Tell me, how are Crazy Raccoon supposed to get rid of that big Jesse turret? Like, what, how? Even especially when it gets healed, right? Like, this is no way.
Yeah.
There's no way the Miko has a star power that does more damage to deployables. Like, this is not happening.
Yeah, spoiler alert, I don't think with the composition that Crazy Raccoon drafted that they really had any way to deal with Jesse. I'll be honest, I think the Mikos on paper, it looks good, right? You get these individual matchups, but at the end of the day, it's a team game. I don't think it necessarily was something that I loved, and I think some of the criticism that Crazy Raccoon have gotten in the past and more recent history is some of these weird moments where we get some weird drafts. It was actually on that map in particular that they got a lot of criticism on at the World Finals when they lost to Zeta Division for just not picking something that was the best. And I think right there, maybe it's the map. I don't know what it is, but I just feel like Octopus Primes ended up with a better draft, and the results kind of showed it.
I mean, like, it's a great pick, obviously, the Miko with Tensai. Very powerful. But again, here, like, often you're trying to chase. I love that hypercharge from Troya to have the move speed to get away outside of Tensai's jump range, because Tensai does not have the gadget that gives him a longer first jump. You cannot do anything to catch the Jesse there.
Yeah, and once Scrappy's just stationed, it's an extra brawler on the field, essentially. And somebody like Tensai, not really going to be able to deal with that super quickly. I mean, Pam not going to have the highest DPS, and especially from a distance, you know, Pam's shot's not going to shred through a turret, especially one like you see there, 9,900 HP with that hypercharge. Jesse is in a strong spot in the—
it's like a Daryl.
Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it. When you compare it to another brawler, this is a mini Frank with, you know, some extra range on it. It's something that could be healed as well. I just think Jesse is in such a strong spot. They pick Pam and then Jesse immediately into it from the other side, which is honestly, I think, a pretty fair matchup for somebody like Jesse, who I believe to be honestly that one of her strongest maps in the game right now. I just feel like Octopus Primes kept it simple that time. They got a nice draft going their way, and as a result, the Titans of this region, presumably in Crazy Raccoon, are now tied up with somebody from, you know, SEA who didn't quite make Worlds last year.
Let me remind everybody, but these two teams played in the monthly qualifiers, and it was a wash, a 2-0 win for Crazy Raccoon. But Octopus Primes, they've been cooking. They've been in the lab, and they've come out with something pretty good, compositionally at least, on dueling Beetles, but now we're going to move on. Bridge Too Far coming up here, another map that these two teams played on. It was not close, again, in those monthly qualifiers here, so that's something that our Octopus Primes are going to have to overcome.
This is a map, too, where I immediately think more of the sharpshooter kind of representation. And Crazy Raccoon are going to hit shots. We saw it in that set number 1 on Knockout. If we give them a Piper, a Nani, those kinds of brawlers, it's going to be really tough. I mean, these guys are the best in the business. So this is one that I'm a little worried for Octopus Primes. I think they're going to have to play their cards right, maybe get a good draft going. And this might be one of those where they're forced to kind of get in the lab, like you said, and cook a little bit. And sometimes the experiment's going to work out. Sometimes it's not. So I'm curious to see what kind of direction they go here in our ban and pick stage.
Excuse me. Pit stop is actually the map here. I want to know also that we see Barley and Sprout both banned, like longer range throwers here. They might be trying to angle for a dynamite pick here. Obviously very powerful, albeit shorter range brawler. And Rico's a very popular pick on this map.
I was going to say, given the ban stage here, it makes a lot more sense that we're getting something like Pit Stop. Edgar going to actually show up very well here. I think into squishier brawlers, it can go really well. This is an interesting kind of strategy from Crazy Raccoon. I would say outside of Edgar, this is not necessarily a Pit Stop or Heist kind of pick. This is directly to counter the BB on the other end. They have Cordelius, who's going to be one of the best out there in terms of countering those tanks. A shotgun brawler like Shelly is going to eradicate somebody like BB. I feel like do pretty solid to somebody like Bonnie, too, who can't get a quick kill, especially when in the cannon form. But Rico can be a real threat here. Edgar, though, going to counter him in an individual matchup. So I feel like on paper, a lot of one-on-one interactions should go Crazy Raccoon's way.
So better draft theoretically here for Crazy Raccoon. I did like Cordelius also, and just taking someone out of the fight, especially if the Bonnie's all inning, you just hit them with super, pull them into the Shadow Realm and make it impossible for them to damage your turret. Also, go into the Shadow Realm and walk across the map, pop out in front of the enemy safe and go to town. But Moya getting punished here with that short range. Vex even gets a couple swings at the safe, and Shitapo blown to smithereens on the right. This is dangerous.
They've done a great job of focusing Sutampo, who's somebody who's going to be able to get to the other end easiest, and now as a result, Octopus Primes are going to be in positioning. They're just going to send Edgar again, though. They're going to be relentless with that, but on the other end, Troy landing. Moya going to be trading out as well. A misconnection there, so Vex still going to be a nuisance here in the bushes. It's been a little bit of a back and forth right now in terms of a base race at the top of our screen here. Sutampo going to be keeping it up on that high safe, and now they're going to have to deal with CR in position.
Yeah, that's our quarterfinal 3 at the bottom. If you wanted to know how that was going along, Moya dangerous. Troya rather picks him off. Beautiful stuff. Chitapo's going to be there, though, as Troya emerges from the shadows. Vex getting a lot of free damage here, and Crazy Raccoon are a little behind. Eventually, the Interloper BB is brought down. You can see that Chitapo had to commit to the safe, give up his life, and still find Crazy Raccoon behind on percentage.
Moya with a hypercharge in his back pocket, though. The ultimate removal of a hypercharge from somebody like BB on the other end, but this time going to use it for Rico. Gets the...
Here we go.
Now a second one being popped. Each in going at it here. It's a race on all fronts right now with a slight lead to Crazy Raccoon. The defense successful, and more importantly, the offense for Crazy Raccoon prevails. It's going to be a game victory for the blue side.
I mean, at some point, you just take your Redka, smash your hypercharge, and dive on in. Get that pressure down on the safe. It's pretty scary. Again, your reload speed increases after, you use your super with hypercharge. So you just go to town on that safe, and we saw it went from about 28% to 0 in seconds.
They were able to delete that safe so quickly. But once again, we're going to see Sutampo charge up that super real quickly. This time, though, going to be using it to defend against Troya, which I actually really like that decision. Now it's a 3v1, whereas before you could have gotten a trade, maybe a few percentages on that high safe, but probably wouldn't have been worth it. So I think that was a very good heads-up play there from them. Moya, though, the biggest battle he's going to be faced is using his range, getting up close to the enemies and trying to charge that super. But once he's getting it cycled, like you just saw there at the bottom of your screen, he's going to be a real threat. And Sutampo, a major one as well. Tens was really struggling
free damage
with that.
I mean, Temma can't do anything about this. Look at everything being used, the gadget even being popped as well. Moya, I think it was a gadget used there on the safe there, a little bit of extra deeps, I feel that. Now Crazy Raccoon are in a very, very strong position. That hypercharge is available on the Edgar. We might be starting to cycle some of these supers.
Yeah, that hypercharge is going to be a real indicator. This could be all but over. Dives in, gets the first, looking for a second grab. Somehow they still haven't taken him down yet either. He's just punching away on this heist.
He's auto-waving the safe.
Down. He's still alive too, has another super in hand, going to dive in. Bonnie looking
okay.
Barely gets the last punch off. What a showing there from Edgar.
That was scary stuff. Hard landing is a star power. Interesting.
Yeah, I noticed that. Interesting call. Not sure how to feel about that one, but it worked out. So wins.
I guess you want more damage on the super drop. I'm not really sure. Either way, normally fisticuffs is the go-to star power there. But hey, look, we won't take anything away from the way that draft played out, the way the brawlers were selected, because again, that all-in potential is absolutely terrifying. I like the defensive applications on Cordelius on this map, and you saw it multiple times. Moya just takes an aggressor, someone who's trying to all-in the safe, out of the fight entirely.
I felt like Crazy Raccoon really did just have one brawler that they drafted, Edgar, of course, in particular, to be the guy that's going to dive onto the Heist safe at all costs. A constant pressure being applied from him. And on the other end, Moya and Shelly are the ultimate defense. Shelly's going to be a direct counter into somebody like BB, who's not going to be able to deal with that shotgun brawler very well. Cordelius is able to remove whatever piece from the map that he wants. He dictates how this game plays out. So I think they all had very specific roles, and it was a lot to handle for Octopus Primes. Again, Bonnie's somebody a little newer to the meta. I don't think she's really proven herself. The data in the qualifiers showed that she didn't necessarily. So unless something changes here, I think this may be the way, or maybe a brawler that they have to avoid. It just hasn't worked out so far today.
You can see here, Eshitampo with so much agency when that super is available. And then we saw this. We are just auto-aiming at that safe there, getting a bunch of free damage. Tenma, Moya just sidesteps that super quite comfortably here. Gadget shot onto the safe. It's already down to 38%. Shitampo here at this point says, okay, let's do that again. Dive in one more time, get the job done. Very straightforward stuff here for Crazy Raccoon, but a very solid showing. That's what we want to see on these Heist maps here. They knew exactly what the game plan was. They had all-in potential, but like you pointed out, they also had contingency with defensive brawlers to make it hard for BB to step forward.
I think that was a big step up compared to the draft that we saw in set number 2 from them too. And, you know, that's part of it. If you have a better draft, you're usually winning. Obviously, mechanics are huge, but I do feel like compared to that set number 2, that was more of what I'm used to seeing from some Pro Brawl Stars players like these guys. Some brilliant players, some great minds. They put together, they take care of business, and now we're going to be buckling up for a set number 4 where Octopus Primes are really going to have to do something special here. This is Shooting Star. This is more along the lines of what I was saying before. This is a long-range map where the Pipers, the Nannies, the sharpshooters of the world have a heyday. And if there's some players on one side that I would be more fearful of over anybody in the world, it is possibly Crazy Raccoon with those brawlers in hand.
Yeah, and you know, their opponents might pick Bonnie again for God knows what reason and put themselves in a bit of a tough spot here. Here come the picks. Bell locked away first, of course. This, man, really potent to set up nest egg around the map. Obviously Punish grouping up, and man, if there's any tanky brawlers getting picked into this, your mark is extremely potent.
Bell, a very safe one off the rip, and of course adding a hypercharge to her kit more recently. I think Angelo for me is somebody that we're going to have to see banned on this map pretty much every time. In a pro player's hands where he can one-shot a ton of brawlers, he's speedy, he's quick, he's lethal. There's a lot of great things to our Angelo, not to mention he can heal himself as well. It's the ultimate pro player brawler, so I think having that removed is a huge deal, especially considering Octopus Primes didn't have that first overall selection. They removed the Piper as well, so there are going to be some good picks still available to them though. Sprout, an interesting one that gets banned here. I have actually seen a lot of Sprout and Byron be a combination for practices in this region as well. But Nani's still on the board here, so that's one that I'm definitely looking forward to see if they draft that.
Yeah, more favored against Piper now, as we've discussed already after that nerf. And people also very powerful in securing those kills or even forcing positioning from a team that might be ahead on stars or might be wanting to try and maintain them for a little time. So, I mean, yeah, again, Piper, Nanny, Larry and Laurie also taken away because, yeah, it's very good.
They exist.
But yeah, we see a lot of Bell on this map. Brock also is definitely a brawler to go for. And I think, yeah, Nani's the best, right? In terms of that pick and win rate, you can't go past that brawler.
I think it's hard to top, especially the combination of Nani into Piper specifically, who's in a great spot in the meta right now, too. I think those are kind of the top dogs right now. Angelo, Piper, Nani, the sharpshooters that come to mind first. Bell going to be a really solid option as well, as we saw drafted there. There are some assassin-type brawlers like Leon that I like to see get in the mix here as well. And one that I'm just going to throw out into the universe in case it happens. Gus has shown up here quite a bit in APAC practices. Again, might be different on game day here, but we'll see what happens. Speaking of the homework paid off, and we see a squeak. That one, have no idea, but Morris on the other end really excites me.
I mean, look, Residue's very powerful. To be able to slow people down, Kooky Popper combines it actually, pretty well with that. Allows you to chain multiple Gus hits and get that extra bit of burst damage. And look at this, Tenside, man, so aggressive. The open lane on the right, he's already put 2 nest eggs down.
The This is going to be strong positioning for them. Now they're going to be able to taps and ooh, a tough one there. And the slowdown as well with a combination from Moya. Going to make it harder for Vex to step. Looks like the strategy that they're going for is 2 assassin brawlers in Mortis and Leon. They're going to combine this with Byron, which just seems to be something that they really like, and it's not going to work out there. He hits the trap immediately that Tensai had already placed down. Of course, in combination with several hit shots. It's going to be an easy 4-1 lead so far. Octopus Primes really haven't been able to leave their spawn yet.
Defensively as well, this Chitampo super, was that supposed to go to Moya? Maybe. Chitampo gets the Gus super shield though. Moya looks at him like, was that for me or no? Okay, let's carry on.
Will survive either way, of course, so no harm, no foul. We got a couple spooky boys on the left-hand end, too, that are going to be a real threat as well. I feel like Vex just hasn't been able to pop off. This is a combination of Octopus Primes that is a boom or bust kind of play, and right now we have yet to see a boom, but here's the first signs of opportunity. The shield for Gus, though, keeping him alive. Tensai with the follow-through shots. Mortis hadn't been able to do a thing.
Yeah, I mean, Troya as well. All of those lollipop drops getting blown up because obviously the Leon has to play within that range to be invisible, and Tensai's shots bounce. Hypercharge got used there. Vex again having a crack at it. Moya just alive, and for assurance, Chitampo throws that shield. Maybe a little prematurely here. There was no pressure headed in the Squeak's direction. Might wish he had the one back. Here comes Vex again once more. Super available. They're going to dive here. There's nowhere to go if you're Moya. Vex now putting the pressure down. Tenma does get a super, but the residue's going to slow him up and make it too hard for him to assist Vex. Nice showing here from Crazy Raccoon. Another very robust draft, very defensive, very good at dealing with this Leon and Mortis dive.
Had to hold my breath there for a second, though. They nearly made the composition pay off for those big swing kind of moments there. That's what they have to rely on. It's not a composition that's going to be able to consistently keep that lead. It's something that is going to rely on the last 15 seconds and to come out of an interaction with a win here. Vex, though, right off the rip, getting aggressive here. Looking for what? Ultimately just feeds a blue star. That one definitely not working out for the red side.
Yeah, you gotta wish you had that one back. I wonder how much ping Vex is playing. It can be very hard, right? Like, especially against these defensive brawlers to try and get the jump on people. You can't hide in any bushes because Moya is constantly checking those with those Squeak shots. So Vex has to play in the open behind walls and hope there's a chance to dive. But he has no other way of doing that, I guess, unless he has Coiling Snake, which is fine. But there's no, like, you know, Max here to speed you up. There's no Grey to teleport you into your opponent's faces here. You've kind of just got 2 legs and a heartbeat.
Yeah, it's really about relying on dodging the enemy team's shots or just popping off there. Ooh, so close. But
Chitampo shielded himself again. What a troll. Give the man the shield.
Gonna work for it. Just making his teammates work for it a little bit. Trying to make sure they prove themselves, and I think they're doing plenty of proving themselves right now. Still gonna be holding on to that 1-star lead. But yeah, I mean, just making sure you gotta protect yourself before you help others out.
Blood is trolling. He's trolling. Tensai also lost those nest eggs, so Vex dives through those, clears them up, and is still able to get rid of the belt. Despite that positive feedback shield on Tensai, constantly keeping him sort of, you know, quite durable. He does get brought down. Vex is in trouble, though. Even if you heal up, you're not getting rid of that mark, and Tensai just gets it over and done with.
Yeah, and as a Gus, too, I mean, he's getting a little aggressive onto somebody like Leon, who's finally got a super available, and they're going to have to convert with that super, too. Going sneaky here, going to be scouting out, does have that super again. We'll see if he lets it go for a teammate or just keeps him for himself here. But with
no troll.
Vex is going to have to make a move. He may very well troll, but more importantly, he's going to be looking here. He does go for it for himself. This time it actually pays off, though. Damage amplified. Dangerous. Back and forth right now. 1 up per piece, and it's going to go Crazy Raccoon's way with 1-star lead.
Really clutch there. Tensai under a lot of pressure. Pops out a hypercharge super. Guarantees the connection on that mark. And then is able to tap it once or twice to finish the kill. To keep Crazy Raccoon ahead by 1 or so star. It's pretty scary going up against that assassin composition. If you give up ground, like we often see happen by teams that are winning in Bounty, you really leave yourself open to get dove on like that. The Mortis is still a scary prospect, especially with the sustainability that having his super online can give him. You can't burst him down instantly if he can hit you with that ability. But there it is. It is a 3-2-1 as Crazy Raccoon dispatch our Octopus Primes.
I will say, as crazy and out there as that draft was, I feel like Octopus Primes played it about as good as you could. I feel like CR were kind of equipped to deal with that. They had the Gust Bubble, the Damage Amplifier. They were ready to handle some Assassins, despite on paper Mortis having some great one-on-one matchups, but they really did bring it down to the wire in 2 straight games. I believe losing by 4 in this first one here, and in the second game, literally 1 star making all the difference, a back and forth. As you see Vex dive in here, came down to about 5 seconds. Vex, not enough HP in the tank to quite get this done, and of course Tatampo respawning there, having plenty of HP with his teammates. It wasn't quite going to happen there, but in game number 2, they definitely kept it close. A lot of respect. I think this is a team that can hold their head up high, considering how decorated of a team Crazy Raccoon is.
Yeah, they super outdrafted him in that second set. I think that one is pretty straightforward. So we do have the same old Crazy Raccoon, incredibly talented individuals, just amazing brawl players. But sometimes they slurp the silly sauce when it comes to the drafts, and it can bite them.
It happens for sure, and again, maybe it's just that map. Every team's kind of got their kryptonite at times, but I am really impressed with what Octopus Primes did. I do think Crazy Raccoon meet an expectation, though. I mean, 3-1, it was a strong showing. I didn't feel like they were making tons of mistakes. We even had Tatampo having some fun and giving himself a bubble all the time. I think these guys are in a smooth sailing right now. Again, I feel like they're going to be extra motivated this year, especially considering how things ended last year. So I'd be surprised if any team took them out this month, but you never know. At least some signs of life coming in from Octopus Primes.
And there you have it, Crazy Raccoon with the win here. Event.brawlstars.com. That's where you can get your picks submitted and get yourself some tasty star drops for your account. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, more from your Brawl Stars Championship Monthly Finals, powered by, of course, the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Mike's soda.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy Mike's soda. Soda.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are back, and we have most of our quarterfinals out of the way. If you've been watching the big stream, you know they're still wrapping up on them, but we are going to move on to our first semi-final. Ready, set, good to have you with us here. Both of you guys, both you and Kenny, we'll hear from you here. Angelic, you managed to see Angelic claim victory here over Hao in a 3-2. It was a double match point scenario.
Yeah, it was really, really close there. We saw Hao start to come back. They clawed their way to a 2-2 scoreline, and then Angelic managed to win it in knockout in set number 5. I think, honestly, it was a pretty rough set overall for both of the teams, though. It was a pretty close nail-biter there in the final moments. But yes, it was one of those knockout moments where it came down to the final round.
Kenny, that said, looking back now and maybe sort of seeing what Revenant were able to show us in their quarterfinals, they did not show a lot of weakness at all. They looked quite comfortable. They didn't even have a silly draft really like Crazy Raccoon. They managed to get themselves out of that horrendous, setup where they had the Shelly and they had to break the walls down on knockout. That was drawn out, but they figured it out. A tough situation to get out of.
Yeah, a clean sweep of 3-0. Can't complain. I mean, Revenant Esports did nothing wrong. We'll see if they're a little more challenged by somebody like Angelic here, if there's any difference, or if we get the same result. I still think Revenant Esports are going to be a favorite here, considering what they did in the quarterfinals, considering what the players on this roster have done historically on their various teams. And I think that's a big reason why every single one of us are going to pick them.
Absolutely dominated, gentlemen. Obviously, Angelic, my pick, based on absolutely nothing whatsoever outside of I preferred their names here. Now, we don't know what our S1 versus Never Back Down matchup is going to look like. That is still playing out right now. NVD with the lead here. What are your thoughts, gents? How does it feel being down there?
You sound exactly like the people in my March Madness bracket, man. I just like the name. That's exactly what you sound like right now, and it's still just as frustrating.
You know what? I don't like basketball. This is my March Madness, all right? This is my chance to lord it over you guys. You know, that stuff's cool. I've seen their brackets. They look like spiders' webs. Ours, way more streamlined. It's just 8 teams. They've got cool logos. Their names make no sense, or they're just quotes from very well-known streamers, or it's Crazy Raccoon. I mean, what's there not to like about that? Like, what's Duke? What's Purdue? Like, these words don't even mean anything, bro. This is the real March Madness, boys. Okay, I mean, Reddy, I'm sure you agree with this, right? I mean, come on.
I mean, you got a team named Never Back Down and, of course, Never What is the logical following question. And we're still watching them play. The current score is 1-1, I should add. And we did see a victory with Miko and Hot Zone, which might make us question what we saw in that match where Tensai picked up the Miko and Hot Zone too.
And he fed. He entered. He absolutely fed himself up piece by piece, but that was a map where he played into a composition that was really good at dealing with him. I think people watching this seeing just how effective like the Byron is against that, for example, going, wow, I have some options now if I sort of run into that. There are such small windows to damage Miko while he's jumping at you, right? And sort of the mind games that work around sort of exploiting those brief openings are very challenging. But again, being able to super yourself and come out of that one pretty cleanly feels pretty good. Well, I don't know if we'll see that come up very much in this next game is Revenant Esports with their eyes set firmly on their first grand final showing here in the Brawl Stars Championship for APAC. It's Kenji, it's Sergeant Clash, it's Menmi. And somebody give me a reason why they shouldn't be in this grand final.
I can't give you one Uber, I'll be honest. These guys should be the favorites. Sargent is the one constant with this organization. He's somebody that popped off last year. I thought he was one of the most fun players to watch across LCQ, across Worlds. He's just somebody that always stands out. And of course, Kenji, a very renowned player. Menmi with a great history. Somebody who's on Reject in 2023, which is a phenomenal roster. These guys are some heavy hitters, man. And the other side's going to have a lot cut out for them.
I mean, we've seen a bit of Angelic. They're scrappy. They fight hard, right? But this is a different beast to the challenge that they had to face. It's Kanga, Missy, and Megu. Ready, set. This isn't even a team, Revenant, that you can bait into like bad drafts. You have to hope to draft well yourself, and I think these players are on a level of ability that will allow them to, you know, to prevail, I think, if they can really get that right. But let's have a look back at what we've seen so far. This draft was very, very good for Crazy Raccoon. This was how an Angelic in those final moments. Pretty tight gameplay here.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I really did like the draft for How here as well. You can see they come out on top to manage to win this set. In the next set, also, it was pretty tough. This draft right here for How is a one draft for me. I think the Larry from Angelic is a nice idea. Gus, he's really left behind in the meta, and I just don't think Bray really gets it done versus this comp. I mean, probably only really going to be able to pull Meg. She's the only one that gets in range, and she's such a high health target. I mean, what are you really pulling here? This is one that I want to talk about mostly. Here's Knockout, and I think we saw pretty good drafts from both sides. It was really just a skill diff, I think, for Angelic, and I saw one misplay for Killer 34 where he had some hatchlings to throw down, put them on the jump pad, and it exploded midair. And folks, when that explodes midair, it doesn't deploy any hatchlings. And versus single target brawlers like these, that is a win condition.
Able to, yeah, again, get those hatchlings out of the way, kind of limit that Charlie's effectiveness there, but you can see Angelic able to close things out there right at the end of the round. And so they're warmed up. They're ready to go. They're going to go up against their toughest challenge so far. Meki here looks cool, calm, collected. Fantastic embroidery in the background, even including a spike there. Really love how Megu set the scene in the camera background. And now they've set the stage for, again, yet another underdog clash.
Big underdog for sure, but he's got Spike watching over him, right? I think at least if you have anything, you got a little bit of Spike luck. I am impressed with some of those highlights, though. I wish we could have seen, honestly, more of that match considering how close it was, but Angelic looked like they skated through all right. I was kind of surprised with some of those drafts, too, that you mentioned, Reddy. We saw some Larry Laurie slide through. We saw Nani go through, so some more picks that would normally be bans going through, so I'm curious to see how that gets implemented here against a team like Revenant. I mean, you got to be on top of your game for the draft.
Yeah, I just really hope these don't slip through. Revenant are entirely going to capitalize on brawlers that make it through the draft, and even when the draft looks pretty stacky against them, it's like I said earlier, they're able to think laterally, think outside of the box, think outside what is the tier list right now in the meta, and picks up something good like Shelly for a last pick that enables their win versus a troll comp.
All right, gents. This is where I leave you two. You have the keys to the Rolls Royce here, so Kenny, take it away. Don't dent it!
Oh, no promises, no promises. We'll do our best, but we definitely guarantee a lot of fun in the Rolls Royce. Hopping in here to a very fun map as well, Ready. Minecart Madness. We got a little taste of this earlier. And for the players, this one's stressful, not gonna lie. But for the fans, it's a perfect blend of chaos and just another added agent here with that minecart traversing around the map. 94% of the folks at home, though, at event.brawlstars.com did end up picking Revenant. I'm honestly not surprised. This is another one where it's a known org, known players going against a team in Angelic that less familiarity of the players, less proven. So I think it makes sense, but hoping Angelic can put up a good fight here.
Oh, no doubt. I would love to see Angelic put up a good fight. Something we actually didn't get to touch on is that Angelic is an all Hong Kong roster, so they live on top of the server. What are they going to be picking here? Well, they do have last pick, so maybe they pick something more aggressive. They've already picked up the Byron to enable something of the sort if they want to, if Revenant Esports can't get some good tank counters on their side. I'll point out a brawler that I don't usually see in this region, but can be great on Minecart Madness for exactly what you mentioned earlier. There's so much going on here. Bo, when you put down the mines, yeah, exactly. You have the mines down, you have the minecart to deal with as well. People just forget the mines are there. It's too much to keep in your working memory.
That's exactly, honestly, the thing that I wrote down when I was watching some practices for this map. It makes so much sense, even at a pro level. Minecart Madness, Mines with Bo, it just makes sense, right? Like you said, it's a lot to keep track of. You're juggling professional players on the other end, picking up mines, a minecart moving, and it's just one more added thing to keep in the back of your brain. So I don't blame anybody for really going in. I actually think Bo's in a very solid spot in the game right now, too, a very underrated one. He feels like, to me, he's not necessarily like a top 10 brawler if you want a tier list kind of feel for him, but he feels like he's resting in that 15 to 20 state. Definitely one of the better brawlers. And I think on this map makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and the other thing is that this guy's going to deal 3,000 damage in a single shot if he can land all 3 of those arrows. So he turns out a lot of damage versus a longer range mid. Might be a little bit more difficult, but I've spoken to some players, at least in North America, who say, yeah, actually we would favor Bo over something like Bell on Minecart Madness. So that's something to keep in mind. Another thing apparently that can deal with Bo is a brawler like Max. You get that speed on your teammate and you're able to juke those shots more effectively. If you're even able to only have 1 of those bow arrows land on you, that's 1,000 damage compared to 3,000. So a little 66% reduction there if you want to push a tank up to the enemy side.
We'll see how this draft turns out. Really interesting stuff. We're going to see Mortis on the other end. That's the first one that I noticed. I'm assuming that's what your reaction was. And immediately, Kenga going to dive in here. Kenji, with so much HP, is going to take care of that, though. But another Byron Assassin combination. This seems to be something very normalized for this region. However, I will add, whenever Ruffs was played in monthly qualifiers globally here, had a 67% win rate. That's pretty monstrous and some great results.
Very, very interesting. I think another thing that's valuable for Kenga is that Kenji is pretty helpless in close range. Love the Amber into Bonnie as well, except for when this happens. Kenji directly deployed on top, but it is only a trade. Nice swipe there for Minmi. And all these gems so far belong to Revenant Esports. Megu just doesn't have the sustain from consistent lanes just yet, which is usually what Amber would offer. But if you're constantly getting jumped on by Kenji, who only needs 3 shots, as long as he's, of course, equipping his supercharge gear to get a super, then he's looking fine. Nice wall break as well to keep Kenga from camping them at their own spawn. Revenant Esports, wow, what a start for them.
Strong start, now being pushed back by the Minecart, the ensuing brawlers along with it, and I feel like they're pretty well equipped to deal with Meg. Kenga just cycling in supers, and unless Menmi just swipes a perfect shot, he's gonna be able to rotate in and out. I think knows this, avoids this, instead isolates the other 2 brawlers and gets some major pickups. Angelic with a real chance here to make a comeback. I think the Rocket Rain coming in from Sargent definitely going to help them push away, and a Minecart once again going the other way. This may be the opportunity for Angelic to take a stand here.
Kenji may need to jump in. He's forced to. Completely misses Mizzy. It's a free kill for Kenga. And the 3v2 ensues. Minmi not defenseless. He did have a swipe. It enabled the kill onto Kenga. Minecart's headed towards Angelic's side now. Mizzy's going to offer himself as almost a sacrifice. But Minmi and Kenji are too far out of range to really deal with him. Kenga's taking quite a bit of damage. Megu's keeping him alive. Nice use of the super for Sargent, but it's short-lived. The Scooby Snack still on the ground over here for Minmi. And Kenga almost gets the kill. Nice clutch use of the super for Minmi. Angelic had to contend mid still, because Revenant Esports can tie the countdown.
Perfect timing from Menmi there. That was just a fraction away from spilling every gem and being in a terrible spot. They're actually going to press the issue here now. An 11th gem is spawned. They're going to be diving in. I think not at the most opportune time. Kenga and the teammates able to clean things up here, and a win for Mortis on the board. Okay, let's do this.
Guy's dashingly handsome, slicing and dicing. It's like not something that I wanted to say because it's so typical. Like, oh, they live on top of the server. Maybe they'll pick Mortis, but no, they did, and folks, it worked.
It worked, and honestly, on paper, I feel like it looks really good, right? I think Mortis can handle Meg pretty well, all things considered, for cycling and supers. Let's look at this interaction here, for example. Took 3 brawlers to take him down, and of course, they're going to be running a super that's going to kind of explode, push Mortis back. I think that's good ways to kind of deal with it, but Mortis is definitely somebody that they have to be focused on this whole time. His main mission, to be a distraction, to be lethal, to be a top frag, and that's exactly what he does there, as Kenji is now forced to dive in and is unsuccessful at that as well. It may have cost Mortis a trip to the graveyard, but it is a big pickup here in gyms for Angelic.
He just keeps up the constant aggression. That was a great use of the gadget by Sargent. It disrupted Kenga's push in, but you can't stop this guy. He keeps on going. He's gonna swipe up yet another kill versus Minmi. Holding the 2 gems is suboptimal for him, but it's okay if Revenant Esports get a couple of gems here. Angelic only need 3 more for them to get the win. Aggressive jump in from Bonnie. And Kanga's just camping spawn. Doesn't even care, he's just spawn camping.
Just landing every super, swiping away at the enemies. Finally, Kenji going to be able to apply a little bit of pressure here, but now reinforcements coming in from Kanga. No, he's ready to dive in already, though. A super going down. Memmi low HP, forced to bounce away. The super, the only thing keeping Memmi alive. Excuse me, the star power keeping Memmi alive. But nonetheless, they're still able to hold on to this mid for now. Minecart disrupting things a little bit. Plenty of heals to go around. A big pickup there, too. Sergeant with one super, the only thing keeping him up, but now nothing keeping Revenant Esports up. They have lost a gym, and AGC able to slowly back this one away.
Kanga's out of gadgets, but he just needs to keep this going. Chaining 1, 2 supers. Memmi barely still in his mech. 5 seconds left. Megu's the guy to kill. Memmi tries to push in, and there's the countdown interruption. But they're all safely on Mizzy now. It's going to take a full team push in from Revenant Esports to get this one. Firstly, they're blocked by the minecart. Kanga also swiping up a kill. It's a 2v3. And Kanga's still lurking on the back lines. The ideal target, Mizzy, all the way in the back. It's a GG and a set win for Angelic.
Well, we better hold our breath, Brody. That was unbelievable. I mean, Mortis went crazy. That is one of the best performances from Mortis that I think I've seen in a long time. Servers or not, I don't know what it is. It worked out really well on paper. The player played it just right. I mean, there's nothing to complain about there. And not to mention, too, Revenant are heavy favorites here. We saw the stats. 96% of us, including all three of us in the casting desk, pick Revenant to win this one. So the fact that they can come out with a 2-0 lead, huge for Angelic.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, what a way to start up the momentum of your match. But on top of that, you know, okay, whatever, server aside, let's talk draft. I really like the Mortis into Bonnie. I think Bonnie, in theory, should have been able to get some kills onto Amber, but then at the same time, you're just dive bombing into the enemy team. You're just asking to be killed by Byron or defended. We saw some attempts, actually, from Amber to set Bonnie on fire that usually came out unsuccessful. It's a difficult tech to pull off. You got to get the timing just right. Really, this came down to Kanga and Megu constantly healing him. We see also him going in for an assist, getting Memmi pretty low, but ultimately it came down to the unstoppable aggression from Kanga, using the gadgets, making sure that he's in that enemy spawn consistently. Kenji not able to offer the DPS that he needed, and you saw he didn't really jump in that many times either. And that's sort of the entire buff that happened to Bonnie, is that she gets her super in 3 shots now, and it didn't do them any favors.
I feel like it's hard to jump in though, right? Even with the buff and all of that, you've got Byron with the heals, Mortis rocking and ready at any given moment, Amber there for the high DPS. I just feel like it would have been a really hard move to make. And this is just kind of another instance where I feel like Bonnie's been a little underwhelming. I feel like the opinions from the pro scenes, at least from ones I've talked to, particularly in North America, kind of vary on this brawler. And I think that's kind of the result we're seeing here today as well. I feel like these enemy teams have been able to draft and be comparable into somebody like that. So despite the buff that she's getting, haven't necessarily seen the results alongside it that I would like to.
Well, maybe we'll see Revenant reconsider in future sets whether the Bonnie is really the math. I don't think we've seen it work too well so far. I think we're 0 for 2 on the Bonnie picks, but I can at least commend the experimentation, if you will, trying something that, hey, maybe it worked in the scrims, maybe it worked so well in the scrims that they decided to conceal it until game day, and then, oh wait, it turns out that we were just running on a very low data set. It just worked those couple of times that we played it. With all that said, the Mortis was an excellent pick into this. He's historically a great brawler on Minecart Madness, able to use the terrain, and also there's just so much going on there. Now you have a Mortis that's dashing towards you constantly. It's pretty rough.
I think one of the things that we underestimate and maybe undersell a little bit too, these balance changes are very recent. Pro players are juggling constant changes to the metas in their respective regions and across the world. There are a lot of brawlers worldwide, the ones like Angelo, Larry, Leon. There's a lot of them that are going to be mainstays across the world. But there's a lot of pro players that come up with great tech in such a short period of time. These balance changes, roughly a week old, if that. And I think to adjust to that, to adapt to that, it's a really hard task to ask. So we definitely make it seem easier than it is. It's nice for us. We can just sit in the chair and just criticize, but at the end of the day, it is a tough task for them. So still figuring that out, still getting adjusted to all the many kinds of brawler changes that are very important at this level. There's no room for error.
Well, it's time for Bell's Rock for a bit of knockout action, and something seems to be missing from this map this year. I wonder if some people had some insight, maybe some contributions to changing this map. You'll notice that one of those fences is missing on both sides, and that there's no more water behind it, preventing you from breaking the wall to get across it. So you have a nice entry into mid, no more jail, no one gets tortured inside the bush prison anymore. You're able to actually walk up mid.
I think it was a great change as well. I think it allows for a more aggressive approach, which is something I think we should be promoted in Knockout. As we saw earlier, it wasn't necessarily the most aggressive knockout set that we've ever seen in the very first one of the day. And I think anytime you can promote a little bit of attack, it's a good thing. And for the 6% of folks at home that ended up picking Angelic, I'm not one of you, but I respect the heck out of you. You're just smiling really big right now, hoping you hit the Dark Horse Candidate of the Month. It just might be that. Long way to go, though. Revenant on map number 2. Going to be looking to turn things around. And in scrims, again, it's just practices. This is game day. Things are different. Bonnie, one of the brawlers I've seen the most in this region here, though.
Well, so far we do have some picks coming in. As far as bans, we see Bonnie, Mortis, and Miko eliminated, and as well as Angelo, Piper, and Jean gotten rid of. So all pretty good brawlers here. It's interesting to see that Bonnie has been eliminated. Honestly, she's historically a pretty good knockout brawler. It's not super bad if you end a round outside of your cannon because, I mean, you get it back for free at the start of the next round. So just getting that for free, and then free being 3 shots, which is not super difficult to pull off, and then being able to dive bomb a target is a great way to get a kill.
Yep, and another map where Angelo has, of course, been banned here. Looks like our red side elected to do so. I think very intelligently. Again, it's something I'll say a few times during the broadcast and this weekend in general. Angelo is in such a strong spot for pro players. Absolutely lethal damage, very quick brawler, has a gadget that can essentially get you out of harm's way, similar to like a Piper jump away or anything like that. It's very helpful. Revenant clearly taking notes as well. They banned the Mortis. They know what they're getting themselves into. They are not dealing with that. They're just going to be trying to go for a safer approach. Picking somebody like Bell here on the other end. We're going to see Mandy come through, Leon as well. Interesting to see Mandy this early. I don't feel like we typically see Mandy be a first selection for a team, but I think it can definitely work. Interesting response here from Revenant, though, Reddy. We get the Buster.
Buster, I like. Buster Gray, I think, is a great combination as well. It's always the tank and the delivery mechanism. Dynamite into
These guys
the Gray
love
here.
fun, Reddy. These guys love fun.
I like the Dynamite. Okay, I like the Dynamite, but into the Gray, I think is pretty gutsy. Interesting strat there from Mimi. He does manage to pick up the kill on Mizzy in close range. It's down to a 3v2 with Angelic. Really, at the end of their rope. Kanga could get a super, but really, Revenant Esports, I think, look to leverage their health here towards the end of the round. Angelic are playing this one really patiently, maybe waiting for the right moment to Leon super out.
Yeah, Kanga just gonna have to try and take advantage of these indestructible walls on the left. Ooh, barely off the mark there. Nearly a nasty pull coming in. Sergeant, though, threatening the squishy brawler on the left with 11,000 plus HP. Another walking cane miss, though, and an unusual step here for Kenji. The invisibility not going to pan out there either. So as this storm starts to close in, shots being fired for Kanga. Some nice blows. Actually, a stun as well. Sergeant getting tagged up as well. Dynamite 1v2. Let's see if he can make magic happen. Not quite this time, though. At the end of the day, the 3v2 prevails, and Revenant will take round number 1.
Saw something in that last round that just don't see very often. The Gray star power getting some really, really good value. Kanga tried to deal a lot of damage to him, but he didn't manage to hit that Dynamite nuke with the entire power. Kenji took a lot less damage thanks to his star power. With that said, though, we see an early elim onto Leon. Angelic still look to keep these lanes at long range, but it's only short-lived. Kenji has the teleport in if he wants it. It's basically free kill onto Kanga. They just had to factor Mizzy out of the equation by damaging or just getting them to back up onto a different lane.
Once again, a tall task here for Angelic. 3v2 scenario. Ooh, make it 3v1. Nice little teleport there from Kenji. A Buster Shield to walk it up. A fancy little trick shot. A walking cane. Every shot connecting there. So Revenant Esports take game number 1.
And I mean, this pretty much sums up why I was so skeptical of the Dynamite into the gray because you can just get pulled through a wall. And that on top of the teleport, he's got no defense in close range. Mandy at least has defense in close range. Leon has defense on defense in close range. That's where he does the most damage. But the Dynamite last pick into gray, the eyebrow raise, it seems to be completely warranted. We see the early destruction of that turret. It also takes out a wall, a valuable one too for Kanga. They'll set up behind the indestructible and get some value off of that. This is already 2 lollipop drops used for Megu.
I feel like that's something they're going to have to keep in mind in the future, too. They want those walls up for their Dynamite. Another walking Kane just barely off the mark. It's a tough one to hit, but now Kanga in prime position has to be careful about Sergeant bolstering a ton of health points alongside it. He's going to back up into the invisibility. Knows he can't take this one alone. He's going to need help from other brawlers as well, as Leon ideally is going to want to try and deal with Kenji here. I think that's a matchup in a one-on-one scenario that Leon can take, but for now, they're going to play it safe. They're going to let this one draw out a little bit and try and use those supers at the very last moment for some big kills.
Sergeant's got jukes on jukes, but he's slowly feeding another Dynamite super. Attempted shot there for Mizzy, but it's a miss. Sergeant pushes in, takes so much damage. Kevlar Vest kept him from being stunned, but he's still taken down. Kenji's a man on a mission, but it's just an impossible one. Megu still looking for that last bit of damage, maybe pinching in so that Mizzy can get a super. Menmi managed to deny 2 supers available for Angelic after they win round 1.
Nice plays here from Angelic. Of course, a good bounce back. They need to take a game here to keep themselves alive in this set. Gotta keep your foot on the gas pedal, especially when you're playing against a heavy favorite here. Some nice dodges coming in from Leon, though. A little back and forth as Kanga's gonna hug the more closed off side. Another misconnection there, though. Gotta take advantage of those supers, and unfortunately for Kanga, just doesn't get the job done there.
So when are we going to see Megu make a play? I feel like we haven't really seen much from Leon. He could pop a super. Here it comes, actually, looking for something on the Menmi. Sergeant has a 6th sense, though. He knows when there's an invis target nearby. Menmi taking a lot of damage, but the speed helps him juke some more shots from Kanga. Nice kill onto Megu. Now, Sergeant, easy one onto Kanga as he tried to slip away around the corner. It's Mizzy versus the world, and Sergeant can just throw up his shield and reflect it. We'll see Mandy conserve the super for the next round. Now, the thing that you would do on ladder is use this Mandy super immediately. Is he just sitting on it for a little bit longer? Yeah, this isn't going to work in pro play. It's not going to work when Sergeant's got that shield ready.
I'm glad you said that, because 100% my brain was like, fire, fire, fire. Fire the big super button. Fire the big super button. I 100% would have done that. That's what's going to make them much more intelligent and better players than me. I think some questionable decision-making there on that last one from Angelic, though. It looked like Kanga burned a hypercharge in a very tough situation. And another missed super there, too. I feel like Dynamite, especially considering how big of a pop-off player he is, needs to be hitting these shots, and nothing lining up right now. Revenant Esports just having a heyday right now. It's a lone Dynamite healing up, and now in a map that is wide open. Nowhere to hide anymore unless you're on this left or right-hand side. Sergeant with plenty of HP. Now just going to walk it forward. They're just going to play with their prey a little bit, take their sweet, precious time, and celebrate, as they're going to be able to get a tie here in just a... Well, no, okay. Let's hold our breath a little bit. Let's see what they can do. Maybe they toy a little too much. I don't know. Kanga with low HP here has to worry about the storm. I mean, just shut it down, fellas. Come on now. There it is. They were just playing with their food a little bit. I respect it, but at the end of the day, Revenant going to get the job done and tie things up. It's going to be 1-1 overall.
Gotta respect, I mean, farming KD there, not trying to get the kudos in a monthly final, so big one there for Dynamite, but yeah, I like this one a lot better for Revenant in every aspect. I like the draft better, I like the gameplay better, and I like the result better too. I mean, 2-0 says quite a bit. It's a total reversal of the momentum from set number 1, so now we're all even. We're guaranteed going to safe zone for set number 4 at some point. We'll have to set our sights on Excel in a moment, but I think we'll get to sort of roll back the tape, see what exactly worked for Revenant and what didn't work for AGC. I would like to see some of those hypercharge moments. I honestly don't hate the moment where we saw Dynamite pop his hypercharge to get away, because a hypercharge is always going to be the equivalent of a max speed. You get the same speed boost as you would from a max super. You get a little damage boost, okay, whatever. But escaping is valuable. Living is valuable. A hypercharge for Dyna is especially when all the shots are getting juked and the walls are broken down.
I think you bring up a fair point, and sometimes you just got to go for the hero's play. I respect it. Maybe in replay I would change my mind a little bit, but I feel like a big contributor there too was a lot of missed supers from Dynamite. It felt like a lot of the time we were calling out the big boomstick didn't just connect. He couldn't make the big explosion happen. And I think when you're a Dynamite, you can't be affording to miss those heavy hitting shots, and that was just something that didn't work out. Megu, of course, going to get cleaned up a little bit there, and it just leaves Kanga in an impossible spot. Did get toyed around a little bit, made his nice play, but I think for me, the Buster was probably the biggest standout from Revenant's draft. I feel like Buster's somebody kind of flying under the radar right now that pro players are really going to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, and of course the logical progression of this is, okay, now people start playing Buster, and now we actually get to see the Buster counters appear. Then maybe we'll finally get to see some Ashe in competitive again. Kind of the NA bro, NA comment from me, but you know, it's always going to be like that, folks. I'm always going to be NA biased. When it comes to more also prolific brawlers, we saw Kenji yet again on the Gray, catching people by surprise for so long. We see Mandy sitting on the super, maybe looking for an ideal target, but kind of just waiting for something to do with it and getting ganked by Gray as a result. He has a walking cane, he has the teleport in, he has plenty of counterplay for the enemy team, and I think they just didn't keep their distance, or they weren't able to spot those moments. Maybe the game sense was just a little bit lacking there.
For people looking to develop their own skills at home, I feel like Gray is such a good one to pick up and have in your toolkit. As somebody who traditionally, you know, with a single sharpshooter, it's a little bit tougher for brawlers like Piper, like Nani, to kind of handle those throwers. People like Dynamite, people like Larry and Lori who are really popular. But if you have a TP, if you have a walking cane, you have very good mechanics to deal with those. So I feel like Gray is always going to be in a spot where, as long as he's not super underbalanced or a weak brawler, he's always going to be viable and relevant. And the best players with Gray can make such big moments happen. I feel like those were some of the things that we saw in that previous set, but something we weren't used to seeing last year already, because she was banned out so much. It's still taking me a sec, and even after all these nerfs, she's still going to be really relevant. It's going to be Charlie coming in as the #1 selection. On the other end, though, Penny, somebody we don't see too often.
Yeah, not at all. I can get it, you know. I feel like Angelic might want to think about bringing in some wall break here. That way they can avail themselves to taking care of that Penny turret. I love the pick of Leon. Looks like they're not going to be focused on breaking down any walls. The thing that they do have to deal with that, though, is Carl. He can play super aggro. Now he has 4 flying hooks, because why would you not run the gear that gives you an additional use of his most powerful ability ever? Essentially. I also like the pick of Charlie and Carl together, because I think that is, you know, just being wise about, okay, Charlie's weakness is stuff that takes care of her spiders in many ways. Rico making it all the way to the end of this draft is one that's pretty surprising to me, considering how strong he is at the moment. I think this is a prudent last pick from Revenant Esports. Just the use of his gadget, honestly, can get so much damage. He got a buff recently. Now each one of those projectiles deals 1,000 damage, and I see a lot of walls, and usually something that makes Rico good is walls.
That's some expert analysis, right? That's why we pay you the big bucks, brother. I do think, though, considering how many walls there are, and considering there's no wall break on the other end, Rico could have a heyday here. A well-placed Penny turret, basically a 4th brawler on the map. I actually think Kenji with this Penny pick, it can make a lot of sense. Penny, not the strongest brawler I would have in mind right now, but I actually think, considering this map, considering the matchup, and especially into those spiders like you see there, and if Kenji's tapping like that, Kanga's going to have a problem on his hands.
Kanga is basically setting up his own demise versus a Penny, though. Penny does so much damage on that piercing shot, and putting spiders in front of her is like serving her like a 5-course meal. It's just Kenji feasting anytime Kanga pops that gadget. I think maybe like a lane switch could be in order. Megu doesn't really have a good matchup over here, doesn't really have someone that he can push into conveniently with the flying hook. Sergeant's obviously just going to pop the gadget and get a ton of damage on him. So Angelic right now are just fighting for this blue star. It's a poke fest. Memi has some aggro abilities. If they get greedy and they want to go for more, that honestly wouldn't be that greedy if they decide to play aggro, because it never hurts to have an even greater advantage than just 1 star.
You bring up a great point with the interaction with, even though Carl is somebody that traditionally is going to do well into a squishy matchup up close, because of Rico's gadget, he's going to be able to defend himself quite well. It does a ton of damage with that gadget, so you have to be really careful about that. Megu can't just go in recklessly. You got to be more calculated, at least have some backup alongside it if you're going to go up close like that. we're getting down to the final moments here. Approaching 30 seconds. Nobody really making any big-time plays yet. This might be the first signs of life. AGC are down 1 star, though. Don't make a connection. Megu going to be getting a shield to keep him up a little bit longer. Ooh, a beautiful dodge there. Somehow stays alive. 658, and of course the bubble keeping him up a little longer. And now Angelic with pretty decent positioning, all things considered, here for a final push.
Man's threading the needle, and Mizzy had to use that super to keep Megu alive, so they don't have it for the end of the game. This is on really low health. Kenji's all the way pushed back, but he hasn't taken a fraction of damage. This is easy for Kenji. He's baited the fire over to the left side. The kill on to Sergeant, and Kanga has to pop that hypercharge to get out of there. A missed super, but it doesn't even matter. They got that kill that they wanted, and that's a game win. This is why the aggro plays are totally warranted when you're in the lead. Like, yes, okay, it's cool if the enemy plays into your hand. They honestly could have used a penny turret there quite a bit earlier in the game, but this is why those moments matter, because when you allow yourself to be only 1 star in the lead, then only 1 kill completely wins the game for the enemy.
Not too often you see 1 kill in any game mode, in any circumstance, ever get you a win. But Angelic were able to take advantage of that. They waited till the final moments, and they made it count. Once again, Blue Star going Revenant Esports way. But I'm wondering if they're considering changing from that passivity that we saw earlier. Kenji, like you mentioned, didn't get that penny turret established very early on in the game, which makes a big difference. The more time you have with the penny turret, the more opportunities to push the enemy back, to grab kills, all that jazz. So I think seeing a penny turret go down a little bit earlier could definitely change the course of this game.
Kenji's gonna have to work hard for it. Kanga gets that super. No use of the gadget. I mean, it would just be feeding Kenji, but they do manage to do it anyway. Kenji has his turret set up, and it's way, way far back. And look at it firing across the map at Kanga. You can see what a distance this projectile is able to travel over walls. Sergeant's taking a lot of damage, didn't stay alive. It's the risk of not running Bouncy Castle, instead going for more damage. Angelic now find themselves in the lead, and Kenji has a worthless turret that's completely off screen. Can't deal any damage versus Angelic as they pick up yet another kill, dealing with the over-aggression of Kenji.
Sergeant not able to pick anything up other than maybe a couple thousand damage with that super. Trying to put himself in strong position, but again, the gust bubble prevailing. Megu getting in on the action now. Mimi survives though, and it's Revenant Esports taking the lead alongside a Sergeant frag on the right-hand end. Once again, it's going to be Angelic. 30 seconds to go and have to make a play.
Misjudgment 100%. There was no reason to go for that kill as Carl supering up to a Leon. Now they're going to pay the price. Revenant Esports now compound their lead. 3 additional stars on the scoreboard. Megu forced to back all the way up, and Mimi's out of a hypercharge, but we don't really see valuable abilities for Angelic. Kanga does have a hypercharge, but he needs to combo it with a super to get maximum value. Kenji, Mimi, Sergeant, all full health. 5 seconds remain. Kenji, pinch, that could be the kill with just seconds remaining. Angelic managed to take it back with the Blue Star differential.
Set-changing play right there. Again, Angelic, perfect timing, the precision, the calculation to go for one final push just prevails. They did such a good job there of timing themselves up and walking away with a victory. I'm really impressed with this squad, to be honest with you, Reddy. This is a team, like we mentioned, they're serious dark horses going into Revenant. This is not a team that we expected to be contenders in a possible grand finals, and they're up 2-1 against a team that had an organization go to Worlds, has had players compete in World Finals, Grand Finals. This is a team that is very accomplished players. And Angelic, some new dogs on campus, just getting the job done and doing it really well.
And suddenly I also don't feel as upset about my prediction being wrong for the Angelic match in the quarterfinals because of how well they're putting up a fight against Revenant Esports. This was really close. I think I liked Revenant's strat better, but towards the end, they ended up having to pay the price. Also, can we talk about Angelic in game number 2? We saw Megu go in for a super on Mimi right here. Why? There was no reason to do that. Definitely a misjudgment. They managed to bring it back by, honestly, pure skill. I liked the draft for Revenant Esports better. I think Penny, you know, there's a good reason that she slipped on, and, you know, I think she's got a hidden talent. She's got to keep it hidden until the meta changes.
Yeah, I think Penny didn't end up being the worst there. I think in game number 2, when they were able to put that turret down, old Lobber getting some kills, getting a little bit of damage in there, I think it can help ward the enemy off, right? but it's still not going to be a brawler that I feel like is so elevated to the point where it's going to be a game changer. It makes sense into the spiders of Charlie. That might have been part of the influence in why people are bringing it up on this map in particular, but Penny is probably one that I think is going to be very circumstantial. Didn't quite work out on that one, and so now all the pressure on a Revenant, the team that we expected, that 96% of us, I might add, thought would win this. Brawl Nation is definitely going to be caught off guard if Angelic wins this.
Look, let me just state something here. We see them picking up Penny, and they go down. We see them pick the Bonnie, and they go down. Hey, Revenant, maybe it's time to start thinking inside the box, because the other way around, it ain't working right now. And I like what Angelic is doing. They're not going for anything too crazy right now. Carl is one of those brawlers that received a buff recently, and honestly, Carl is always like a 1% damage buff away from being meta. It's like historically how Carl has always been. Does he appear on Heist? I don't think so. Maybe I'll hold my breath. Maybe we see Revenant go for something experimental. I just hope that the experimentation, or rather, okay, they're not experimenting in a monthly final. Let's get that out of the way. But doing some of the new stuff, the stuff that isn't tried, tested, true for the last several months, maybe we retire that for now and go for something consistent.
A fierce call to action from you, Reddy. Really looking for Revenant to start showing some stuff. I mean, I get it. I know you want some star drops, brother. I understand the frustration. Plenty of weekend left to get a prediction right. We're going to be all right here, all right? Let's buckle up. And it's not over yet. Revenant are still here for a reason. They are still top dogs for a reason. And hopefully they can figure it out. I would love to see this go to a set 5 personally. I'm always down for some exciting brawl. Safe zone, though, I do agree with you. Some of these brawlers that we just saw, I would not necessarily expect to see. Carl, somebody like you said, that's always just one little tweak away from being a really good brawler. Not necessarily somebody I'm counting on here for safe zone. I'm thinking of these sharpshooters. I'm thinking Nani. I'm thinking Piper. I'm thinking even Larry Laurie can show up. And Chuck, the train conductor, I want him off this map. It is so frustrating to play that guy. He can do so much damage. Colette, though, pretty good substitute.
Okay, the Colette into the Bell. Now, Colette, historically, what deals with her? The stuff that... Wait, what? Bonnie into the Colette. Historically, this is a really bad matchup for Bonnie because one of the things that she leverages most is her health, and Colette don't care about your health. She's still going to hit you with the 1-2 super combo that kills every single brawler in the game. So this is kind of an interesting one for Angelic to pick up the Bonnie here. I don't like its interaction into the Colette. We'll see what Revenant Esports does to accent what they have already. Of course, I did make some negative remarks about the Bonnie selection earlier, so you know maybe I got to keep it even. But for now, no, I don't like it. I don't like it. Get it out of here. Bonnie to Colette.
You're nothing but consistent, my friend. And I think in fairness, Colette and the Bonnie matchup is going to favor Colette. Colette is already a strong brawler on this map. Colette has a hypercharge that I personally think is really good. And of course, you get 2 backswings into the Heist safe if you use it. I think Colette just makes a lot of sense to be a good brawler into Bonnie. I guess pro players have just seen something from Bonnie that we necessarily haven't gotten to see yet. Because Bonnie on the main stage hasn't quite worked out yet, but I won't lie. I mean, I've seen it a ton in practices across different regions, especially APAC, like I noted earlier. So clearly there's something going on with this brawler that teams are really digging. I think Bonnie's just going to have to be really focused on using supers on that Heist safe. Colette's somebody that just can do it a little bit easier, I think, has a favorable matchup there. So on paper, I like that. They did pair it with the Bell, I believe, though. So Bell going to be somebody into Colette that I think the long-range sharpshooter can work out. But then you get Nani on the other end. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a lot going Revenant Esports' way this time.
Yeah, okay, we got the Nani into the Bell. I really, really like this matchup for Revenant Esports. Nani should be dipping this matchup almost all of the time. Sergeant can't even be bothered to run his shield gear here either. We see also Nani able to get some teleports in on the safe. Kenji might be able to just use his gotcha and get some free damage off of Mizzy. I mean, look, it's the 1-2 combo. It's a free kill, and Kenji just got hypercharge from that. Not the entire ability, but he's got it charged up. A missed super there from Kanga enables Kenji to stay alive. This guy's probably halfway to his hypercharge. That's 25% damage on the safe if he combines it with the super.
Not to mention, too, a damage gear, a hypercharge, a super, any of that. Easy 10 to 15+% coming in every time Colette dashes into that Heist safe. Nice connections here from Kanga, though. There's some of the interaction that I was talking about a little bit. Sharpshooters traditionally do well into Colette, do enough damage. Colette not necessarily the healthiest brawler in the world, and obviously have a little bit extra range compared to somebody like Colette, who traditionally does well into high HP brawlers. Interesting use of the Nani peep there, too, I might add. Sergeant clearly wanting to open this up. Not really afraid to do that. I can't imagine that wasn't anything but on purpose. A little rocket ring. Menu with a jump away. One final rocket inbounds. On the other end, though, Mizzy doing some good work, but not enough to keep up with Revenant Esports output right now.
Okay, Sargent's threading the needle over here, now moving to the back right to get some big taps on the safe. 4.8k with each shot that he lands. But Megu and Kanga are forced to take a suboptimal matchup. They're not really able to fight this super well. It's a matchup that Nani would be way better equipped to deal with. So Kenji basically gets to fight his way out of mid. Minmi does get a good pinch with Megu on the right side. Kanga still lighting up Kenji. It is his sole responsibility to defend, but Angelic are taking so much damage on their safe.
Yeah, a little ring around the rosies for Memmi here, too. Ooh, did pop that super. I don't think it's ultimately going to matter too much. They only have 1% left. 28s to go, though. And a lot of red brawlers in the middle of the map. But now that a Nani peep is going through, this is going to be really tough to defend with a teleport available. Going to do their best, though, and one last shot on the other end will do the trick. Revenant Esports, one game away from sending us to set 5.
Like the play from Revenant Esports. Off the beginning of the match, I was a little surprised why they didn't break that 2x2 block of obstacles that is by mid, considering it would actually be pretty good for Bonnie to set up. They're really good for any enemies to hide behind that obstacle, but it turns out Minmi, he wanted to run rocket laces so that he could deal with Bonnie jumping in on him, and Sergeant's just ready to nuke it with the Nanny super. I think wise play from them there. It does sacrifice a little bit of potential safe damage there for Sergeant, but it makes Kenji's matchup a lot easier as long as Bonnie decides to keep running this right lane versus him.
Gonna have to see some changes here from Angelic if they want to keep up. One note, Mizzy into this Kenji matchup, not something they're looking for. Gonna really have to rely on trying to get some heavy damage, keeping the pressure alive. I love the spawners coming out. I think it can be really helpful. We're gonna need to see some triplets or quadruplets coming out from Eve, but a Nani peep, always going to be lethal. Look at that surprise teleport there. Sergeant just looking for the frag. Minmi now diving in as well, does avoid one, gets a chip shot in there, and enough damage alongside Kenji to make it count. Already down to sub 70% for Revenant. Early and often is the definition of this team's high save damage.
Kenji's trying not to trip this nest egg. Minmi might just decide to trip it as a sacrifice as he goes all in on the safe. But now his responsibility is dealing with Megu on the left, not to mention the hatchlings trying to take some HP off of the guy. He's not going to die. In fact, never mind, he is going to die from that poison. Mizzy gets some taps on the safe too. Kanga, easy taps on the safe. Sergeant's looking for the angle to knock out Kanga, but it's no good. Kenji has that health and another super on the safe. Revenant Esports, they're up good and they're eating good too. So much safe damage already. Minmi with the easy nuke onto the hatchlings, but it's just a moment too late. Hypercharge action too. And Revenant Esports are in a bad spot. Rather, Angelic are in a bad spot.
Yeah, very difficult situation. And Angelic do not have a composition that can get the Heist safe down quickly. They have Bonnie who can dive in, get the little bomber grenades out, but you know, we're not going to get that much from a Bell and an Eve. It's just the way it works. They're more defensive, more position-oriented, and so they're really going to have to rely on Mizzy to get down there, and they're going to have to play a perfect defense along with it. 82% to 70% with only 30 seconds to go. They get the kill on Minmi, but Kenji in the back pocket does have a super available. That would be enough with one swing to take down this ice safe.
Nice defense there also from Mizzy. That was very prudent to super all the way back, but it was no good. Sergeant was already in position for the Nanny plays. Loved the draft. I just like the draft a lot better for Revenant. I said it in the draft. I saw the execution. I'm sticking to my word. Every aspect of it, basically. The only exception, really, is the Bell into the Colette, I think was really smart there. I think it was a rough matchup when it was just Colette and Brock defending against the combo of Eve and Bell. So if Sergeant finds himself all the way on the enemy side, he better be getting damage. Otherwise, it could be not a really worthwhile matchup to leave his teammates in.
Yeah, a little back and forth there. I just think especially when it comes to Heist, you need more options to deal damage. I feel like Angelic had a composition that really relied on constantly winning interactions, getting chip damage onto that Heist safe with things like the bell shots, Eve spawners, Eve shots. I just didn't feel like they had enough output to match what Revenant had. They had so many options to roll with. Colette super, Nani teleport. They had quick and easy access from long range to do not just a little damage, a lot of damage and rather quickly. All three of their brawlers were equipped to just take down a Heist safe.
And I think it also goes beyond just the draft. I think we saw Revenant Esports outplay these guys as well. I think there were some moments where we saw Angelic really scrambling to defend something, get some teamwork going. Here, like Minmi being a distraction on the right side, Kenji's wide open on the left, I think is just Revenant Esports. They're playing these lanes well, and Angelic, the shot calling, just could use a little bit of improvement.
We've seen some really good drafts from Angelic. I'm with you. I feel like that's a good way of putting it. We just got to see better execution. They've had some really brilliant moments today. They've had some really good gameplay as well. I feel like they're keeping up with Revenant for the most part. But in a draft like that, I just didn't wow me. Didn't wow me. Need more damage output. I just feel like there's a little tinkering that could be done. But clearly, I'm seeing the upside from Angelic. I think they have a really good chance here to maybe come away with this. They're only one set away from making a rather large upset.
Sergeant, look at how many kills he got there. Obviously, it's not the objective of this mode, but when Colette is eating good, you know she's getting that hypercharge and that super connected on the safe. If she's winning the lane and she's getting her supercharge, it's only a logical deduction that she is going to be getting that nice number off of the safe. It's 10% off the safe, I believe, just from one super, which makes her big money on this map. I'm almost surprised she wasn't banned.
Yeah, it's interesting to kind of see, you know, like I said, new set of balance changes means that these pros are figuring it out alongside us too. Again, there's brawlers out here that I'm really surprised to see as much as we have. Bonnie's somebody that I expected to be prevalent, but not necessarily showing up as much as we have. And I feel like there's a ton of sharpshooters out in the mix now too. Last year, especially towards the end of the year already, it felt like we had such a tanky meta. Tanks revolved around the world. And now we kind of get a little more of a mix, I feel like. I think we're starting to see this more long-range battle play out that may be partially due to the map pool that we have, but I feel like we are starting to see a lot more bans of the Angelos, the Nanis, the Pipers of the world. So it's kind of interesting to see a little bit of a mix here.
Yeah, I think another thing to consider is just we have more brawlers in the game, more strong brawlers in the game. So you have to leave something open like Charlie in some instances. Previously, I mean, Charlie takes up this insta-ban spot. Now it's stuff like Angelo and Larry, and that means other things go unbanned. And in many places, we see those brawlers that were previously banned start to sneak through, and now they dictate the meta. We also saw balance changes that enabled stuff like Bell, like Piper. Bell's hypercharge being the balance change, and Piper just getting a fat damage buff several months ago that have propelled them to the spot where they find themselves now in the meta.
Yeah, we've had a ton of balance changes since World Finals too. I mean, for example, Charlie's gotten a ton of them, so finally she's playable. No more constant banning. We've gotten a lot from Larry and Lori too, who obviously were added after the fact and coming into this season, but they've gotten several nerfs and are still really good too. Loving the spot that Leon's at. There's just a lot of different brawlers, I would say, a lot of varying play styles here too. It's all going to come down to one final map here on Hot Zone Dueling Beetles. This map is always so spicy to me. There's so many different ways and interactions that you can get to the goal of holding on to that hot zone. Throwers can work here. Long range can work on these outside lanes, and a ton of mid-range brawlers come in the mid here. Thinking ones like Pam, Jessie have come more relevant recently too. So I feel like there's a lot of winning combinations here, and I'm curious to see what each side kind of elects to be their winning combination.
Well, we've seen this map so far once today. So we've seen one winning combination and one losing combination, if we want to think about it that way. One thing that we did see picked here that actually ended up getting a bunch of kills but did not net the victory was Miko, some of these assassin brawlers. When it comes to Hot Zone, the most important thing is surviving on the point. And I mean, look, you don't even have to really survive that well. You just gotta exist. One of those brawlers that can survive and exist on the point at the same time is Pam. And we saw Pam selected previously. We'll see Cord, Byron, and Buster selected here for Revenant. And wow, check it out. We have the Pam and the Jessie both selected for Angelic. This has to be the 2-3 pick, and then the Spike last, if you ask me.
Yeah, Spike's somebody that's kind of faded away from the professional meta a little bit. I do think it's really interesting to see the Buster combined with the Byron. Again, we're seeing Byron with tanky or assassin-like brawlers a lot today, and I do think Buster is one of the stronger tanks for pro players in the meta right now. I think they pair this with Cordelius in order to avoid the enemy team having just a hard counter into somebody like to somebody like Buster. But right now, Angelic just kind of being a unit. We've got the high output of DPS from Kenga, Jesse turret, and Pam turret is going to be such a deadly combination to deal with, especially for the brawlers that Revenant drafted.
Yeah, it's just kind of rough. I mean, you pick Pam and then you pick her biggest counter. What are they going to do? It's not like Jesse's not already really good on this map, too. The hypercharge pop for Megu, and now it's the double turret action. Mimi, yeah, sure, throw your super on there, but the thing's got almost 10,000 health, and now you got to deal with it anytime you want to push through. It's not even like Kenji can really block it. Like, you want to put your shield out in front of you, not to the side, but that turret's going to be getting so much damage on him. This is a 100-0 game, a 100-0 draft for Angelic. I'm surprised this was allowed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to top that. There's so much on the field, and if you think about it too, Byron, Buster, they're not brawlers that are going to be able to quickly take out a healing station, and now there's a healing station and a Jesse turret. Both those brawlers, some of the best on this map, some of the best in the game right now. A lot going right for Angelic, and now they are one game away from making an upset happen that 96, I'll say it again, 96% of us at home have. 4% of Brawl Nation might be able to hold their hats up very high here in a moment.
Well, Angelic have been pushed off the point at the start of the game. Sergeant had to make some very aggressive plays. Now he's going to do the same again, trying to get some of that damage off of Mizzy, even netting the kill, spawning right on top of Megu. Great shot calling there from Revenant Esports. It takes superior teamwork to make sure that your court is in the right position. Very prudent super from Kenga to keep Sergeant locked in position. He might try and spawn on top of Megu if he can't kill Mizzy, which he does. And now he's just down to 100 health, but Megu has cleared out this point quite effectively. The 9,000 health Scrappy is a really tough one to chew through.
It's going to be very difficult for this composition. Again, they're just not able to deal with that turret very quickly, so Buster going to probably have to survive here, make some health points count. They're just going to put down a brand new turret with 6,600 HP, so scrap that strategy. It's in perfect positioning too, slows him down, and more importantly, keeps Kenji off this point a little bit longer. Sergeant, though, doing everything in his power to frag out right now. He's been so successful throughout this set, but now finally, Angelic with a little room to breathe and a comeback here on this hot zone.
Finally, the Angelic win condition comes in a more favorable spot. I think the Cord constantly supering the Pam, it eliminates her from this situation, and she's like the most valuable brawler on Angelic because she is survivability embodied in a brawler. Now Megu get to dip their toes in the sort of healing radius that Mizzy has established at the same time as capturing the point. They have locked this down. Sergeant's going to have to send Mizzy to the Shadow Realm, manages to do it. We see the turret all the way out in the open. It's slim pickings, but Sergeant's still able to get that turret. Angelic, they're just moments away from being able to win it. A desperate couple of hypercharges in to keep their control of the point.
And Kenji low HP, Nenmi a long distance away, Kenga alive, Megu alive, Mizzy alive. 3 red brawlers standing tall here against a presumed titan of this region, and Angelic's miraculous story continues. They're going to be able to keep going forward, and somehow, some way, these underdogs are going to a grand finals.
Incredible for Angelic. Yeah, now I really don't feel bad. Yeah, peace out, brother. What a performance. Spike finally seeing his descent from his perch, presumably whispering sweet nothings and encouraging thoughts in his ear the entire match, because what a performance.
I'm so impressed with this squad. This is a team that, again, we didn't have a lot of data on, but Angelic got the job done. I'm really impressed with the drafting. The mechanics felt up to par to a team like Revenant, who, again, should be highly regarded. I think they, coming into this season, they were easily one of the top 3 teams. Navi, who weren't here, at least for me, were a team that we're going to be on the lookout for. And somebody in future months, too, I definitely will. But Revenant Fall, these are 3 players, again, that have been so good in the past. And Angelic proving themselves here early, not to mention for the leaderboards, too. We've only got 5 monthly finals. And in the very first one, you're setting the precedent that you can go to a grand finals. On the other end, they're still gonna have a tough opponent no matter who it is. I think it's safe to say that Crazy Raccoon are probably gonna have some heavy voting. It's gonna be tough to take them down, but they just did it with Revenant. Why not one more?
Dude, draft diff here. I like the combination of Pam and Jesse. It's one of the best brawlers on this map, and the biggest thing that deals with it. I think Revenant Esports really were onto something with it, using chords, spamming the supers, and keeping Pam locked in the Shadow Realm, but in the moments that she does get to come up for air and sort of dip her toes in the zone in the real world, she can get her super and put it down for her teammates, and I mean, it just works. Well, what can I say? It just works. Look how many kills Angelic were able to get. They established dominance on the safe. We see Sergeant popping off as usual with a bunch of kills. He's on the DPS brawler. He's getting on the Pam. It's sort of what you expect, but I think Byron really fell short here.
Yeah, it's one we're just going to have to keep thinking about, right? Byron's somebody that's had a mixed bag of results. It's a brawler that I'm not 100% sold on. I think it can work, but I just love that draft, like you said, from Angelic. Pairing the Jesse with the Pam. And then Spike alongside it too, I think works out really well. They just had a little bit of everything. And the people at home spoken. They're picking Kanga as an MVP for a thriller of a match. It's only month number 1, but you best be betting Revenant are going to have their eyes out in future months for a matchup with Angelic. I am sure they're going to be wanting this one back.
Oh yeah, I do not think that they were expecting this one. I think that just some of the drafts were sort of things that they feel safe on. I really do subscribe to the belief that they had their eyes on the prize. They were really focused on that grand final. I think they dedicated a good amount of effort to the semifinal because we saw some moments where they drafted really well. I will simply point to Safe Zone to exemplify that. But when it came to dueling Beetles, I wasn't really a fan. I hope to see them come back in the future months because Revenant Esports, I mean, this is a historic team. They did so well last year at Worlds, and I would like to see them succeed.
Yeah, I think Revenant Esports will be back. I still expect this team to be very solid in future months, but for now, the 4% of y'all at event.brawlstars.com that ended up picking Angelic, mad respect to you. I didn't necessarily do it. The casting desk was completely wrong on that, but you're going to have more opportunities later on through the day to get some more predictions right if you missed out on that one. We'll be back in just a short moment, but for now, a quick word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And here we are, folks, at the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. And we already have our first upset. It was a grind. It went to all 5 sets, but some impeccable drafting from Angelic yielded them a win over probably the favorite team, one of the favorite teams in this entire region. Revenant stumble in the semi-finals. Kenny, what a showing from them. From Angelic, excuse me, to see them advance through here. They have had 5 setters all the way through. They're getting maximum brawl under their belts here. And we'll be waiting to see what they've got for us in the grand final. But let's look down a bit further here, because never back down. They had a grind of their own to make it into the semi-finals. And Kenny, it doesn't get any easier.
They've been battle tested for sure, going all the way to a set number 5 against Team S1, and that was already a thriller. Now you get to play a team that's got world champions, that's got semifinal 2023 pedigree. It's as tough as it gets, man. Again, can't emphasize enough. These are the blue bloods of Brawl Stars. They have results. They've gotten the job done. But heck, if Angelic can make a miracle run, maybe Never Back Down can do the same.
It is possible. They've definitely been tested today. Ready, let's review our predictions here. They are all over the place, frankly. But your quarterfinal picks, again, you managed to get one, just like the rest of us here. So we somehow still are neck and neck after bottoming out on our semi-final call, all thinking Revenant would advance.
Blind faith can get you one quarterfinal correct, but it won't get you more than just that. It seems like we all agree here, and we were all equally upset at that Revenant loss in the semifinal, but we're still hedging our bets on Crazy Raccoon. Once again, I mean, this is the safe pick. None of us could expect the Angelic to come out swinging with such fire behind their eyes today.
All right, well, we are neck and neck here in predictions. Looks like it might sort of stay that way. I hope you guys at home are getting your predictions in as well. At event.brawlstars.com, that's the place to be to see the entirety of the Brawl Stars Championship go down this year. 5 monthly finals of action, and you don't want to be missing a second of it. Don't bother sleeping. It's once a month. Just stay up. No, don't do that, actually. I don't want to give that kind of advice to you guys. Stay in school and sleep. For the love of God. Let's move on, though. Let's talk about our next matchup. Never Back Down have lived up to their name thus far, but their biggest challenge awaits as Crazy Raccoon are chomping at the bit. Seeing Revenant fall on the other side, they want to get this one done and dusted. Milcrio, Shu, and Melty. This is a team, of course, if you remember, like that Aphelion roster, right? They came over to the East Asian region, and Chasmac, EA's Melty have sort of joined together. Shu and Melty have played together for ages, right? They were on a team together back in 2022. There's pre-existing synergy here, Kenny. Is it enough to topple the Titans of APAC?
I've been wrong before. Moments ago, I told you there was no reason that Revenant should lose that matchup. But here I am again. And I'm going to stand firm that Crazy Raccoon should be favorites, even though Melty, Milcrio, and Shu have some familiarity, are definitely some good players, I might add. All of these guys had success last year as some of the top in their respective region. But it's Crazy Raccoon, man. I just can't bet against them. It's just the way it is. Despite these awesome highlights, despite an absolute barn burner of a match that they had in the quarterfinals, it's still going to be a tough one to overcome. But again, you never know. I've been wrong before. 96% of us, in fact, have been wrong before. We'll see what happens here.
One thing, Reddy, that sort of we've noticed from our top two teams in APAC, and that's what caused the big stumble for Revenant, is that the gameplay's been good. The drafts, though, been a little sussy, especially here for Crazy Raccoon. That one set, in their quarterfinal game, they look a little wonky, and up giving that one up pretty comfortably here. We know these guys are gods. Mechanically, they're absolute legends. But perhaps on the coaching side, considering they, probably... again, have had questions aimed at them in that regard before. That's a nice way of saying it. That's something that we're going to be looking at very closely.
The whisperings that I've heard in NA seem to unanimously say, yeah, these guys just copy all of our NA drafts right before Worlds, and that's how they pull it off. And that's kind of a really accusatory opinion. But so far, these drafts are raising some eyebrows for me. I think we really are seeing them absolutely spot on at times, even when the drafts lose, like we saw in our first quarterfinal of the day. I really like the Angelo pick, for instance. So I hope to see some of the stuff that I expect. I mean, obviously it makes my job easier, but I hope to see some experimentation that next victories here instead of failures.
Well, they do have the weapon of Coach Rely, who has been in this game for quite some time, going back to that PSG esports team. So Crazy Raccoon have no reason not to have veterancy when it comes to their drafts here. A couple slip-ups here and there, but again, these teams, Kenny, are still kind of finding their way, right? The metagame's changed a lot. Yeah, we've had a lot of scrimming, but we've had like a lot of botting, for example, who's struggled at times here. Before we let you go, what are your thoughts here as we head into Pinball Dreams? What should we be avoiding if we're Crazy Raccoon?
Do not, no Larry Laurie. Immediately, it's the first brawler that comes to mind, unless you have some just awesome wall break mechanics. Even still, the guy's got some good movement speed. He adds an extra brawl on the map. I think 89% of people are with us. This is how it should go down, but that's not always the way it happens. We'll see what happens. I hope you guys have an awesome match ahead of you all, too. Our first semifinal is great. I expect nothing less from a second.
Thank you very much, Kenny. Yeah, myself and Ready Set are on deck and hoping for another close one here. We want maximum brawl out of the APAC region, and Pinball Dreams is quite the spicy place to start things off. We've seen, on Brawl Ball especially, like a lot of Gene and Buster. Larry and Laurie getting picked first. Oh my God. Kenny in absolute shambles.
Oh, it's torture camp, man. The Larry appears immediately. I don't know why they're picking the Willow so early, though. They have last pick. What could they possibly be planning? I guess they want their Willow to get countered. I mean, it's not like Larry doesn't have superb range and superior damage when it comes to the sort of thrower landscape. So Crazy Raccoon could honestly break some walls versus Angelo. That's hazardous. So I think actually Never Back Down have put them in a tricky situation.
Again, we see like a Spike, rather a Sprout Barley ban. So it kind of is already a tip-off that they're looking for a somewhat shorter range thrower. Obviously what Larry and Laurie lack in range, they make up in basically every other facet of their game here. D'Angelo, of course, look, he can pierce those sort of barriers, right? That is something that can be quite important. Kenny told us to look out for this Larry and Laurie pick here. Obviously very powerful. When we see multiple throwers, though, again, can get outranged. The Willow gets picked first, I guess. Look, being able to take over a brawler, especially if they're in possession of the ball, is really, really strong. But it is exploitable now, seeing it come up this early. Can you counterpick that? Like, what is the direction that you want to go in if you're Crazy Raccoon to shut that down?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think Larry and Laurie is just a better thrower than Willow. I think one thing that you could do is, like, play super aggro into it. You could break down walls and just run it down. I mean, if you have some walls broken open, obviously you want to, like, leave some of the bushes, but something like a Sandy could just completely run Willow down and she wouldn't be able to do anything into it. Once the walls are broken, you are able to do a lot of different things. Once again, I mean, I'll repeat what I said earlier. Breaking walls is hazardous, and now that Angelo is here to play, so I think they are put in a tough situation draft-wise. I do have my faith in them. We'll see what their strategy is. They decided to go Stu, so you have the aggro and you have the wall break. I think that early game, this is a good lane for Tensai. They can't really afford to switch lanes. And also, it's worth pointing out that Spike is a pretty good lane into Stu as well.
Gus and Stu. And like we said, the draft for NBD rounded out by the Spike. Tensai suffering a bit of pressure early here. Milkrio sending a shot here and there over towards that Larry lane. Moya, there's already been able to build up super, so when it's time to go, it'll be pretty nasty, but have a look at that. A lot of health shaved off the Gus there as Milkrio hits a big shot.
Crazy Raccoon backed up. We'll see Melty also. He has a super. In a way, Spike is sort of a thrower because if he has a super, he can chuck it over a wall, get some good pinches from there. So far, Milkreo is getting mad damage on Moya. Moya forced to heal up here as well, getting good jukes on the curveballs as well. On the right side, Shu actually has gotten some damage on Larry, but it's a complete standoff at the moment. Oh, big takedown on a Shtetамpo, and Milkreo now gets to push it. That's what it's all about. You pop these brawlers in just one shot.
Milkrio so hard to shift. They really haven't moved too far from that position. Throw the super down, top back up, and slowly, incrementally, never back down. We're looking to take a little bit of map control. But they're not convinced that that was the opening they were looking for. Maybe just fearing the all-in potential of the Stu coming back off the spawn. Hypercharge, though, is up now for Melty. The Spike's about to hit a little harder.
Moya still looking for the pinch versus Melty this entire time. I should point out, Shtetамpo has yet to get a super. This guy is working for a super, for some wall break wherever he can. He does have the super now versus Melty. So how is he going to utilize it? We haven't seen Speed Zone yet, so breaking through the walls is the obvious thing to do, but just no moves yet. It's a complete fest of footsies, pretty much. Everyone just playing on the edge of each other's range. Now the hypercharge coming in from Melty. This is the big moment, the takedown on Moya, the pass to Melty, and a completely open goal.
They walk it straight on in there. Great shot from Milkreo. I think it was Moya just getting clapped by that Angelo. And then it was on. Great work combining, of course, with that Spike super. And instantly, Tensai's going to fall. That Larry and Laurie's had no impact so far this round. Nor has the Stu. With 3 seconds left, never back down, can just chill.
Well done. Well done for Never Back Down. The passive play was absolutely rewarded. And Crazy Raccoon, they wanted so badly to just do something, anything of substance, but they weren't able to. Loved the lane on the left side. I think I was honestly like a little impressed that Willow was able to secure some damage on Larry and Laurie there on the right side, considering how much I favor Larry in this matchup. We see no lane switch. Milkrio is going to try and pinch Tensai early on. Will he be rewarded? Well, no damage on a Tensai, so not quite. Shu's going to be rewarded with a bunch of damage as soon as he comes out of that gadget. So far, though, no major moves. Just another game of poking.
Just some poison ticks there on Tensai. Gadget usage by Shu as they were definitely feeling under pressure, having come so close to the Larry and Laurie. And we have the lane switch finally. Melty says, no, I'm going over here. But in that switch up, Milkrio gets caught. Here's an opening, potentially. But Crazy Raccoon also have lost an individual. And Shtetамpo really feeling it from that pinwheel. And Melty now, of course, has that super up here. So it's an opening opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to get more aggressive, but Tensai's ticking down and has to get shielded by Moya. That super's gone for basically nothing.
Unfortunate. Looks like Melty will catch the tempo in his grasp, but only for a moment. He still has to connect some curveballs onto the guy. So far, though, big damage for Laurie. Shu's going to get caught off guard. Stetampo breaking his own wall. Honestly, it might work out better for Milcreo because Moya's been suffering in this lane 1v1 at mid. Tensai takes advantage of this opportunity to push up, though. Shu also forced back. He has the mind control if he needs to use it to defend. It wouldn't be ideal, but it is possible. Take down a Stetampo. Milcreo just gets to pop these guys left and right. The struggle is actually connecting those shots, considering the jukes that Crazy Raccoon as a team are capable of.
But Milcreo, you see, they timed the gadget up, the shot was fired off, so that arrow penetrates the boxes. Pretty scary when you can't really do anything about that. You don't know when it's going to come. Another super force by Moya here. Enough time, though, has been allowed for Stetampo to return to the field. Cops another big hit from the Angelo. Again, the Stu's going to be forced back. Damage gadget activated, but no chance to make use of it. And here come Never Back Down. Getting more aggressive now. Stetampo's in trouble, trying to juke away from this damage from the spike, but he's going to get caught. Melty pops the hypercharge, and Moya slowed up. Milcreo's going to slot it, and Never Back Down get themselves a goal in this second round, and they might have the set.
I feel like I'm watching a replay, too. They scored at 20 seconds last time with the exact same combo. Only 10 seconds to go. It's time to push up. Laurie is at play. Milcreo's still alive, but he's taken down by the shotgun. 5 seconds remain. Stetampo needs to push in, but Shu has the mind control. Didn't even need to use it as the clock ticks down. Never Back Down. Close out a flawless set.
Yeah, life plant there is going to be really hard to break through if you're Crazy Raccoon. And straight away, Never Back Down have issued a statement. Yep, I'd have my arms folded too. Tensai less than impressed with what this previously world-beating team has produced for us in this first set in their second semi-final. We've already seen an upset. We also already saw Revenant crumble in a very long set. But that is not the start you are looking for as Crazy Raccoon. You spent a while ready getting a feel for your opponents. We saw a lot of back and forth, a lot of slow play, but Never Back Down are experienced enough to take advantage of some of these windows, and that Angelo pick is punishing them constantly.
I will point out that Stetampo is getting popped by Milcreo. He's trying to poke around this left side, and he gets punished by Milcreo. I can't say it happened consistently because, I mean, did we even see consistent kills in this set at all? No, I think we might have seen, at least in the moments that actually generated momentum that broke us out of the pokes, that only happened like 2 or 3 times this entire set. And usually it started with Milcreo getting a kill onto Stetampo on the left side. So I think this is where we look to identify what was the struggle here. Stetampo with very little DPS, just 62. Compare that to Never Back Down. Milcreo getting 256 as Willow. A brawler that doesn't really have good DPS versus Tensai. This is a lane diff, but I don't think it's really brawler-wise. I think this is a skill diff. Milcreo was popping off on his lane.
I mean, you mentioned, I think it was like a minute into that first round that Stetampo had not built super. And it's pretty damn easy to build your super. As Stu, he's hit him once! One time! Stetampo is struggling there because he can't find an angle. He's dealing with a spike lane, and Spike looks so good on that left-hand side. Not a whole lot you can do about it. You're constantly getting poked down, and you're not that durable as Stu. You have the mobility to make up for it, but Spike just keeps getting what feels like virtually free damage until eventually Melty builds a super. The slow is what sets up a kill for Shu. It's an easy shot to make when all of a sudden your opponents are bulked down and you send a penetrating arrow through the boxes to find elimination. And they really just did a great job of pressing into those gaps left by brawlers who got picked up by Angelo. And they have the insurance policy of the mind control, right? They can just, make sure that an enemy brawler that gets a break with the ball ends up turning back in the other direction.
I think it's, as you said, great insurance policy. I think it's also a goal-scoring condition at times that they managed to push things up. But usually once they got momentum, they had to really put the pedal to the metal and make sure that that one punch through generated a goal. There wasn't time for Willow to make her way up. Okay, maybe we get some mind control. LOL, they scored on themselves. It all came down to Angelo pushing up. Keep in mind, he has fast speed. I mean, he was the fastest brawler on their team, a sniper with fast speed. I just don't see how this one is making it through the bans quite frequently and was able to be picked up in this last set.
Yeah, I mean, it is surprising. In fact, I think we've noted that only half the time Angelo is actually getting banned out. There are other brawlers with higher priority. I think like Cordelius is really often getting looked at, and so is Charlie. In a game type like Brawl Ball, again, we harp on it a bit. But taking a brawler out of the game for any stretch of time it's really busted. You can see what these teams do with a kill. What if all you had to do is hit a brawler with your super and have the similar condition for a while? Especially with how spread out you tend to be on this map, you can't really break your teammate out of that cocoon without committing yourself to like a 2 versus 3 fight for a while. And that's just not a risk at this level people are looking to take. Rustic Arcade is up next, a pretty open map as you can see, with some areas to hide behind, some unbreakable boxes there to deploy gadgets if you should need them.
Okay, a lot of picks that are viable here. Larry is honestly one of them that I think could appear on lane. We'll see the bans coming in from both teams. Bell, first selection from Crazy Raccoon. We'll take a moment to assess whether that's good. Okay, Piper, not available, and neither is Nanny, so that's sort of the order of operations, especially when Angelo is also out of the mix. The Byron makes an appearance once again. It's a favorite of this region. You see the Colonel Ruffs and the Byron, and you gotta think, okay, who are they trying to buff up? Who are they trying to push all the way to the enemy side? On a map like Rustic Arcade, though, this is a little bit curious. It's not like you have a lot of terrain that you can work with here. I like the selections from Crazy Raccoon, too. I think Milkrayo might be forced to not run the sandbags, which is usually the better way to go for Colonel Ruffs, because Shdetampo is going to slice right through him.
Absolutely. That pickaxe will not care about any of those structures in the way. There's a bit of AoE damage as well. Care of the bow. Fang will be the last pick here for Never Back Down. So instead, looking for some all-in, some hard engage, and some decent poke. But Shdetampo on the Carl, that's an absolute classic ready. A comfort pick if I've ever seen one. And taking Nani out of the picture, left that bell open. Crazy Raccoon, it looks like a decent draft. We need to see how it plays out.
Okay, I'm really looking to Shu to see what this guy is capable of. Definitely a fitting name for someone.
Yes.
Brawler knocks their Shu off, but he has to build the super. He needs 4 hits to get one, and I see Moya's very, very vulnerable to that. Tensai can get some damage, but he's not going to be able to defend versus a Fang too well. It's worth noting that Fang did get some major nerfs in the last balance change, but I think he's still viable, especially if you have Milkrayo and you have Melty buffing you up.
That health pool is really considerable for a brawler that, has assassin-esque tendencies, right? It's pretty hard to break through, and when he comes running at you, you usually don't have the time to work him down with burst damage. Milkrayo here trying to pressure Moya back. It doesn't feel or seem like a particularly favored matchup for the Byron here, and Milkrayo has to, again, take a break from helping out in the middle by healing Shu up. Melty actually wins on that right-hand side, though, so Moya has to give some ground.
Very interesting. I mean, Colonel Ruffs is a good lane here. He's able to bounce around the walls, get some additional range versus Tensai. He'll be forcing him back. You'll notice that he is running the second gadget because his other one would be worthless versus Shdetampo, and sometimes you just don't know which lane you're going to get off the beginning of the game. Shdetampo, he's also trying to play this long range. You'll note that he doesn't... he might be running Power Throw, the first star power, but you'll also notice that he's running the Heat gadget, the one that spawns some fire underneath your pickaxe as you throw it out. Mine's down. That's going to have to be a call out for Never Back Down. We see the super in. A shoot goes for the stun, but it's baited. But no, he doesn't even care. It goes for the kill. He's going to have to work for that super again that could be used versus Moya.
That's one stun out of Shu here, but a super available for the Fang, and Shu's lining it up. A little bit too much damage taken there by Moya. And now you have to fear, the hypercharge Milkrayo gets connected onto. He was the safest brawler to give the gems to, but now he'll be marked the whole time. And Shdetampo, he knows there's blood in the water. He's sniffing it out. He's coming in. Shu with a jump pad here up on Tensai. Goes for it and lands the super. Shdetampo's the one that falls though. Melty wants to pressure Moya in the back corner. Shu has to go now before his teammates respawn. He gets the gems, but he won't get away with his life.
Well, Tensai's now the gem carrier. He has some mines that he can place down in an optimal area. Milkrayo's going to look for the kill versus Shdetampo, who's not able to finish it off. Shu needs the super desperately. How close is he? Probably just a couple shots away, but he has a long to go and a short time to get there. Tensai's alive and healthy. Shu needs that last hit, but it's no good. Super's in at the last second, and even then, he probably wouldn't have secured the kill, but only needed 2 arrows on him to finish off that kill. Nicely done for CR. I gotta commend the strategy from Never Back Down. The thing is, it just took them too long to get going, and we saw for too long that Byron was diffed by the bell at mid.
Carl can have problems on this map. You can see that he's not using flying pickaxe, so being able to engage cleanly is difficult. Shdetampo spending much of the round poking here in a bit of a challenging lane matchup. There's obviously the stun that Fang has. It's pretty frightening. So yeah, Shu, more than happy to move up, take space. Shdetampo understands sort of who's in charge on this left lane.
I think Shu also realizes that Shitampo, like, okay, buddy, you know, quit bluffing. You're not going to be supering in and using that super, because if he's running power throw, then his super might as well just be a suicide mission. He has no shield there. Nice one in from Shu. Oh my gosh! And he's even got the fresh kicks equipped, so he gets that super for free. Yeah, why not? Go for survivability. Never back down, now possess 7 gems. He can't really afford to stay aggro anymore anyway. Otherwise, he would sacrifice these 3 gems if he fell on enemy lines.
Yeah, carrying too many of them now. That does mean that the engage potential of Never Back Down might be limited. With a Fang that has to all of a sudden play a bit more safe. Milcreo expends the super on keeping Shu alive, as Statapo now really wants to get in his face. Shu waits till the fire fields expire and will reassume this position on the bottom right. Melty still with the lane assignment against this boat. Because we have had a switch across the map. Shitampo is sitting on that super, looking for an opportunity to go in, but there's so much healing for Shu, and here he comes in with the stun. Another super will get rid of the Carl.
Great Fang gameplay. I think a really prudent super in there from Shu, and you can get the kill confirmed. He gets a super back for free. Just this guy knows how to play, and he's even got a hypercharge. He's gonna go for it. He ganks Moya. He's got to find an exit though. Shitampo's trying to keep him back. The super forward and a kill confirm on the right side. Dodges the pickaxe ever so slightly. Still took a bit of damage, but he's got the heals from Milcreo. That's 5 seconds left. Need to see some connections from Moya. Tensai has enough damage output to get the takedown, but Milcreo's got him healing. Nicely done from Never Back Down. You gotta respect the Fang.
I mean, yeah, they're feeling the pressure. That one was a little more drawn out. Genuinely, a very competitive round there on Gem Grab. Starting to see a little bit more about what the Fang is supposed to do, and Carl, despite being picked quite often on this kind of map, has struggled to succeed. It's an interesting, I guess, gadget star power combination for Shitampo. But I mean, it's pretty clear to see that when Fang comes knocking, he is not ready to open the door.
Not at all. We'll see what the lane assignment here is too, because look at this. Crazy Raccoon, it's like they're playing musical lanes of sorts. Shu and Melty, they keep switching up. Shitampo does not want to be facing that Fang. And nope, he's switching over to the enemy side. Shu's going to be like, okay, you know what, fine. I'll just take Tensai. Enough of this nonsense. We already see 3 nest eggs late at mid. Shu's just going to go for the lane switch the old-fashioned way. Yeah, super all the way over there. We see Melty popping a gadget at mid. It does clear things out. Milcreo's got to be careful about this, that he doesn't trip the nest egg. Nice kill there for Shu. Wow, it took a moment for this guy to get going, but once he's going, he's switched on.
2 gadget uses already, though, for Shu. Feels like he needs to have the stun to really confirm the kill after the super, unless there are multiple people grouped up, and that's unlikely to happen on this map. Melty coming up, another gadget used to try and make some space, but Moya pops the hypercharge. Just for the raw stats by the looks. Shitampo with super up, doesn't need to go in here. Shu gets brought down. Here it is, the pirouette, and Melty gets brought down. Much better looks here for Crazy Raccoon. This might be a short affair. Shu has to come forward, but eats a nest egg and is slowed up, and Moya just pounds him with shots.
That's how you do it, folks. Once a nest egg gets popped, you instantly auto-aim them. Ooh, the spins in the clown? What is this? You're Crazy Raccoon, buddy. Shouldn't you be winning this? That's their first set victory. In set number 2, the BM towards the end is a little suspicious. They know they're the favorites here. Usually, that is when you're the underdog that you do that kind of stuff. They're confused.
They know these guys pretty well. I mean,
that's fair.
Like, quite well. I mean, I don't think that this is particularly new experience for these guys, and maybe there's even a bit of bad blood, but nothing wrong with a little bit of banter, a little bit of BM there. Talking a little bit more about the car, we finally get to see it come alive that round. We know, obviously now, protected pirouette is that star power choice, and again, as a sort of, we discussed it, flying hook doesn't seem great into someone that can just stun you as soon as you get close. So, a bit of an adaptation there, and this time, some success is found. It is Shitampo on that car. At that point, anything is possible. But what's important is that Crazy Raccoon have evened up the series with a set win.
That is quite valuable. I really did think Never Back Down might be able to do it. I think that Shu was just left unchecked in game number 2, and then Crazy Raccoon managed to reel it back. You saw how much they switched up those lanes and how much of a difference it made as well. Shu, yeah, going in for that last kill. It did not end up being successful, but in game 2, he put on an absolute masterclass, going in for the big play here, getting the double stun and the double kill too to finish things off. We even saw Fang hypercharge at one point, getting massive value versus the Bell.
Yeah, didn't even need to pass through a wall, honestly. Shu just connects it here. But you see how very quickly, I mean, the bell just absolutely explodes. So yeah, Fang, real headliner here, but things slow down a little bit. I mean, here, literally, as a nest egg gets eaten up, and Shu even finds the second one there from Moya. Melting being stunned, not ideal. Tensai doing a very good job of making plenty of space here for Moya just to back away. With those gems, and Crazy Raccoon, it's a hard-fought set. We're starting to see a real top four. Like, our top four teams have been really impressive, but I want to remind everybody that, you know, Angelic and also Never Back Down, they had to fight hard to get to these games. It's not as if they breezed through some random opponent. No, their matches went all the way. So we're starting to realize now that this region, at the top, at least the top 6, is pretty darn closely distributed.
No doubt. I mean, I will admit, I was sleeping on Angelic. I thought, well, for sure, they get taken down in that quarterfinal. But no, they prevail at a double match point as well. So they really did go the entire distance in their quarterfinal match. Perhaps they're fully warmed up and maybe they're a little exhausted. Considering they had a tough opponent, at least for them, in the quarterfinal, you have to wonder where their preparation was allocated. Were they expecting a match versus Crazy Raccoon primarily, or were they just focused on getting through that quarterfinal? So far, so good, honestly. Taking a set off of Crazy Raccoon is a feat that even some teams that made it to the World Finals weren't capable of.
No, many of them, actually. Even Zeta Division got pushed to the absolute limit in that game. Tensai on your screen here has been a household name in Brawl Stars for a long, long time. Many, many years. World champion. I mean, this guy's basically done it all. And I think a lot of players, especially from specifically the East Asian region, but even APAC in general, looking at these guys like, you old lions, it's time to drag you guys off your perch. It's time for a new generation. A lot of other teams waiting for their chance to show themselves here. And hey, a great chance for Never Back Down to do just that. Bounty is our next destination. It will be Hideout.
All right, this is where we saw some interesting gray plays earlier, so I wonder if we'll see some of that now. As far as bans and just what we expect to be played here, you gotta respect the Angelo, the Larry, we saw that earlier. In fact, when we saw it run by Crazy Raccoon, it didn't work so well into the Willow, and it wasn't even like a difference in their supers. No, it was just straight up damage. Willow was diffing that lane, not quite getting kills, but getting the majority of the damage. And if you can soften up your opponents for another member of your team to sneak in and get the kill, then that is great teamwork. We'll see Crazy Raccoon start off this draft with a Bell, mind the bans as well. Brock's going to be opening up some walls here. He can also switch over to Rocket Laces if there is an aggro pick by the enemy team. Charlie's going to be popping some spiders as well. So Crazy Raccoon, they have a few avenues they can use to deal with it. Squeak is a great way of doing it, but it leaves them open to an aggro last pick from Never Back Down.
Gus comes out here, so a number of single-shot brawlers that can be a little susceptible to those spiderlings. And yeah, Laurie left open, one of the most popular picks still on this map. We're going to jump straight in here. This time, Never Back Down. Gonna look to get some value. Again, the nerfs, you can sort of see them here. Not hitting nearly as hard on those two pops, but Shu is doing a good job at forcing Moya away, who has nothing to shoot at right now, while Shu rains those shots in.
We see Milkrio is also the only one here that's capable of wall break, so he basically gets to decide that Shu will have walls for the entire game. The thing that Crazy Raccoon has to navigate around also is that they do have this blue star, so they do get to defend. And I think Squeak is a great defender, but into Shu, he's lacking in range. The only thing he's really got to work with here is health. And yeah, that's valuable in a mode that's about survivability. Make sure you stay alive and take down your opponents. But I just don't see him getting any damage here. It looks like a complete standstill on the left side, and Shu can even make it in on the right side. A little bit pinch out Tampo. I think nice use also the gadget here from Moya to illuminate some of these bushes and slow things down, but it is short-lived. It's not nearly as long-lasting as it used to be.
The slow, pretty powerful, right? This is a very defensive setup here for Crazy Raccoon. Nest eggs getting set up. Shitampo with some spooky boys, probably Kooky Popper. The shield, of course, able to be thrown over whoever's suffering pressure at that moment. Whereas Never Back Down do want to push them into the corner of the map and exploit them, especially with that Brock super. Maybe Melty's able to find a connection as well. Might be time for Laurie to make an appearance in a moment. Some more Spiderlings being deployed again. This is just more pressure onto the Gus. Force those shots out. Kill there for Shu. Wanted to try and keep Laurie in the game a little bit longer, but Moya has so much damage. Another residue used, though. That's at least 2 down.
Moy finds an opportunity to push in, though. He's going to use yet another residue. So far, Crazy Raccoon are just hanging on to this one blue star lead. Nice connection there from Tensai. No kill on the Milkrio just yet. Chewy's locked in place. There's the takedown. It looks like Never Back Down have no moves left. An entire team wipe. Missed super there for Stetapo at the end, but hey, we won't touch on it too much. A game win is a game win.
That's a hard comp to play against, honestly. Crazy Raccoon's setup is really good. I mean, you might be against a thrower on that squeak lane, but you can like use the gadget to cover out the bush, make it basically, you know, suicide to jump in there as the Larry and then try and take that space off. I mean, yeah, you said nice shot, but you can't really miss that super when you have a hypercharge in play. Tensai just makes it impossible for Milkrio to be involved, and eventually Never Back Down had to go aggressive and had no foundation, had no leg to stand on.
Smart here, I think. Never Back Down. I just think maybe they didn't rush that blue star enough, because I do like their damage and the way they're able to hold this quite a bit better. Now Crazy Raccoon are going to be playing aggro into them. Moya's able to zone things really well. It's going to come down to Stetampo to actually finish off some of these kills. Milkrio's also continuing to play this max range Brock on the right side. Don't see any pinches just yet. Maybe it's time. Melty's fully pushed back on the right side. Even takes an additional hit from Stetampo. Milkrio picks up the kill on the Moya, though. An unexpected one. Miss for Stetampo. Looks for that last bit of damage, but no kill confirmed. Never Back Down are up by 3 stars. 0 for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, now this defensive comp has to get aggressive because they gave up that blue star and they look to struggle at times here. Even losing Melty, Never Back Down still have that blue star lead. Well, not anymore. Milkrio getting picked off as Tensai takes space.
Yikes. I think a nice shot leading there for Tensai, who's just expert marksmanship. Also, it looks like reading the dodging pattern of Milkrio as he is shooting ahead of where Milkrio ends up trying to dodge the attack to. If you watch just that 1v1 on the right lane, but Never Back Down. I think we saw Melty just go to aggro while he was on low health, ended up getting pinched, and now Never Back Down have to pay the price, if you will. Melty's still looking for his first super, mind you. He's not able to put anyone in the cocoon just yet. Diff on the right side as well. As a 2v1 goes well for Crazy Raccoon. We're entering the countdown. Crazy Raccoon are up by a significant margin, one that I don't think Never Back Down.
That was clever. Kuki Popper used there by Stetampo to actually take down the Spiderlings before they could advance. Only one was left there. And Never Back Down eventually crumbled. Crazy Raccoon secure the set. I mean, that Bell versus Brock lane for Crazy Raccoon was really favorable. Basically, you know, over both matches of that set. Nice looks here for Crazy Raccoon. The draft's looking a lot tighter. It's a composition that has a lot of safety, has a lot of defensive gadgets, but also has burst damage out of nowhere sometimes, and that hypercharge on Bell, that is scary. You've got no choice. You get marked and then you can't go aggressive. So when you fall behind, you don't have a great way to try and get back in the game. The moment you try and step forward, you'll get punished.
I think what we saw from Never Back Down here was just they picked a lot of things that would prevent future picks, and in the end they just had like a fistful of puzzle pieces that didn't fit together essentially. They didn't create a big picture. You have Charlie, like, yeah, she's able to counter a tank, but if no tank is picked, then what is she? Crappy damage at long range, and maybe some spiders that seem to be dealt with just fine by Crazy Raccoon. It's things like these that I think led to the demise of Never Back Down here. Crazy Raccoon, they also managed to snag what I think was honestly kind of an undeserved blue star at the beginning of game 1. Really expected Never Back Down to be able to get that one more effectively. You have Shu, who can spam a bunch of shots down at mid without risking his own safety because, folks, he's a thrower, so he doesn't need to be down that straightaway. Never Back Down did manage to get that blue star to start off game number 2, but some plays where they were overextended, and honestly Crazy Raccoon did a great job of backing them up into their own spawn and putting them in tight pinches, led to them losing that lead and ultimately losing the set.
Yeah, that 2v1 collapse on the right, that was very telling here. Wow, just a one elimination for Never Back Down. That is pretty wild, I think. Melty obviously not really being put in a position to succeed so much. I mean, this might be one of the most slanted post-game stats cards I've ever seen. Very, very strong showing for Crazy Raccoon, and yeah, Tensai and Stetampo really working that right-hand side on occasion. Basically guaranteed a kill when you get that Bell hypercharge. And Augusta's really effective there. If you need to go all in, if you need to be the aggressor, that shield, you know, cuts both ways, ironically. You can use it defensively to just as good effect. We'll Never Back Down. kind of got beat in the drafts there. Maybe they should have left that one in the drafts.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think never back down. I mean, something that we just haven't really seen in this region so much is super aggro plays. The most aggro thing that we've seen so far is Fang, really. And Fang is one of those where he's actually a pretty safe brawler. You play him on lane, you know, kick your shoes off and get 4 shots. Now you're in business. But even then, it'll be a while before that super actually gets used. It's just the dojo, you know? It's a play style of the region. It is the brawlers that are good here to the brawlers that are picked here. So do we see some aggro players, or rather some aggro brawlers in the future? Honestly, I'll place my bets on no. And for that reason, I like Crazy Raccoon's draft here better.
And again, this team, they're on the precipice of heading into a grand final to re-establish the hegemony, I suppose, of the APAC region, to get back in the driver's seat and get off to a great start. Remember, less monthly finals means less opportunities to amass those circuit points. You really want to get off to a good start. Knockout coming out. Again, we should expect to see like Piper and Nani bans. It probably means we probably see maybe another appearance of Bell. I don't know, something about sharpshooters and homing shots is very, very, very good.
Not just that, but like also, of course, being able to play at long range. Now, when we talk long range, when we talk out on the open, I think one that is forgotten just because he's so new is Angelo. This guy can hover over the water on the left side. You could get additional speed if you want, but personally, I think that the heal here is better.
Yeah.
And for the same reasons that Angelo would be good on that left lane, Eve also good on that left lane. And Eve's one that we've seen for a very long time, so it's not a huge stretch of logic to suppose that Angelo will also be good here. That's got to be an insta-ban if you have last pick here. We'll see if it actually comes through in the draft. Yeah, Angelo is banned. A Jean first selection here for Crazy Raccoon, I think, is a great one.
Yeah, Eve is open, right? She's not, strictly speaking, a sharpshooter. But the fact that her star power allows her to get the big damage shot before the other two means that she's not bad if you're just assuming you're only going to hit 1 shot per salvo. And yeah, Crazy Raccoon picked that up. It gives him a lot of flexibility on the left. You can back away. Like, you can get out of this sort of enclosed mid-area much easier. That level of safety is a big difference maker. Just as Moya is doing now. Can give ground, can come back, get in the fight. The hatchlings can be very annoying also for single-shot brawlers, many of which you see on this kind of knockout map.
See how Milkrio's playing this Brock on the right side. We see CR double stack it. Now Melty has to move over to that lane to help out. He's managed to catch Tinsai in the bush. Gonna try and predict his movement. Managed to hit one. There's the rocket from Milkrio. The sort of posthumous super kill there brings this down to a 2v2. So far, Shu's trying to play this at long range. The thing that we didn't see in the draft is that Mandy has made an appearance here. Shu's able to farm up his super that's mad valuable. Melty tanks quite a bit of damage there. Looks like he might actually get pinched by Moya. We see no connections of shots here for really Shu. Might have spoken too soon, though. He did manage to get one on Stettampo, but they don't have command of the mid area.
No, this is dangerous. They've lost control, but Melty gets the shield now. Can go more aggressive. The hatchling wasn't able to protect the mother, apparently. Crazy Raccoon crumbled in those last few seconds. They were looking for something. They were fishing. Didn't have the magic hand to rely on, though, and that hurt them. Shu now had that super available. Watch out.
He's not quite able to one-tap any of these brawlers, but if that shield goes away, then it's able to make it happen. Stettampo went over to the right side instead of to the left, as Shu had predicted, and he's wasted his super for now. Crazy Raccoon continue to push Never Back down into their own spawn. Melty and Milkrio have other plans, though. They really want to pursue this Eve lane on the right side, perhaps even getting a pinch on a Tinsai. So far, avoiding a lot of the shots. There's a connection for the mark from Tinsai. He's dodging the shots well, but Melty gets the kill. There, the Vengeful Spirits in, and I think Stettampo really wanted that onto Milkrio. Would have been the kill confirmed, but nothing just yet. Could have been an easy kill. In fact, there's the pinch, so Stettampo gets to hang on to his super, and, well, he has no choice for the next round. Moya still pursuing Melty. He's going to look to heal up all the way to full. I think this is a 1 round for Never Back down, but Moya still gets a tap. This is a close one.
Moya has a chance to heal, but eventually has to step ahead of the gas. So that healing will be stopped, and Shu will finish the job. Never Back down. Great start here on Knockout. Really good looks. You know, again, with the map being so open, it's very, very hard for Jean to get a guaranteed pull here. At some point, you've just kind of got to go for it. But there's a lot at stake, a lot of risk associated with trying to come forward against these sharpshooters. Things went a bit wonky on the right-hand side here. Again, Milkrio trading quite often with the Bell of Tensai.
It also looked like Milkrio might have forgotten to break that wall immediately, meaning that Shu had sort of a latent entry into mid. Milkrio still, though, did get that wall break. Shu's back in position where they need to be. Melty's fishing for any shots on a tin side, trying to find the position. The wall break as well from Milkrio. A lot of times in a mode where the goal is to, kill the enemy brawler and send them packing for the entire round, you'll see rocket fuel actually used for a kill confirm. In this situation, Milkrio's already used 2 just to break walls. He's got 2 left in his arsenal so far. No valuable damage really from Never Back Down and Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon have a couple of nest eggs down that are impeding the progress of Never Back Down, and hopefully they're all aware of their positions. Otherwise, it's free kills for the enemy team.
There are multiple kill confirms actually on the Never Back Down side, right? Yeah, I mean, rocket fuel is important. Also, Cookie Popper, and to some degree, Mandy Super also operates similarly. Spooky goes there, try and chase Melty down, but Moya eventually falls on that right-hand side. Scary stuff for Crazy Raccoon. They're going to fight to stay in this. Tatampo is healthy, though. Very healthy. Magic Hand, not needed. Somehow Shu comes out on top. What? Never Back Down. They're going to take us to 5.
Poison claims a victim yet again. Last time, it chipped a good chunk of HP off of Moya. This time, it takes down Tensai in the final most tense moments. They are 1 round loss away from being taken all the way to set 5 by Never Back Down, a possibility that they may have considered coming into this, but a lot of us in the audience just did not expect. Shu is still fishing for a super of his own, by the way. He's got to be close by now. He sacrificed a lot of HP just to stay in position to get some shots. We see Melty and Milkrio also equipped with their supers, and Tensai has the
dangerous.
But who is the ideal target is really a big question here.
Great shots from Melty to force Tatampo away. He was lining up for a Magic Hand, and Shu waits for his moment. What a sugar rush kill. Tensai falling into Melty. Not much he could do as Bella to break through that, 8,000 plus HP Gus, but he's marked. Moya knows it, but is taking a lot of damage and is largely outranged by the Gus, who has yet another shield to work with. It's over. It's over. Never Back Down. How about that? They can't believe it. They're taking this one all the way. They are going to have another 5-set game.
Look at Milkrio over here. Man, it always makes me happy to see Milkrio happy. Like, okay, look, I want my predictions to go well. Okay, now it makes me sad to see Tensai sad. So, there's no winning here. There's no winning here for me.
He is not happy at all. Tensai is like, yo, we need to wake up now.
Can we lock in real quick? But Milkrio, I mean, look, if they win, then Milkrio's going to have the craziest celebration that you've ever seen, because this guy is always a treat to watch on cams, but they're still 1 set away from a victory for either side.
Yeah, and on the other side of that, of course, is our grand final that still would have to be played out. So it's a marathon for either team. Whoever makes it through is going to have to hope they have a bit left in the tank. Just as we, well, I can see the clock behind you. What is that, 4:15? Just as we, in the early hours of the morning, are going to have to keep in step with these players and do it some justice. But genuinely, I think we felt like Crazy Raccoon had a pretty solid draft, right? The Eve is fine, you know what, they want to pick that. The Bell is very manageable and safe, and the Jean is a very powerful brawler as well for multiple reasons. Not only the magic puffs healing is hard to provide that, I think, and in situations like this. Oh, he actually took the other star power rather, giving a super a little bit more bite. That makes sense, but we didn't see many of them, if at all, hit.
And it's quite interesting. Like, Shu, he did get like 1 good kill with the super. That ended up shifting the momentum of the game. There it was right there.
Wow.
Tatampo did not even see it coming at all. We see Tensai move in as well, but Melty just popped him. See, this is why I look to Melty as sort of the difference maker here. I look to Melty and Milkrio, honestly. Milkrio held that right lane pretty consistently versus a tough opponent in Eve. Played that max range Brock really well. You see Milkrio, not actually any kills here, but competitive DPS compared with the rest of his team. So it's all about holding. Getting those kills, optional, as long as you win the team game.
Well, also, if you can force out any sort of defensive resources or make it very hard for Bell to get involved, force the Jean outside of his magic hand range to try and sort of heal up, you've done your job. Tatampo, we don't expect to see the Jean really be credited with many kills and have a whole lot of damage. The game plan is build super, stay alive, try and set it up for your opponent. But yeah, a lot of kill confirmed potential. Cookie Popper, Rocket Fuel, It was all there. And finally, we got to see the Mandy really get some value. Shu awkwardly obviously has to stop, has to stand still for a time to get that bonus range, that obviously bonus impact with the Mandy. And not a lot of those supers were connecting. But hey, you only have to hit one of them to really turn the game on its head. Now you've gotten over that hurdle. You've got through knockout. One more set to go.
And drafting in progress as well. Everyone's very, very focused on what's coming up next. It all comes down to just one set to decide whether Crazy Raccoon, really the expected victors, at least for a lot of people, might be brought to their knees in the very first monthly final. We're headed to Split for a bit of hot zone action. This is another map that is re-entering the competitive map pool after its absence for a while. And honestly, I couldn't be happier. I really like this map. People have opinions about the 2-zone maps. We had parallel plays for a while, and it just didn't fit all on one screen. Now we got Split. Now you can look at all the action on 2 zones at the same time. It's almost twice the entertainment.
Rico, a popular brawler here. Again, very strong on that left-hand lane to bounce some shots in. We've seen Sprout also be really annoying to deal with. Some teams opt to try and open up as much of the map now, but we do have those unbreakable boxes that have been added, so you cannot completely clear a lot of this out. Sometimes we can see Bull just like run in there to open things up, Daryl to bounce around. Those options not quite there. We've seen like in the past, like 8-bit mates using sort of cheat cartridge to make sure they can play aggressively on the point and then pull out. But of course it's Cordelius, Stu, Charlie are the 3 big ones to look out for.
Yeah, I think honestly Split is one of these maps that is so crazy to draft because there are a lot of things that are very good here and really what ends up dictating how this draft goes in the biggest way. And yes, this is true for basically everywhere, are the bans, but that's just because there's so many different directions this one could go in. I look to Larry for making some big plays here. You already brought up Rico. Rico's one of the brawlers on this map where if you have nothing to deal with him, then it's straight up GG. You are not getting past him. He could hold a lane versus 3 enemy brawlers and he wouldn't even break a sweat. So that's why we look to brawlers that have wall break. Honestly, Stu wouldn't be a bad first pick here. Another thing that should think about, especially for this region, is Ruffs that we've already seen already. So with Ruffs, Stu in mind for the wall break, if those don't get banned out, then I would say definitely look to the throwers or Rico to make some waves.
Cordelius picked up here straight away. A very strong brawler on this map. We see the Larry banned out. Charlie getting locked in here. So again, Cordelius, Charlie, Stu, those are the big 3. Stu obviously having been banned already. Ruff, someone worth talking about, right? Because again, you can play the left side really well. You can also, with sandbags, be pretty effective on the right. But a thrower like Barley is going to make that game plan a little harder. That's so static. You stand within the safe cover of those sandbags and you can get punished by a thrower. Oh, boy. Okay. Mortis is out. Prepare yourselves. Chop it away!
There's no counter for the guy. That's the biggest issue. We'll see if Tensai can still push through on the right side. And folks, it's musical lanes. Milkray is going to move wherever the Mortis isn't. He'll just move to the other side of the namesake Split formed out of obstacles. Melty doesn't mind moving over to deal with Tensai either, though. He gets free capture on the right side so far. With the wall break, it's going to make Milkray way less viable. For Tensai, he's still going to go for it. Even with the Herbal Tonic, it's just no use.
Anyway, Chitapo, man, the Spiderlings are really powerful against Cordelius. Yeah, just blocking those shots. Those kills are easy to come by. Chitapo builds super here. Tensai having to dodge out of that last call. That this is pretty good for Crazy Raccoon now. Moya clearing as many of these walls as possible, making sure he has a clear shot on Shu at all times. He's going to come in with a bit of burst damage. The Spitball also being employed. Tensai, Shadow Realms presently, running from Melty as he just can't win a face-to-face fight there. He'll pop out and instantly into the cocoon, goes to Cordelius. Spiderlings look to try and devour Shu as he looks to swing hard. Another super up there for Melty, but Crazy Raccoon, how we get the job done? This Mortis is a menace.
Wow. Having the Charlie and then being able to pick the aggro is incredibly powerful here. I'm surprised that it wasn't considered a ton. I mean, you have that Barley. It's going to be weak towards something that's super aggressive, and the enemy has the Charlie. You have to expect that they will be running an aggro. They did pick up one of their own. They did get that BB in there. Tensai can do okay into the BB, just needs to play intelligently, try and bait out the knockback. On the right side, Milkrio's made some early plays just because the matchup is favorable to him. Tensai tries to dash all the way over the hardest way possible.
What?
Melty and Shu. Dampo's trying to diff this on the left side. We see the wall break too, and the takedown on Shu.
Milkrio's got to get away. Tensai is already bearing down on him. Pretty easy damage. So obviously Milkrio can safely pressure this left side point, but capturing it, that's a whole different story. Herbal Tonic now thrown down. Tensai looming. Melty knows he's the one that has to deal with this Mortis more often than not. No super use there from Melty, but good damage, enough to force Tensai away. Now we have a split down the middle.
It's literally, we should have Yakety Sax playing as Mortis is chasing Milkrio for the entire game. Milkrio's looking for a home, but Tensai refuses to let him survive. Tensai might get taken down.
Great knockback.
He's not careful. Wonderfully done as well. I like the tech as well from BB where she stays close to the wall so that Mortis can't dash all the way into her. But it feels like this has been learned a little bit too late. Crazy Raccoon are already at match point, and they are counting up the percentage towards a grand finals qualification.
Tensai chasing again. Milkrio, nothing you can do about that. There's no real answer to the Mortis outside of BB knocking him back or Cordelius dragging him down. Crazy Raccoon, yeah, they've got this one in the bag. There's no answer to this composition. What a beautiful showing from Crazy Raccoon. They get themselves out of what could have been a bit of a sticky situation.
And the first smile we've seen from Tensai this entire night as going into this one looked like he was filled with dread. Milkrio, yeah, definitely disappointed. We saw him pretty overjoyed after the last one as they got themselves a spot in set 5 versus Crazy Raccoon. But to go like that, 100-0 draft like that, it felt is really, really heartbreaking. It felt like they had no chance once you saw how those two teams interacted.
I mean, what a roller coaster of emotions there for Never Back Down. They started the series in style, then suffered losses in the next 2 sets and managed to draw it back, which takes a fair bit of resilience. But Crazy Raccoon have been in positions like this before. They fought their way out of some of them they haven't. They've had to learn from those moments, those mistakes, and still find a way to win. This is the kind of team that are never to be counted out. Not even in the last set, not even if they had a terrible set 4. They always seem to be able to recenter themselves, regroup, and come up with a winning plan.
Love the draft. I'll say it again for Crazy Raccoon. I think that picking up the Charlie, she's a very desired brawler to have on this map because she's able to do Charlie things. She can put you in the cocoon. Oh, you want to play aggro? I will put you in the cocoon. And then it will be a free kill once you're out of the cocoon and my entire team is here to deal with you. Or maybe I just recruit some spiders by pressing the funny green button on my screen. I think this is also well done. Just good strategic thinking with that Mortis pick, knowing how hard it was going to counter the Barley. And this is why, folks, you just kind of don't pick throwers unless you have the last pick. When something so aggressive is open like that, when you have picks on your side that keep the enemy from countering the aggro, this is what happens. Look at the DPS. It's nuts for Crazy Raccoon.
Sometimes it's just one pick that can completely undo you. Most of the comp seemed fine, right? You had Cordelius is such a hotly contested brawler on this map. He can find a lot of value, take someone out of the picture. Could also use the Shadow Realm to cross over to the other side of the map, pop out, fight there. You have mobility in the jump, or you can take the silence. You can win any 1v1 with that super up, and that's great for just like plucking Mortis as he's midway through a dash trying to jump on your Barley. But the Barley's a huge vulnerability. We know why Milkrio is trying to take it. He sees a roughs. He's like, I've got to punish this. Like sitting around in the sandbags. Sandbags can't be allowed to happen. And he falls right into the trap. Straight away, Crazy Raccoon are like, I know just the answer for this. It might not have been an answer to Larry and Laurie at the height of their power, but assassins are good against throwers in general. Just not that one. When he was really overpowered and did ridiculous amounts of damage, I can't believe he was like that for as long as he was. But here's your MVP, Tensai, for the series, and it makes sense. He was very displeased after those first 3 sets, but kept it together and got his team over the line.
Yeah, and especially put on a pretty good show there towards the end with the Mortis pick. I mean, you put anyone on the Mortis versus the Barley, tell him, yeah, just chase the guy down the entire time, and he'll have a good time on that brawler. But I think a deserved reward after basically everything that the enemy team put them through over the course of that match, knowing that the expectations for you are so high and knowing just the sort of opponent that you're up against is very challenging.
I'm pretty excited about something we've got in the works here as well. If you remember, I mean, one of the most polarizing teams, heroes, then villains, then God knows what, SK Gaming. We've been working on a bit of a documentary, the team here at the Brawl Stars Championship. We all had a chance to sort of share our thoughts on this team who's, I mean, to say nothing else, completely iconic. So we look forward to letting you guys see that one. We're going to give you a little bit of a teaser. We're going to hear from our sponsors. We're going to head to a break and come back with our grand final of our APAC region.
Unbelievable scenes here. SK falling like cards.
We have nothing to lose. So I'm not going to back down from what I said.
It felt like a punch in the face.
It's SK Gaming running away with it. What do you have to say now? This is the peak of Brawl Stars esports, I'll be honest.
The Brawl Stars Championship. In 2023, one team entered the season with massive expectations
This team is in complete chaos.
and a bitter rival standing in their way.
They both had huge points to prove.
At the end of the season, only one team can lift the World Finals trophy. But are there other ways to measure greatness?
Not suffer noise, right? Like what they say.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, folks, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Well, while I enjoy the inventions of Sakura Spike, which is the GOAT skin of the game, and Toon Spike lovers probably need to go directly to jail, do not pass go, do not collect $200, I do want to point out just how excited I am about that upcoming documentary, Grudge Match, featuring SK Gaming. I mean, that is an org, honestly, that contributes a ton as well. Like, their content is incredible. Like, when I ever want to catch up on what they've been up to, like, man, I can see their boot camp, I can see their struggles, everything like that. Really charismatic and compelling team. So it's kind of cool that, you know, the team over at the Brawl Stars Championship get together and sort of, you know, create a documentary around them. And that match against Foot Esports that had so much on the line. A team that also, Kenny, they made a much longer run as well at the World Finals than we would have expected. They were underdogs at that event, which is not common for SK Gaming, but they impressed many people.
You know, they didn't come home with Worlds, but at the end of the day, their story was incredible. I mean, quite the journey all year long, and I can't wait to see how we captivate that and share that with audiences. Having heroes and villains as Brawl Stars is such an awesome thing. Having these great characters and players, it's so important, and it's just one more reason to love the esport, and awesome to see organizations like SK Gaming kind of giving that to us and being willing to share that with us.
Mate, seeing Opa walk across the stage and, you know, get in her face, it was a moment, and I'm telling you, that was like Gears of War esports level. I was loving it. Ready, set. We've got a story unfolding here in the APAC region as well. Walk us through the bracket so far and how we got to this grand final.
Yeah, let's actually start with our first grand finalist, Angelic. They started off facing How off broadcast and winning that one at double match point. Then versus Revenant Esports and still going the distance all the way to set number 5 with a convincing win over the guys as well and find themselves in the grand final. Crazy Raccoon, they started off versus Octopus Primes, a clean victory over them, just dropping one set along the way. Versus Never Back Down, not quite the same story. That was a dominant last set for them and honestly a 100-0 draft with the Mortis versus Barley chasing Milkrio all the way around the map was Tensai. They found themselves in the grand final, but kind of scraped, battered, and bruised. Not really the sort of shape that we expected them to make it here in.
Well, gents, I hate to break it to you. We are going to be locked in predictions one way or another today. We all have Crazy Raccoon going all the way, although I know, Kenny, you were tempted. You wanted to put Angelic down here. This Hong Kong team has really impressed and surprised us with that convincing victory over Revenant.
I'm a sucker for just a miracle story. It's the opening month. I was really impressed with some of their drafts. It wasn't perfect. Of course, they've gone to 3-2s multiple times, and now they're playing Crazy Raccoon. I won't lie, though. I was tempted. Ultimately, I'm a little bit of a coward. I feel like Crazy Raccoon are the safe bet, and they deserve my respect, and they will get my prediction.
Yeah, respect also to crew. Still have this picture of me from like 2018. Man, I have aged. And not gracefully. Not for one moment. I've gone from suit and tie to like, I mean, I don't know what I am now. Shirt open, haggard, 2:30 in the morning, talking absolute smack. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, yeah, don't worry about it. Buttons, overrated, ready? Don't need them. You got the flower shirt, Just one more step, mate, and you'll be right in my domain. And ain't so bad here.
I can't be copying your style, and they're just like, my style's so terrible. No. It's terrible. That the shirt's terrible. I can't have it open.
I would never accuse you of copying me. I would never do that. Even though you have the same hair as me.
I would never do that.
You know? And yeah, you know, so you don't have your mic on the same side. There is that. Anyway, let's jump into it here. Angelic have surprised us, impressed us, and wowed us on occasion. Getting that win over Revenant is no mean feat at all, but now they're going up against Crazy Raccoon, who seem to have only gotten better ready over the course of this tournament. But it's a chance here to see Angelic not only get a bunch of circuit points in their pocket already, but now they can come at the king, and they best not miss.
They're fearsome. Kang and Mizzy, like, these people are, I guess, about to be new big names in the APAC region, coming in as previously fairly unknown. And there's no better way to make a name for yourself than just putting raw numbers up on the board. A victory versus Crazy Raccoon would literally be the final nail in the coffin and set the tone for the rest of the year. Is it an off day for Crazy Raccoon today, or did they just focus more of their preparation on the grand finals? We'll find out. We'll see if Angelic can still pop off.
Let's just settle for drafts that make sense. You know, we know that from there on out, Kenny, this Crazy Raccoon team can absolutely execute. They just need the right plan.
I think the game plan is important. As good as mechanics are, drafts still go a long, long way. But at the end of the day, those mechanics are still going to be tough to overcome. 4 of 6 monthly finals wins last year, a semifinals at Worlds 2023. Satampa with the 2021 world champion. Tensai, a double world champion. The accolades are unbelievable with this roster. So Angelic are going to have a lot on their hands. They're going to need perfect draft, perfect gameplay, and maybe in month number 1, they can do just enough to get another 3-2 kind of victory. But I don't think it's going to be able to be done in a 3-0 or any kind of fashion. Angelic are going to have to go the distance if they want to win this one.
Already talking about scorelines. I like it, Kenny. Before we let you go, Ready, what's your prediction on scoreline here? I know you have Crazy Raccoon taking it. Is it one-sided, or is it a tight one all the way to the finish line?
This will be a tight one, I think, skill-wise. I think Angelic have been really impressive with their drafts. I think that this match here is where Crazy Raccoon have focused most of their preparation draft-wise. So we'll expect, I think, better performance from Crazy Raccoon than in the previous ones. But given the skill that we've seen from Angelic, at least 1 set, possibly 2. But it's still got to be a CR win for me.
All right, CR locked in here for Ready Set. We'll let you go for now, and we'll get you back. Don't even think about sleeping. We've got a big game to come here, and of course, we'll catch up with you after to wrap things up. It's going to be myself, Uber, here with Kenny to take you through. Kenny, look, Tensai, he shows a fair bit of emotion, I think. We have seen, you know, this guy on the stage before. He doesn't exactly keep his cards close to his chest. Quite emotive as an individual. I've seen him pissed. And he looked like that at the start of that last series.
And as an enemy, that's the scariest thing I could possibly imagine. An angry Tensai on the Brawl Ball stage is the scariest thing.
Okay, if only he was just a little taller, right? Because then that would be actually terrifying. But in person, it's like, yeah, this guy's mad, but, you know, he might need a stepladder to be really intimidating.
Oh, don't do a Brawl Stars GOAT like that. It doesn't matter. It's all on the Brawl Ball field, brother. If I'm facing an angry Tensai, if I'm facing a regular Tensai, it's over. It's over for many of us. This guy is one of the GOATs, one of the legends. I just can't imagine. It'd be hard for me to believe that Angelic can pull this off. But they've done it now twice today. I pitted against them twice. Heck, 96% of all people on event.brawlstars.com picked Revenant Esports to beat these fellas. Rightfully so, I might add. Nonetheless, they are here. I feel like if they're going to catch a win, they're going to have to do it in a long, drawn-out match. It's going to take a 3-2. It's going to take some perfection, and it's going to start right here on New Horizons.
Seen this once before already. A couple times, in fact, today. Hotly contested brawlers like Charlie, for example. Sometimes getting picked up. We also saw a very weird game, I think. It was from Crazy Raccoon, actually, yeah, where they had to figure out how to deal with this max-based composition that basically hid in the corner for much of the round prior. And they had to figure out how to dig them out of that spot. The random Shelly pick that came up last in the draft that had us scratching our heads was the one that managed to break them out of that bind. So this is a team that definitely knows how to come up with the answers before we even get onto the battlefield, which is why the draft is worth keeping an eye on. It's a compelling story to be told here now. And we know just how many options they have. It was actually Revenant that managed to pull off that sort of counter strat, but we know Crazy Raccoon also have been cooking up. When their comps are good, they look unbeatable.
Yeah, they'll definitely take note of that. I feel like that Sprout composition was just so frustrating to deal with. They still made it work on the Revenant side, but it's definitely a combination that we're now going to be aware of, and I'm curious to see if it influences our ban kind of stages to get rid of any ideas like that. We are going to see Angelo immediately eliminated from contention here. Piper on the other end, though, we haven't seen too much of Piper today. I think it's because she's in a really strong state right now, to be honest with you. A bow to round out this side as well. So back-to-back, pretty solid picks. Nani on the other end, a great counter opportunity into that Piper.
Finally getting through is the Nani. You see the Buster comp's been denied straight away. That's been banned out there. Great. Okay, going to give you that all-in potential if you need it. It's also a good delivery system for that Charlie Super. Lock someone up, then have a 3 versus 2 fight. Even if you're more of a longer range comp, you can start to find success there. And again, Nani really can put a lot of pressure on Shitampo. Can't quite one-shot the Piper. You can see, obviously, there's a shield gadget there on Shitampo, so a little bit of extra durability. Kanga gets hammered by Tensai here, who throws up a hedge and sits there menacingly.
Worth his while, though. I think opening up this left-hand end is going to help a ton. Tensai can still bounce off this left or right-hand end of the left lane, but nonetheless, you need all the open space you can get into that matchup. Mizzy, though, in a lot of trouble. Does pop this gadget. This could be interesting. Gonna have to pop out quick here and hope to dodge. No such thing, though. Crazy Raccoon do not miss their shots, and Angelic will be punished for it.
So Megu there takes Shitampo low. Return to sender was popped on one of those Piper shots, I think with the homemade recipe here. So both of those key sharpshooters using gadgets. This is a bit scary for Kanga, though. The pinch is real. Oh, you better be dodging from 3 different directions. The shots were coming in. Kanga had nowhere to go. Megu, no choice but to dive headfirst into the green haze.
Lots of bad news for the side of AGC. A great draft from the looks of it from Crazy Raccoon. On top of that, Sprout going to be an awesome matchup with the wall being placed so rapidly for them, being able to cycle that out. A nice dodge there as well, and a Nani peep rendered useless. Tensai does get grabbed, though, the TP through a perfectly placed wall, though, to counter it out. Kanga does manage to get a second grasp on him, though. The pull goes through, and Kanga will be able to survive. Now a 3v2 opportunity for the blue side.
That walking cane is such a good answer to the hedges and walls that the Sprout wants to play around. Mizzy doing well to get a tickle on Shitampo. They're going to force the Piper off that sightline for now. And the pressure keeps mounting. Mizzy, another hit connecting. Mega able to finish the job there on Shitampo, and it's just Moya who'll have to succumb. Angelic already showing us a little bit of the backbone that got him here in the first place.
No supers available for Crazy Raccoon, and a Nani peep inbound as well. Gonna be rearing its ugly head, trying to make a Shitampo with no way to dodge, though. Mizzy in hot pursuit, a teleport through. Kanga pursuing the kill and getting a connection there, and already a 3v2 situation. A perfectly timed gadget.
Oh, RTS
as well. Angelic making miracles happen. It's gonna be game number 1 going their way.
God, that's just a nightmare for Piper. If you don't have your super available, that peep is going to hit the mark. Took it, that Shitampo so low, and then all you had to do was wait for the Piper to fire at you, eat the shot, send it right on back with interest. Angelic. Okay, now looking to make this a little more interesting.
I like interesting. This team's had a lot of fun with their drafts today. They've been really showcasing what they can do. This is a team the world clearly needs to take seriously, including CR here. I'm sure many of us expected this to be a Revenant Crazy Raccoon matchup, but Kanga proving why he deserves to be here. An early pull on the Moya, but he will survive as Tensai takes the mid, using this one little cauldron in the mid, and it's not going to be enough. Megu with the snipe alongside Kanga. Beautiful dodges as well, trying to dodge out Moya, and little TP away, a kill as well. They're piling it up. Blue side with the numbers.
This guy is a savant on the gray. That is huge. Again, Bo doesn't have the best gadgets here, right? It's Totem, rather, can just block some of that incoming damage. But Angelic, what a round. This Gray is everywhere all at once. And although Gray has kind of struggled today in general, this has been an incredible round for him. And Shitampo knows he has time for dinner, baby. Down to 200 HP. A lot of pressure on the Piper.
Gonna have to take time to heal. Tensai holding on to a super. Just relying on these walls, trying to grasp at anything they can get their hands on. A cutout in the mid will help. A pull will help as well, though. Nani looking for the shots. A return to Cinder connects. Not enough for a kill on the other end, though. It's going to be a trade. Crazy Raccoon finally pick up a little sign of life here.
Kanga times the walking cane well, but Poppin's available for Shitapo. I like it. The self-cocoon. Mizzy able to avoid that shot that was going to come in with homemade recipe. The Crazy Raccoon have done a much better job of setting themselves up here. No need to use these supers. Hold them for the next round. Kanga doesn't want to feed any more damage over. They'll try and get out of here as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's a great point. So don't want to feed too much. Just move on. Go on to the next round. A tough thing for Angelic too. No supers in their back pockets. They're going to have to enter this one with much less utility, and already Tensai dropping one of his supers, a cutoff on the left-hand end of all those mines. It's going to be really hard for Angelic to aggress.
Blocking that sightline for Megu is frustrating. They're still forced to pop it. Oh, okay. Shitampo using the lack of handling, I guess, that Peep offers to avoid that one, just sidestepping it ever so slightly. Doesn't have to use the super. That is a big deal. Tensai here, going to recycle that hedge and reestablish it in the middle of the map.
Some stones from Satampo to not use that super. I would have panicked immediately, but a little mind game's going down alongside a hypercharge on the left-hand end connection. Gonna be grasping this one.
Oh no!
Angled web, a kill as well, making a second, a third. Bodies piling up, and Angelic making it happen in set number 1.
They entered that round, that last round of knockout, with no supers to speak of. And Crazy Raccoon have 2 of them. The bow one, less relevant perhaps, but there's a hedge available immediately for the Sprout to block off the middle part of the map, to shut down the effectiveness of that Nani. Still, Angelic hang in there. They overcome that. Hypercharge from Charlie. Gets the cocoon, the Spiderlings chase a secondary target, and all of a sudden you have that coveted 3v2 player advantage, and you snowball it to a win. This has been a very competitive set. That was very close, but a 2-0 is the result for Angelic.
It's what Angelic need. I think that was some excellent gameplay. Their mechanics are really showing. I feel like they're competing. They're making intelligent decisions. There's just a lot going right for them. I'm really impressed with the Gray, with all of these connections there with the Nani Peep, knowing when to go into the storm, off into the sunset. Charlie doing her job as well. Considering Charlie not necessarily playing into sharpshooters, you know, she's going to be outdistanced a little bit here. The Yo-Yo can snap back and forth pretty quick. But at the end of the day, if Piper's hitting shots, if Bo's hitting shots, that's not necessarily the easiest thing to tackle. I just think a lot of things going right for Angelic right now, but they're earning every bit of this. Again, this is a very accomplished team on the other side. This is not going to be an easy feat. It's only one set. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I am pretty excited to see what Angelic can do here.
Yeah, absolutely. This round and these last couple of rounds from Kanga were absolutely impeccable. This was great. Another dive there from Kanga as well, of course, helped out with the Charlie on the left-hand side. The drive was good too. Nani into Piper feels great. The Peep puts on so much pressure, and return to sender means that the Piper doesn't actually want to opt into that matchup. And the bow, frankly, doesn't look great, right? It doesn't offer a lot of utility. Yes, the mines are important. Yes, there's good consistent damage on that left-hand side of the map, but Moya still falls short, at least of the rest of what Crazy Raccoon are able to pull off here. Megu and Kanga with some great scorelines.
Everybody on the left-hand end doing their part. It's impressive to me considering all of them were playing very different styled brawlers, but the DPS showing, the kills showing, everybody contributing. I think that's what's going to really bring this team some good success. No weak links. Everybody has to be doing their best into the best on the other end. Got to make sure they're stepping it up. And, you know, Tensai, like you said earlier, we could see on his face after that set, that man is upset. He is angry. I am not dealing with him. But you can also read right through that mask. Megu smiling, feeling good. Sometimes you just need to see yourself get one to boast yourself up a little bit. Give yourself a little boost in confidence. They need to know that they can compete. So seeing themselves get one set could be the answer for them to trying to compete the rest of the way.
Every drywall installation within Tensai's reach shuddering at the thought of Crazy Raccoon bombing out of this grand final. This team have one simple directive. It's to win it all. It is to go all the way and win that World Finals. So stumbling blocks here domestically at home, they can't be tolerated. But right now they're dealing with a plucky, upstart team This Hong Konger roster is pretty scary. They've got Ping on their side, make no mistake, but they have got the mechanics to back it up. They've looked excellent. This young squad are taking it to absolute veterans of the game. It's a story as old as time, and it's one you'd love to see played out in as many contexts as possible. You're getting it right here. You're being treated to a show. Let's head to Bridge Too Far next. Angelo and, of course, Eve hotly contested on this map.
And I'm thinking about the train conductor Chuck here, somebody I definitely want to be avoiding to play against. I think it's really frustrating to go against on a wide open map like this. Once he establishes those posts, there's really no stopping the man. He spawns nearly with a super. It's enough to get a ton of damage in and out. You can set up that little line as well. And if an enemy team walks through it, it's just closer to another super. So Chuck's somebody definitely on my mind. Bonnie is somebody I've seen a ton here. And I'm just going to throw it out into the universe just in case we get something special. But Sprout's Hypercharge, people have found a tech where if you throw that hypercharge right on that heist safe perfectly and encircle around it, the amount of damage it can deal is actually unbelievable. So maybe fingers crossed. Nope, it's banned. Okay, I get it though. I get it. There is like a perfect play you can make where it's going to eat away at that heist safe.
No one wants to take that risk, but Chuck has snuck through as Eve is the go-to pick here. Angelo having already been banned. We've seen Charlie find a lot of value here. She's so good in a 1-versus-1 situation when she's pressuring the safe to take the defender out of the fight in much the same way as Cordelius can. It's also, you know, a very potent answer to Chuck. So taking that away from the opponents here means that Crazy Raccoon have less ways to slow down the conductor to stop him. We've seen Cordelius even used to that effect to Shadow Realm the guy and get him out of the picture. Straight away, we actually see some Spiderlings head down the middle part of the map here as Moya fancies probably to play that right-hand lane. And Mizzy wants to get aggressive. It's time to build that architecture, get them posts on the map.
And it's going to be a tough one to defend here. They've already got the long side one. That's the toughest one to get down. They've made it across the map enough to get there as Kanga looking to fend off against multiple spawners and, of course, even more lethal, an enemy Tensai on the other end. Zatampo super in hand and 3 CR Brawlers in perfect position to get control of this map. Mizzy's not going to be able to go anywhere if it's 3 Brawlers incoming.
Mizzy will get stopped by the stun. Tensai waiting for Chuck to walk the line. And very easily able to take him out after the fact. I mean, Chuck's primary fire, not that powerful, right? He's not a hard-hitting brawler when he doesn't have this super to hand. So being able to abuse that is very important. Mizzy steps up, sets up another post, standing still. Now can start to pressure this safe away. It's going to be a pain to deal with this if you're Crazy Raccoon. But they have a lead in safe health.
The Fang choice with the roundhouse kick into Chuck is actually something I definitely didn't think of.
Oh, it's so
Makes
good.
a lot of sense. Look at it go. Tensai able to get one, but maybe not a kill here. Mizzy's still going to get some value out of this. Moya having to join in the fight as well. They're keeping this rather close. Tapo's still holding on to this left-hand in, but here comes Kanga. If they can get a Lola on this heist safe as well, it might be just overwhelming enough to beat Crazy Raccoon this game.
Here comes Mizzy once more. One more stun, that's it. Tensai has none of those left. And we're still pretty close on safe health. Kanga here able to equalize, getting an ego out, which means more shots, more damage. Tensai now has to kind of do it his own way, but oh my goodness, he gets railroaded. That is filthy. Tries to go in there with that super. Mizzy just absolutely runs over the top of him. Back in the game now. But Crazy Raccoon are behind, and Chuck has reached critical mass in threat. Tensai can't stop him anymore. Mizzy snipes a free kill off Moya. And there it is, Megu able to use that cocoon. Free safe damage, we're down to 18%.
Nice shot for Zatampo. Now going to be able to use this Nani peep, but here comes Chuck rearing his ugly head down the front.
Oh my.
Mizzy survives the whole way.
Dirty.
Jellic, pick up a 3rd game.
Choo-choo, baby! if you are going to play down that Chuck, you're going to have an answer. Now, unfortunately, 3 roundhouse kick charges just might not be enough. You have to find other ways to press your advantage or just snowball that early advantage, that sort of power trough that Gus has at the start of the round, exacerbated by the fact that your Fang can stop him in his tracks for a time.
Such a brutal beat here. Angelic really showcasing why they deserve to be here, more than earned, as Mizzy's looking to try and get himself across the map again. Similar strategy to last time, getting a post down, recycling it, putting a new one up, and now they've got 2 in the mid here. Won't be too long before they've got an entire railway established. Now going to be able to do some piercing shots. The Eve spawners do get off just in the nick of time. Zatampo with a little breakaway left hand in. Mizzy doesn't even need to play defense. It's all offense. Steamrolls himself right into Tensai and gets another takedown into this matchup.
Again, again, when you fire that shot and then you use your super, you're obviously double dipping on damage there, and Tensai still, with that larger health pool that Fang boasts, couldn't hang. Megu here threatening, blocking some shots with those spiderlings, putting pressure down on Moya, building another super. Mizzy chewing. Tensai struggling, another super thrown out. Damage gear activated, but Mizzy's happy with that. He doesn't care. He's very tanky as it is, and Megu seems impossible to shift from here. There's a roundhouse kick. Tensai's being a bit more conservative with those this round.
It's got to be aggressive here. They've got to be able to get a bunch of DPS output onto this high save, or else Chuck's just going to run away with it. Already another supercharge. This is the frustrating part of, like I mentioned, playing against him. They don't have a Cordelius or a hard counter into him. They're relying on Tensai's utility and his gadgets to get this done. But Mizzy's just going back and forth. A dive in now, looking for some connections. Can go with a takedown, though. And finally, Moya giving his team a little bit of a lead, but it's immediately a race. It's going to be a base race back and forth. Tensai now with a hypercharge. Going to be lethal if he can make a connection here. Looking at Megu, who's popping one of their own, needs to be careful. Megu gets a super down. It's a hypercharge.
I like that.
So Tensai going to be careful of how he approaches this.
Oh, there it is, another roundhouse kick in at the perfect moment, because Moya this whole time is putting pressure down on the safe. No one's looking at the Eve, but she has her eyes on the prize. A big difference in Fang play that round. I mean, much tighter. Don't use that roundhouse kicks every time the gust comes in. Right? Use them when you can turn that into safe damage of your own. Much better. Crazy Raccoon, they have to walk the thinnest of margins to win against this comp. That was a great round.
Interesting choice to see Angelic send 2 on this left-hand side. They're doubling down here, so CR forced to kind of change their strategy. They're actually just going to send Satampo to this long right-hand lane. Just a breakaway here, hoping they can get some free high safe damage. I don't think it'll come as easy as they hope it does, but looks like AGC just focusing on damage right now. A little back and forth. It's now Mizzy deliberating. Defense or offense? Chuck's specialty, definitely more of the offensive in. Satampo getting a nice takedown there. Allow them to expand here, but Angelic, all of the control up top, and Nani knows they have to go back on defense to stand a chance here.
Here it is, Tensai going for it. Actually uses a gadget charge there in order to secure the kill. I mean, Gus versus Nani is a horrendous matchup for the Gus. You've noticed it's changed how Gus has to place these poles as well to pressure into that lane. But I like it. It means that you can go and take the fight directly to the Nani if they start to threaten that right-hand side. And Angelic have themselves a lead. Kanga's doing a lot of damage. Mizzy also getting some free shots here. Another pole deployed. Moya going to be knocked around by that one. Mizzy able to win out against Tensai. This is getting dangerous now. 62 plays 30. Angelic, what a match so far. And they're far from done. The Spiderlings swarming over the safe here, doing so much damage, and 8% is all that's left, Kenny. This one is rough for Crazy Raccoon.
One Chuck super, and this could be over. Tensai diving in, but Mizzy slides past the defense here. Moya forced to make a tough decision, but Mizzy a walk forward and another set claimed for Angelic. A perfect scorecard so far, outside of only one game against World semifinalists.
The draft was sick. It was excellent. They recycled this Charlie idea from the previous map, realizing she is so powerful. If they let her through, we are going to pick her every time. Her hypercharge just means more pressure, especially if they decide to go for a safe. And they'll just pop Spiderlings at the start of the round. Try and give the Gus a good start. Let him come forward and set up that first pole. And then Mizzy just does what he wants. I like the idea, Kenny, of sending Satampo down the right. Nani very strong against Gus there. You saw like Gus just got rinsed in the head-to-head. When you force Gus to defend, you have a big advantage. You can really exploit him, but that didn't last for long enough. I mean, Crazy Raccoon couldn't maintain that game state enough to keep them even in safe damage.
That's why I said Chuck is such a menace on this map. Chuck, the train conductor, just keeps on chugging. There's nothing you could do about it. They set it up. They tried with Fang to kind of counter that out. I don't feel like it worked out as well as they would have wanted it to. I see the vision, but there are other brawlers that I think have proven themselves to counter a little bit better. Look at this. Mizzy on him, just in the middle. Tensai diving in, doing his best. An unfortunate miss there, but Mizzy's just kind of always around. Again, that supercharge is so fast, and it's a direct line to the enemy side. If you're looking for a base race, Mizzy on that brawler is a perfect answer.
And again, we saw like a double like a lane stack on the left-hand side for Angelic, where they send the Charlie over there, to just pressure down. And the Lola is really nasty. Like, she hits hard, especially when she has an ego out. So even if your Gus is somehow forced into defending, Angelic realize we just turn up the heat on the other side of the map here. We just will force this Nani to come back eventually because they can't outrace us. It's a 2v1 in terms of brawlers that are damaging the safe. Look at the Spiderlings. Mizzy here steps up, knows he can win the game, and so he did. I mean, it's a lot of damage done by Crazy Raccoon here, but it's shrugged off and not enough of it is directed at the safe. Excuse me, it is Chuck, not Gus. It's late. Getting mixed up.
Brother, you're totally good. 6 a.m. my way as well. I know it's late for you. We're going to be getting through it. I will say, though, the kill category clearly in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but nonetheless, it's Angelic who come out on top. And sometimes playing the game mode is important. I think Crazy Raccoon rack up those kills because they're trying to deal with old Chuck. Chuck's not looking to frag out. He's looking for one thing and one thing only. It's to connect with that heist safe. I think they did such a good job of that, keeping in mind what the objective is. And it's not that Crazy Raccoon didn't do that. I just don't think they prioritized Chuck enough. And on top of that, they couldn't get to the other side as a result. They're worried about dealing with Chuck the whole time. Chuck was a key player, played the role to perfection. I think allowing that to slide through in the draft, part of the mistake as well. This is definitely one that they're going to look back on for future months and kind of reflect how they got in this spot.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that there's just so much of the draft here that feels unexplored for Crazy Raccoon. These things seem to take them by surprise, letting Chuck get through the bans, for example. If they don't want to pick a composition that can stop him in his tracks, no pun intended, then I don't know what to tell you. You can't let him through. They don't have much time to come up with an answer. Angelic are rolling them right now, and it's not that close. I'm saying this about Crazy Raccoon, top 4 team in the world, getting absolutely battered by this group of upstarts.
And it's tough for them, right? This is a situation where they have proven themselves in every category. It's only up for Crazy Raccoon in the sense that they want to keep pushing. World Finals and Grand Finals victories are all they know. It's all they expect from themselves. We put the world on their shoulders because of what these guys have done in the past. But 2024 is a brand new year, and these fellas are going to have to dig deep. Angelic up 2-0. They're going to need a reverse sweep in the grand finals to even have a chance. Otherwise, in month number 1 of 2024, the year 2024 of Brawl Stars, an upstart team not represented by an organization taking down Goliath of this region. It's just unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Honestly, I can't believe we're this far. This is crazy to me. This is crazy.
In 2024 years of Brawl Stars, I have never seen this happen. Isn't that crazy?
It's insane.
That is
insane.
That is wild to me. Crazy Raccoon, though, it's time to tighten up. Center stage. What an appropriate location for this, because all eyes are on the newcomers, Angelic. It's now all they need to do is land the plane.
That's all they need. 2 games in 1 set. 11% of folks on these people. They gained a little more steam after their victory over Revenant, but between those 2 matches, 6%, 11% of people believing in them. And I was the coward who didn't end up pulling the trigger and predicting them. And as a result, my star drops are looking pretty bleak.
Yeah, it's grim.
I would have loved a legendary in there. I knew it was going to happen too. I would have loved a legendary star drop. Might not have a chance at it though, but we'll see what happens here. To start AGC, going to take a very safe approach. It's going to be the spike coming out here.
Now it is center stage, brawl ball, not bridge too far, so don't get it twisted. MC are a very popular pick. That Caustic Charisma slow makes it very, very hard for defenders to get in position. Otis here for Tensai.
This is interesting. Amber on the other end as well. Normally on this map, the biggest takeaway I've had when watching is a lot of the times this revolves around tanks and the counters to tanks. Otis being one of those. But instead, we're going to see Mac... Okay, I was going to go with this thing about how we get tanks and anti-tanks. Well, they've just deviated from that entirely. No tanks, so why do that? Janet, though, had no idea that was going to happen. No idea where that came from.
I'm trying to figure it out if it's, really you favor the vision that you can get from that boombox for a time. Obviously, there is some grass on this map, but I'm stretching. I'm reaching. Yeah. All right, so we've already seen the Amber find a fair bit of value earlier on today. I think that was on Dueling Beetles. She is pretty nasty right now. Tensai, though, hoping to sing her a lullaby, but he's the one that gets put to bed instead. Gadget does not protect him from those shots coming in from Kanga. This is a... What? Oh, sorry, Shitapu, they just let him in! It was a 1v3! What? How?
Oh my my goodness. That's just what happens. He's a world champion. You can't be letting the mind off the target for 1 second. Excellent gameplay there. AJEC are looking to respond, though. An immediate pickup, and now a 3v1 of their own. Gonna be kicking this ball over to the left-hand side. Moya already in position with that super. He's gonna need it here, too. Satompo respawning.
Oh, the taps!
All over by Kanga's side, but that is a nice connection there on the right. Satompo forced to make a hero's effort here. A spike super going down, and Kanga juggling this ball, just looking for the first opportunity to grab one of their own.
A lot of supercharge there for Megu as well. Can start to chain these one after another. Hypercharge has been achieved, which means, yeah, even more spike supers are incoming. You've got to respect the mute, though. Moya posturing pretty ominously here. The light plant thrown out. Moya so low. Tensai trying to come in and follow up on the kill. And they're able to find it. Megu gets the supply drop of his nightmares.
And now they're going to have another opportunity to get ball control here. Tensai placing this comfortably on this bottom right-hand side. Megu on defense, low HP. Satompo could walk forward with one super here. Somehow Mizzy surviving on 62 as well. Some close interactions back and forth, but for now, AGC are going to hold on.
Mizzy struggling there. The Otis damage starting to get relentless. Yeah, the cleanup is there. How to get the ball out of this position? You don't. Life plant won't save you. And Crazy Raccoon get themselves the 2 goals they need to take this first round.
Crazy Raccoon buckling up. They know they are all business. You haven't seen Tensai smile in a hot second here. Reasonably so. He is locked in. Razor focus. At this point, no room for error. They've already dropped their maximum amount of sets. From here on out, they need to win every game they can get their hands on. For now, they're going to take a lead here. I think the Tensai pick of the Janet, a little wild, something I'm not used to seeing, but the visibility you can get certainly there. I think piercing through the life plant with a little more thought might be part of the inspiration. Skinny lanes as well, so not too difficult to hit those shots. And just like that, going to be able to apply some pressure, some visibility, and Megu going to be in trouble here, forced to drop a super. Tensai, though, is the one that actually falls. That's a huge pickup. Now it's a 3v2.
I mean, yeah. Again, that Janet gadget is really frustrating if you can't get to her. Hang on. Moya's in trouble here. Mizzy, though, not healthy enough to come forward with the ball. So, yes, Angelic have control here. But they fear what the Otis can do to those individual brawlers. Phase shifted being used there, but friend zone will knock Kanga back. Satompo able to finish the kill. And Moya's going to run it up the wing here. Mizzy will have to reposition quickly, but they're under a lot of pressure.
Opportunity to open up some of this map and gain some visibility for themselves with Amber. They decide to take a torch to it. CR on the back heels right now, being forced into the back of their spawn. Kanga doing a good job of using this brawler.
Here we go.
Pushing through, a gadget going down, a wide open net. Mizzy clears the path, and they stick the landing. It's going to be a 1-0 lead now for Angelic.
Tensai coming forward with that super. Hoping for just a little bit of early damage. Doesn't really need to run away here. There's no gems to carry to safety. Now the gadget deployed. Mizzy a little bit low. Really getting punished across a lot of the map here. But able to find Satompo. Beautiful little angle there. That prevents Moya from actually coming forward as much as they'd like. He's just trying to torch Tensai, but can't quite get the job done.
And Kanga with a great use of some max speed there. A lot of times it's used for offense, but more importantly, I think it's to justify positioning. They needed to move themselves out of the back of their net just so they could get out of that situation. They're going to throw down a desperate spike super, but it's 3 red brawlers standing tall and poised here. Some world champions looking to prove themselves and drag this on a little bit further, and they're 1 goal away from doing so.
Yeah, the reverse sweep is probably not something we're talking about quite yet, but it's always on the cards for Crazy Raccoon, a team harboring world champions, literally. Already stunned by the momentum that Angelic have carried into this game from their run through our first monthly final. We're going to be headed to overtime here by the looks of things. Tensai getting out was low, but still able to be a factor with 200 HP in that super. This could be it. Kanga gives that speed boost to Mizzy. Under invulnerability, they step forward, but his caustic charisma is a big problem. Kanga at least is able to corner the ball here in overtime. Megu coming back off spawn. A little harder to play in this much more open field. And Janet damage, especially with how fast that primary fire charges up to max distance now with that star power. She's a real threat.
Difficult situation, and somehow AGC have once again clawed their way out of it. Moyo with a beautiful flank, though. 3 CR brawlers encircling the enemy side. A connection there, a mute button at a perfect time onto the hypercharge. Megu not going to be able to get as much value out of that. On the other end, though, AGC...
What a shot! What a shot!
Townie connects! AGC keep on coming! Match point!
Unbelievable finish in that round. Your spike pops the hypercharge and is instantly muted. So you wait it out. The Spike just spams the shots in, and I don't know if I've seen a better super shot in overtime in quite a while. Straight to that right corner of the net. We're running it back one more time to decide the set.
1-1 overall. And believe it or not, Angelic could possibly do the unthinkable. The Titans of this region, heck, Titans of the world, are currently having their title in question. CR looking to defend here. A kick over to the right-hand side. Moya looking for a little break.
This is bad.
A wide open net, a pass through, and a connection there. All business here for Crazy Raccoon.
That's all they need to do now. Not show any signs of weakness. Don't let Angelic know they're rattled. Mizzy here this time opting to play the far edge of the map. Still that Otis damage is brutal to deal with. And Moya is very deftly avoiding it. Can't get the nice little phase shifter. Actually turns around and blows up Tensai instead of going for a goal. But the Ems is healthy. Megu cannot roll over Shatampo here. Has to deploy a life play, which means, well, they're there to stay for now.
Tensai able to dribble this ball. Shatampo hiding in the bushes. Mizzy again, a narrow survival, but Tensai with a little breakaway here, dropping a gadget for visibility, a phase shift through, a connection, and Tensai forced to take to the skies. It's Kenga now with the ball. Tensai with one connection can land this, a kick away as well. Kenga somehow surviving though. Pivotal pickup here, and now it's just alone Moya.
And instantly Moya decides that this isn't worth it. So Kenga gets a stay of execution and can run the ball a little bit further up the field. That Ems is such a problem. Izzy's in danger here. And the Charisma will help claim that elimination. Now it's a very low health Kenga who still wants to fire despite being as low because they need to keep Crazy Raccoon back. But CR now definitely have the power play.
Stuffed in the back of their own net too, but this positioning could be huge. A phase shift through, immediately shut down by Tensai. Shatampo dribbling left, super pass right, wide open net, and CR have cleared the path. They're going to be keeping things alive here. Angelic have not done it quite yet. 2-1. The underdogs still with the lead.
You gotta love the draft there for Crazy Raccoon. It's powerful. The Janet is a head scratcher, honestly. But I kind of get it, right? This game is dictated, this game mode is so much dictated by how much health you have. The fact that Janet can still be a legitimate threat when she is at critical health in that super, able to chase down those eliminations, try and secure a player advantage or at least keep things even. That was pretty important there. She also stands on her own 2 feet as a pretty strong brawler, as does Otis. It's a comp from Crazy Raccoon. They just have really very good individual brawlers. Ems is absolutely terrifying on center stage.
Yeah, Ems is going to be a great selection there. You know, normally the way we see this map play out, it's a lot of tanks and anti-tank kind of picks. And I feel like a big reason for the influence of those picks kind of early on was to prevent that idea. We see Otis, we see Ems immediately. If you're on the other side and you're Angelic, why would we pick something that's going to favor them? When they zig, we zag. They go max, they go amber. They just completely divert the path. And I think as a result, we get kind of a crazy matchup here. A little unorthodox pick from Janet as well. And I think it worked out really well. I thought both sides played pretty strongly at the end of the day. Crazy Raccoon were able to prevail, continue this going. Reverse sweep murmurs are happening, I know, in chat, but it's not quite there yet. Angelic still with a 2-1 lead and still 1 set away. And I will say, if that's the weakest set, these guys are still looking pretty darn strong.
Oh yeah, I mean, their mechanics are cracked, man. They're cracked. I just watch them as well. Like, again, a lot of the juking that we're seeing from these Angelic guys, it's like, they're naturals, man. They look extremely good. Still, Crazy Raccoon are the gods of this region. The God Kings, in fact, and they refuse to be dethroned so frivolously. They fight back well, and they play immaculate Brawl Stars there in that 3rd set to keep in this series. Ems, she's got a 60% win rate on that map. Very, very good. We see a lot of those sort of, you know, AoE thrower type brawlers. We see Lou on that map at times as well, right? I've got to hand it to Crazy Raccoon. They come up with the answer there, even with a bit of an off-the-wall pick. It's up to Angelic to figure this out. This is when the doubt starts to creep in. Hang on. This isn't going to be as easy as we thought it would be. Wait, what if we get reverse swept? They'll be thinking about it.
Oh, can't be having thoughts like that. And it's hard too, but all things considered, especially considering that these guys haven't been around as much. They aren't as well-known players. They don't have the accolades of Crazy Raccoon. They've seemed incredibly comfortable so far. They haven't really been phased, even in some bad games. We saw them with some bad drafts earlier. They've been battle tested. 3-2s multiple times. They've had people doubt them. They're here to stay. And Crazy Raccoon, I think, are taking their opponents as seriously as they possibly can. And if you're taking Crazy Raccoon's respect to that level, you're clearly a good team.
I'm glad you used that word respect. They have earned it from Crazy Raccoon. They have identified a legitimate threat in this APAC region in the form of this team hailing from Hong Kong. And now they've got to figure out, do we try and counter them? Do we try and understand, to comprehend what they're attempting? Or do we play our own game? That Crazy Raccoon game that more often than not yields great results, but sometimes can cause them to get tripped up in the drafts. They come out with some, Relies cooking up something. You never know what's going to come out. They need to be pretty much flawless, though, from here on out, this Crazy Raccoon team. No more mistakes. No more drop sets, obviously. No, we don't even want to be dropping rounds.
Angelic in the same boat, though. As much as we talk about it, they're up 2-1. This is a spot where you were playing some of the best players to ever do it, if not the best. These are blue bloods of the entire world. And if you drop a single set, if you lose the momentum against these guys, it's a tough look. It's tough to come back from that. Hard to overcome those odds. But you can see it on Tensai's face, man. They are locked in, no cracked smiles. It is 100% of just focus on this draft, on this game. They can't afford a mistake, like you said. But I don't think Angelic can either, and I think we're going to see the best from both these teams come out in set number 4.
It's time to step into the ring of fire, folks. Hot Zone will be our game mode for our 4th set. Still match point for this Angelic roster. They have paved the way with 2 strong sets to start off the series, but now the sleeping giant is starting to stir. Crazy Raccoon have found their footing, and they end that Brawl Ball set pretty convincingly. Just kind of outplaying. The comp is good, but on an individual level, on a team cohesion level, they had it all going on. That will need to remain the same for the rest of this series. They'll get the signature bell pick. She's incredible here. You've got to stand almost close enough on the hot zone. If you're grouped up, you're going to be affected by those bouncing shots. A Piper here for Angelic. They want to challenge this.
Bell's been the most picked brawler today by a landslide, so seeing it here doesn't super surprise me. I think this is a map she's consistent on. I will say the response in
this is so Crazy Raccoon.
Really solid. Yeah, I think this is some good... Ooh.
Oh, it's just classic CR.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We get the Meg coming out. We get a Carl.
What?
Sam on the other end, though. Well, Sam was impacted by the balance changes. I will point that out. Sam in an interesting spot. He's definitely risen up the ranks a little bit. But it's going to be definitely a little dicey to see him play this left-hand side, be a full aggressor. It's taking Tensai's attention and Satampo's attention.
He hits harder, and he gets more super back if he actually lands the glove. So if he does that, watch out. Still, though, it looks like Crazy Raccoon are pretty comfortable dealing with this here. Moya does get demegged here, but maybe this all-in style that Kanga's trying to promote is going to be struggling up against this comp. See the gauntlet missing there, Kanga reading a nest egg, just getting completely exploited.
I'm curious to see if Sam, part of the influence was maybe to try and get Moya out of that mech. I think it's a real threat, and I think Kanga, his whole objective is run in, be a threat, an agent of chaos, and get out. I don't think it's necessarily going to be somebody that can grab them hot zone percentages, though, unless all of CR's brawlers just happen to be there. Megyu really not able to step up here either. Satampo doing a great job. Moya with a second life there, popped out of the mech.
Oh, dear.
Well worth it. 60+%. And now the doubts are really starting to creep in, Uber.
I mean, it's not working. Kanga's trying to use the speed boost from having just picked up the gauntlet to allow him to close the gap here. Okay, great gadget use. We need to see that more frequently from Kanga. Only one more charge of that left here. But hitting that gauntlet, benefiting it, of course, from the speed boost of having just picked it up. That's why Kanga is constantly like throwing and picking it up, throwing and picking it up. Because you need to be able to run these guys down. Good damage.
Well, yeah. Moment where they're certainly going to be tested here. All the momentum really starting to swing. Kanga low HP, Megyu nowhere in sight. An easy victory for Crazy Raccoon to start set number 4. Angelic have to hold the line, though. They got to put up a good showing here if they even want to have a chance at confidence in set number 5.
That was an absolute momentum killer. And I think, frankly, the composition just doesn't work the way they're hoping it to. As much as Sam is much improved here, it seems like Kanga really has to jump through a lot of hoops to fulfill these win conditions.
They're really
that
focused on him, too.
Oh.
tough look there. CR on their back heels for now, at least. Now they can all focus. A different brawler, though. All three of them. Easy connections there. A nice snipe onto Mizzy as well, who's going to be low HP. Kanga once again, though. Damage amplifier, all of that. CR just ready to deal with him.
Yeah, wait for that gadget, not really knowing who is in proximity of the gauntlet. I mean, you don't stand near it if you're playing against Max. Look at Shitapo. Again, you know, dropping the hot rocks there means it's really dangerous for Kanga to try and challenge the Carl at all. Completely countered, completely shut out of the game. That's what Angelic have become here.
Locking the enemy team out is nice, but they have to be able to retake somehow here. A nice pull, but Moya with just a baseball swipe and a home run. That guy is out of here, and Sitampo cleans up the rest. CR at 50% in climbing.
Yeah, I don't know if this one was copied from NA. Just quietly, composition-wise. Moya there, got to be careful, taking a little low. Obviously knocked out of the mech. Shitampo, yeah, okay, look at those nest eggs. They are not for point control, they are for Sam. Slow that Sam up and just blow him to smithereens here. There's an opening, I guess, where you don't have your mech as meg. So Moya's a little more susceptible here to being run down, but yeah, that didn't last long, and we are back to business. And business, baby, is good.
Business good for CR, to say the least. I feel like Sam is ultimately getting in there. He's punching around, he's throwing a few punches, but he's just charging up supers. I mean, Meg's able to get this baseball bat swipe. Damage amplifiers come out sooner. Carl can use the tailspin more frequently. I think it's just tough, but as soon as I say that, nonetheless, they're putting up a good fight, but Sitampo gonna be able to get the kills. CR, 3 brawlers, all standing still here. Mizzy jumping in out of desperation, does make a nice tap, but Moya with plenty of HP to work with. Kanga doing his best, but that percentage ticking. Moya down to the wire, does end up getting it here. Set 5 on the way, Uber.
Oh dear.
Are not ready to go home.
If you start to see those pearly whites, you know you are in a bit of trouble. Yeah, I mean, the fatigue sets in as well, I'm sure. Long day for these players. Now here, though, we've seen Crazy Raccoon start to make this reverse sweep happen. Only one more set required to take it away. My goodness. It's nice to see a little bit of a smile there on Tenside's face. They look very comfortable on the map. That was not close. As far as Hot Zone goes, it was very, very one-sided. I think we can safely say the Sam pick, bit of a dud. Maybe just shelve that one, file it away, never be seen again. Maybe somewhere between the letter A and the 7th circle of hell.
It's hard. It's just a kind of out there pick. It's one, even on this map, I would have kind of expected other tanks before it. This might have been something they tested out. I think it's a matchup maybe they were particularly looking for. At the end of the day, I just feel like Kanga really only contributed to charging the supers of the other teams. And they had ways to answer that. They had a damage amplifier. Carl Tailspin can pop up on the other brawlers. And of course, Moya has a big bad swing. I just think it was a really difficult one to overcome. It's just tough, right? We see Angelic pop off, show these signs, but ultimately, maybe 2024 ain't that different. Maybe it's just a Crazy Raccoon world and we're just living in it.
Yeah, maybe we have been this whole time. Always has been. I mean, Meg is very powerful because she requires you to work her down, to poke her down, to pressure her health, to pressure her healing resources. Sam is not about that. Sam is about committing. He's about going all in. He literally throws his gauntlet across the map and goes and picks it up and then throws it again. It's very, very hard, and you can see how much damage he hits so hard when he has that gauntlet on. But you have a lot of burst damage available to his Meg. She's the ultimate skill check in this game. Like, you have to take your time and be patient working her down. Otherwise, you won't beat her in a head-to-head fight in so many of those cases. And let's not forget the fact that she basically has two health bars on top of that, getting knocked out and actually being kind of annoying with the pea shooter. So, yeah, really hard to see why you want to go and pick Sam into that. We won't harp on it any longer. The damage, obviously, from Mizzy was excellent here, but yeah, it takes a little bit more than that. Crazy Raccoon aren't the team to be fooled by such pranks.
I think Meg is just such a good pick on game modes like that. I love her for knockout. I love her for hot zone. A big reason for that is because of the second life that she provides that you mentioned. That's something you don't get an opportunity at too many times with different brawler choices. Does pretty well into the sharpshooters as well right now. So I think Meg is somebody that people don't need to forget. It's somebody that's definitely going to be prevalent, but what the damage is already done. If you're Angelic here, if you really think about it, it is one set to take home an entire monthly finals over a team like Crazy Raccoon. It's kind of wild that they're in this situation. They've made magic happen all day, but they're gonna have to find it one more time and just pull out some wild performance out of this bag of tricks.
This is the part of the series where your years of like play at the top level actually start to hold so much more value than they would otherwise. Because that composure, that ability to reset, that ability to just put aside stuff that bothers you. You don't forget about it. You think about it after the game. You probably go back in a VOD review of the team and go like, hey, this sucked. We can't do this. But you have the ability, if you're Crazy Raccoon, to set this aside now. Focus on this. You're also in a very enviable position because you're the one doing the reverse sweeping. You know your opponents are now very nervous, now on edge, now worried that they might have just thrown it all away at the final hurdle. No one wants to be in that position. But that is where Angelic find themselves right now. Can they dig themselves out?
Gonna be tough. Momentum certainly siding with CR, and not to mention too, this map can be really tough for the mental game. There's lots of brawlers that can just make some crazy plays happen. You've got brawlers like Gene who can hit some nasty pulls here. Got Leon with the invisibility that can pop off here as well. There's a lot of good stuff. Carl, we saw earlier off stream on stream B, I believe, from How, who ran that brawler as well. That's somebody who can dash away with a flying hook and do some crazy stuff. And Gene gonna be our first overall pick here. Angelo, as a result, though, is gonna slide through the ban stage. This brawler hasn't shown up a ton today, but I will say it's a very powerful one, and I love combining that with Amber for that open right-hand side.
Yeah, she can clear that part of the map so easily. Pam, makes sense to see that here, of course. You've got the unbreakable boxes at the north and south of the gem spawn zone you can pick up. Pearl picked up here. Pearl, who received a bit of a nerf recently.
The damage is certainly something that I really liked about Pearl, but obviously the nerf going to impact that. One thing I will say for this map in particular, the visibility she adds is going to be super nice. Pam and Pearl's shots, almost identical in the pattern that they go with, but the damage can be really good for Satampo. Gonna be interesting to see how this one plays out. The Tara one that's gonna have that big boom potential with the super as well. Kanga can really be a showstopper, but they're gonna have to play it right. They're gonna have to use those super as well, and a nice connection there. Buries an arrow into Tensai. Megu, as a result, going to be healing up in the mid and just staying afloat.
Yeah, creating a virtual safe zone to play from there. Help from beyond, really important when Pam is low on ammunition, just to force her away. Oh my god, Kanga, what happened there? You disappeared. Megu here forced away. 2 gems to his name. Moya with a whopping 5 in on one of the safest gem carries you could ask for. Gravity used here, Tensai caught in the singularity. And now the pressure is on Moya once more. Magic Hand is available. Moya trying to signal that, trying to threaten it a little bit. Telegraph maybe a play to be made, but they hold on to the super for now.
Megu relying on these charged up arrows. The longer the hold and the better the connection, the more damage it's going to deal. And they're going to need that right now. Fire going down into the middle of the map, just trying to burn away at that healing station, but Moya hiding in the grass, does have a pool available. They need to be careful about this. Megu could be in a tough spot, does make a nice connection there. There's the pool we were looking. A connection, but a beautiful bounce away. Megu will survive, and now it's complete mid control for AGC.
Yep, Crazy Raccoon gave up mid control in order to make that play, and now it's coming back to bite them. Still, Moya is safe, mostly. That was a not so charged arrow from Megu. This Magic Pass best be getting to work, though. Alongside potentially Mother's Hug here for that extra healing, but Tensai is not hitting a lot of shots from there. There's playmaking to be had here. Gravity is available. Obviously, that Pearl Hypercharge is a scary prospect as well, but can Moya get this gem? Okay. That's going to stave off the countdown for a bit. Shitapa now goes for the Hypercharge. Oh my goodness, Mizzy disintegrates. Shitapa putting the pressure on, but can't take Megu down. The super's not close enough to get the damage. We're going to be 10 apiece here. Tensai not punished for picking up that gem. It's just distributed across 2, which is something that could be an issue.
Back and forth the whole way through. An 11th gem going on Angelic's side, but the next one will spawn with the red roster. Moya close by, hovering behind this indestructible wall as Megu looks shot to takedowns there. Satampo in trouble, does grab these gems. A Tora pool going down, the follow-up shots through, but a Mama's Kiss keeps him up. Tensai able to stay alive here. 12 to 11, AGC still got a lot of work to do.
Megu has to sit back, stay safe. That lets Tensai come forward and start the red team's countdown, but Kanga will also return to the fray. Watch out for Mizzy. That Emma can burn you to a crisp in seconds. Megan pops a super, but this is the dangerous place to be. They're going to have to jump out and away. And now with Moya's positioning, the zoning is so good. Shitapo and Tensai take all the gems to the bank.
Match point. And 1 game away from a reverse sweep. We shouldn't have expected any less, Uber. We shouldn't have doubted him. Give him hope for 1 second, and this is what happens. Incredible game right there. A true back and forth. It's going to take everything both of these teams have got. It took 14 gyms just for Crazy Raccoon to take 1 game off this squad. Going to come down to the wire here.
Here we go once more. Crazy Raccoon, that was a very competitive game. I mean, this Angelic team, this month, undeniably at least second best in APAC. The question of first or not still remains to be answered. Great pressure. Kanga's able to collapse into the PAM. You hit so hard up close. And some of that cover being cleared now. Oh, Shitapo a little bit more exposed.
Megu dropping a super here as well. The poisoning trickling away.
Again!
As Kanga looks for a victory on the left-hand lane. 1 lane victory at a time. Megu looking for these long-range shards too. Moya forced away. But Megu in the meantime, able to tie this gym count once again. It's going to take everything they have.
Okay.
The super Tensai, an easy survival though. Healing station really pays off there.
Yeah, can't forget about the initial burst of healing you get from throwing that healing station down. Kanga, that costed them there. Megu really tries to hang, but you see Tensai can really bully this left lane against someone who's not that great on fire rate or damage up close. Shitapo also starting to posture a bit threateningly here on the right, Kenny.
It's a nice takedown there. 5-6 right here. Every gym counts. We saw how much it contributed in game number 1. Moya able to pick up the 7th in a small lead. Next one going to be spawning on their side as well. So they're going to take 2 as an advantage here. Tensai, healing station, the Mama's Kiss. Going to be able to connect there. They're going to burn that away as quickly as possible. It's going to apply so much pressure and allow Tensai to walk forward, but another super cycle. Kanga again with the victory there, but you saw Moya flash it for a second. He was tempted. They do have that gene pool in the backhand.
And he's up by 3 gems. Make it 2. Here's the gravity. No hit. Kanga really just wanting to lay it on thick in Tensai's direction, but without super, you're not a real threat. Gets picked off there. Tensai able to find him just with the nick of a shot, and this is dangerous now. Angelic don't have enough time to even up the gems, and Tensai comes forward, gets aggressive. Megu falls. Oh my goodness, the House of Cards comes down, and the gems spill everywhere. Crazy Raccoon, well, they've done it once, they'll do it again. The reverse sweep to become your APAC champions for March. It's a story as old as time, like I said. Once the kings, still the kings.
Years go by and some things never change, Uber. The Goliaths of APAC have started 2024 just like any other year. Another accolade to tack on to the resume here. Impressive showing, to say the least, from Angelic. They gave us a thrill of a match, and this is a team we cannot take our eyes off of. They should be very proud of themselves. Obviously, that's not the result you want. Ultimately, the goal is a monthly finals championship. They had them on the ropes, 2-0 lead. Never count CR out, though. They've been in these situations before. Reverse sweep with a lead, doesn't matter. They're able to hold on, and at least for month number 1, they're going to be able to call themselves champions.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen this happen, Kenny. An upstart team, an underdog, a dark horse, a challenger, whatever we want to call them. They shock us all. And they almost go all the way. They start off a final series in the lead, and slowly but inexorably the veterans take control and the arm wrestle starts to swing the other way. These are the experiences that you need to have as younger players, as newcomers. You need to experience these reverse sweep losses. It fuels you. It also teaches you how to deal with them in the future. It's a bitter pill to swallow right now, and I don't think any way of framing it positively is going to make it any easier for them. But they have a lot to take away from this, right? To take pride in putting one of the greatest teams in the Brawl Stars world, a team that's remained unchanged, for a while. They took them to the very brink, the very edge. That's definitely something to go on your mantelpiece the next time they're hoping to add a monthly trophy.
Angelic did the world a huge favor. They gave us a surprise, and they showed that Crazy Raccoon and Revenant can bleed. The competition is only going to be pushed to the better for it. And you see it in this set. Real close across the board. DPS close. You could see it. You could feel it. how intense that was. And I hope next month, Angelic, remember that feeling. Remember being so close to the dream, to the goal, to taking down not just Revenant, who's a Titan in this region, but a second Kings of arguably the world and Crazy Raccoon. I hope they remember how that felt, and I hope they grow for it.
Exactly. It's your MVP as voted by you at event.brawlstars.com. Tensai comes out with the honors once more, and it's not the first time today he has received that. Incredible performance, composure, under pressure. That's the bare minimum you should expect from a team as decorated as Crazy Raccoon, but it's nice to see they haven't skipped a beat in the off-season. Like I said, it's going to be a long year, but there are less opportunities in theory to earn those circuit points, which means the price for failure is that much higher. That they realize that, and they make sure that they convert on this game. Whew, ready, sitting back, watching that game, getting to enjoy an absolute banger of a reverse sweep. You got to love this Angelic team, but Crazy Raccoon, man, you can't sleep on them, not for a second.
Man, I was losing my mind at like certain points through that match, especially watching the sort of house of cards, as you put it, fall, but at a different moment. Watching State-Dampo walk through that goal in Brawl Ball was, I think, the beginning of the end of everything crumbling there for Angelic. What a nice reverse sweep here for Crazy Raccoon. It's good to see the Kings on top, and also to see them challenged by such a fearsome new opponent, some new faces in the region. Going all the way to match point in just set number 3 is ridiculous. Far from what I expected to see in our first monthly final.
Angelic have to go all the way in every single series. If you want experience, you want reps, you got them. Here are our predictions for the day, folks. We maybe lean a little too heavily on Revenant. I'm the only one that sees potential in this Angelic squad through those quarterfinals, but not enough to pred them any further down the track. So, okay, we're even Stevens, lads. We'll call it a draw for now. Although I feel like I get a bonus point for... Nah, never mind. It's fine. We'll call it a draw. And we'll see what we get next time around. Perhaps we won't be so quick to push Revenant forward as our tribute. Here's your leaderboard in the APAC region. This is what it looks like after just this first monthly finals. You can see here, not a huge gap between Crazy Raccoon and Angelic. You still come out with a really healthy number of those circuit points here, even for placing second. That also follows, though, for third and fourth through eighth, respectively, here. Of course, after 1 month, it could be anyone's game. Revenant absolutely wants to come back with a second place or higher finish, though. They really want to make sure they can sweep the competition and maybe brush up a little bit. But that team's still coming together. I feel like you've got disparate elements you brought together. But as we move ahead, let's have a look at something that surprised, excited, and delighted us. Let's have a look at our play of the day. Ready, set. What have you got for us?
I got some Fang plays here for you. I mean, Shu was eating good. He had the super ready to go for Moya and Tensai, and then even generated another one, getting back the fresh kicks and supering all the way to his spawn. And of course, this entire game was full of awesome moments for Shu. We see a nice stun there versus State-Dampo. Even prudently getting a super back. The hypercharge moment was huge too. Didn't even need to use the hypercharge ability to go through the walls. Just picking up kills left, right, and center. This dude put on, I think, a masterclass on Fang. It's a shame they weren't able to go all the way.
Absolutely. What a evening, day, depends really on what region you are. It just kind of matter for us. We cast when we're told to, because that's what we like doing. We're glad to be here, of course, covering your APAC matches. Of course, we've got more to come, but first, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge a big difference, I think, in the Brawl Stars Championship this year. Big special thanks to our sponsors, Qualcomm, first of all, for coming on board, of course, and for partnering us up with their Snapdragon Pro Series. Big shout out to Samsung Galaxy as well. I tell you what, the next person is definitely want to shout out something I have made extensive use of here, Monster Energy. Big shout out to them for coming on board with this product. And finally, but not least, DHL. A big shout out to our partners for coming on board. It's a new thing we have here, obviously the Brawl Stars Championship, and it's really exciting to get together with these brands and make some fantastic esports moments happen, just like Crazy Raccoon has done for us. And guess what? We're far from done. In fact, we've just started. This is the first show, right? Which means we've got the entire season ahead of us. But coming up more imminently, of course, is our EMEA show. Join us live for those monthly finals at 11:30 UTC. I don't know what time zone that is. I don't know what time zone I'm in anymore. It doesn't matter, because there's great brawl coming your way, and you won't have to wait too long. So stick around for that one. I hope you enjoy the show. We'll be, of course, seeing our friends from the EU jump in and give us some great casts, and, of course, it's always a hype region to follow. EMEA is always tight. Thank you so much for joining us for your first APAC monthly final. It's been March, and we'll see you in April, and have a great night.
Nice snipe there. Oh, a double beautiful for Kenji.
Trying to use that to get more aggressively, and Snapdragon can clear that pretty comfortably. Mirror's down though. Sergeant makes the dive. Beautiful.
You're not going to be supering in and using that super, because if he's running power throw, then his super might as well just be a suicide mission. He has no shield there. Nice one in from Shu. Oh my gosh! And he's even got the fresh kicks equipped, so he gets that super for free. Yeah.
Shu has to go now before his teammates respawn. He gets the gems. Not needed. Somehow Shu comes out on top. What?
You could be in a tough spot. Does make a nice connection there. There's the pull. We were a connection, but a beautiful bounce away. Meggy will survive, and now it's complete. Make control.
Oh my goodness, the House of Cards comes down, and the gems spill everywhere. Crazy Raccoon, who hasn't done it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.